Chapter 125. There was a moment of silence, as if the audience was still immersed in the music, but also as if they couldn't bear to interrupt this heartwarming scene, until Qin Zhe and Qin Bao bowed hand in hand and exited the stage. The entire live broadcast site was filled with cheers, shouts, screams, and waving hands. Countless people stood up and shouted with all their might. Some people shouted for Qin Bao, while others shouted for Qin Zhe. From the west to the east of the huge venue, waves of cheers rose and fell. It didn't seem like a live broadcast, but more like a grand concert. The scene was almost out of control. Director Peng's expression changed. He was both happy and worried. This was a live broadcast, and it was the most prone to accidents. He had to find a way to calm the audience's emotions. Fortunately, Qin Bao and Qin Zhe had already exited the stage. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be overly excited audience members rushing out to ask for autographs, or female audience members shouting, "I want to give birth to your babies," or something like that. The staff made gestures in places that the camera couldn't see, but the audience simply ignored them. The enthusiastic atmosphere lasted for a few minutes before it finally subsided. Yin Jia took the opportunity to go on stage. This was a shocking performance. It left a lasting aftertaste and made people's hearts ripple. Thank you to the singer Qin Bao for bringing us Opera 2. Friends in front of the TV, please pick up your phones and vote for the singers. The voting channel will close in 10 minutes. Quick, vote for Qin Bao. Of course, I'll vote for her. The opera was too amazing. Too amazing. Oh, I just voted for Wales. I'll call my family to vote. This is too shocking. Compared to Qin Zhe, Wales is too weak. This younger brother is going to defy the heavens. He's overflowing with talent. The sibling pair kissing is so loving. Can you let go of your sister and come to me? No, let go of my goddess and let me do it. I feel that Qin Bao might not be as popular as her younger brother. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. Qin Bao is about to become a B-lister. After today, she will be a genuine B-lister. Who knows, she might even be able to move up the ranks. Sob, I voted for Wales. Can I take back my vote? I want to vote for my husband. Isn't your husband Wales? Nonsense, Qin Zhe is the one. Cut the crap. Hurry up and vote. Those with votes cast their votes, while those without votes contacted their friends and family to vote. The scene was extremely lively. In the outside world, those who were watching the show on their computers or televisions were all shocked by the song. They couldn't understand how there could be such a sound. What kind of structure was his throat? He was simply inhuman. At home, Qin Ma and the old man were sitting in the living room watching a show. The old couple stared at the pair of children on the screen with their mouths agape. Were these really their children? Did we give birth to a pair of fake children? Grandpa Shin slapped his thigh angrily. It's one thing for sister to join the entertainment industry, but why is brother joining in as well? See if I don't beat them up later. Qin Ma's focus was clearly different. She frowned and said, "Why did they kiss? What is this? You have to beat them up. Bao too." Her voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Grandpa Shin waved his hand and said, "Maybe it's the effect of the show. Didn't there used to be a celebrity who kissed his mother on the show? Kissing on the show seemed more open and aboveboard. If they kissed in private, Grandpa Shin would definitely explode. That was why sister never kissed at home as a reward." Qin Ma said angrily, "That's different. How can sister and brother kiss? You have to chide them. They've never been proper since they were young. Sister doesn't act like an elder sister, and brother doesn't act like a younger brother either." Grandpa Shin said, "Look at how old-fashioned they are. Don't foreigners often kiss each other? It's very normal." Qin Ma wanted to say something but hesitated. She just felt that the siblings were old and had to be careful. Being too close wasn't necessarily a good thing. Grandpa Shin didn't think there was anything wrong with it because he didn't see the scene of the children sleeping together that day. Grandpa Shin suddenly said, "That phone of yours, vote for them too." Qin Ma was stunned. "You still support them? Didn't you object to Bao being an artist?" Grandpa Shin defended himself. What's the use of me objecting? Didn't she still go? Since she's participating in the show, why not take the championship if she can? Grandpa Shin muttered, Ask A's to come back tomorrow. I heard that he sold the copyright of his song for a lot of money. Chin Ma rolled her eyes. You're even thinking about our son's money? I'll save that money for our son to use when he marries a wife in the future. Bao Bao, don't spend all your brother's money for a wife. Grandpa Shin criticized. They say that a loving mother will spoil her son. You've spoiled him too much. I don't spoil A's too much. I don't see him spoiling him too much. That's because I taught him well. Why didn't you educate your daughter? Hey, don't argue. The old couple also knew that although their sister was smart and promising, she also had a lot of bad habits. She was arrogant, lazy, and didn't know how to do housework. Chin Ma said, Ask them to come back this weekend. Yanzi introduced me to a good young man. I think he's quite good. Let Bao Bao meet him. Grandpa Shin pondered and said, Bao Bao's career has just started. It's not good. Damn old man, you're a university professor. Do you have a brain? If you like him, hurry up and get married. Bao Bao can settle down and stop being an artist. Chin Ma sneered. That's a good idea. Grandpa Shin nodded. Chin Ma couldn't wait to take out her phone. I'll contact Yanzi now. Yanzi was Grandpa Shin's sister and Chin Zhe and his brother's aunt. Later, we're still watching the show, Grandpa Shin said. On TV, the show had already entered the voting segment. On the big screen, Chin Bao Bao's votes rose sharply. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. At this time, Chin Bao Bao's votes were ranked third. The first two were Huang Yuting and Wales. The voting channel was not closed. Their votes had been rising, but it was rising very slowly. Especially after Chin Bao Bao finished singing, their votes almost stopped. They were 3, 2 million and 3, 5 million respectively. However, Chin Bao Bao's votes were still rising crazily. 2, 6 million. 2, 8 million. 3, 1 million. 3, 2 million. At this time, the voting channel was about to close. 10, 9, 8, 7. Votes, 3, 3 million. 3, 4 million. 3, 45 million. 3, 2, 1. The voting channel closed. The big screen showed the final votes of all the singers. Chin Bao Bao, 3, 7 million. Wales, 3, 5 million. Huang Yuting, 3, 2 million. In Jia went on stage and announced loudly, the champion of the second season of I Am a Singer, Chin Bao Bao. At this moment, the whole venue was filled with cheers that almost overturned the dome. It was too wonderful. The finals were too shocking. Every singer was very strong. But Chin Bao Bao, who emerged from many competitors, was even stronger. It was the first time they heard such a voice that seemed to penetrate the soul. This kind of surprise and shock had surpassed the song itself. Opera, too, was enough to cause a sensation in the domestic music industry. The program team was overjoyed. This season's reputation was even better than the previous season. It could be foreseen that the topic of I Am a Singer would be on the headlines of major entertainment news. The ratings were even more anticipated. They wondered if they could break the record of variety shows. Backstage, Chin Zhe heard a ding in his mind. The system sent a notification. Successfully helped Chin Bao Bao become the champion of I Am a Singer. Mission accomplished. Reward, 500 points. The second season of I Am a Singer came to a perfect end. The audience left one after another. In a small private room, Chin Bao Bao sat in front of the dressing table, carefully applying makeup remover. Her sister was humming a little tune happily. Chin Zhe sat beside her, playing with his phone out of boredom. Chin Bao Bao suddenly said, A's, do you think Mom and Dad will watch the show? Do you still need to ask? Their daughter participated in the finals. Although they said no, their bodies were honest. Chin Zhe curled his lips. Chin Bao Bao said worriedly, will they see sisters kiss as a reward? Chin Zhe shrugged. It's okay. Didn't you see Jomaji kissing his 17? or 18-year-old daughter on the internet recently. This is called a kiss of affection. Qin Bao Bao snorted. Damn it, kiss of affection. At this moment, a text message came in. Qin Go, are you still at the TV station? I'll come to you. This girl was really annoying. Qin Zhe typed in the text message. I'm not at the TV station. Before he could send it, there was a knock on the door. His sister kicked him with her foot. Open the door. Maybe it was someone from the TV station. Qin Zhe thought. The door opened and a staff member led a group of young boys and girls in. Miss Qin, they're looking for you, the staff member said and left immediately. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Looking for me? Master, you're amazing. Li Donglai was full of admiration and couldn't wait to give Qin Zhe a bear hug. Qin Zhe slapped him on the sofa. They all laughed and greeted, Qin Gu. Qin Zhe nodded at them. He wasn't curious how these guys got in. They were a bunch of rich and powerful second-generation officials. Qin Bao Bao blinked and didn't understand the situation. Chen Xingyuan walked to Qin Zhe, raised her little face, and called out softly, Qin Gu. Her voice was soft and her face was slightly red. The girl's bright eyes were shining with admiration, shyness, nervousness, and joy. It vividly showed a girl yearning for love. The young boys and girls had playful looks in their eyes. Chen Xingyuan liked Qin Zhe. It wasn't a secret in their circle. This girl didn't intend to hide her feelings at all. She would look for Pei Ziki or Li Donglai to ask about Qin Zhe. Li Donglai, who was slow to react, was stunned. He looked at Chen Xingyuan and then at Qin Zhe. He finally understood. Damn, so Chen Xingyuan likes Qin Gu. I found out. Suddenly, he found Yi Ro looking at him with hidden bitterness. Li Donglai was confused. Qin Bao Bao narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, It's over. This girl is obviously coveting my brother. Her face was rippling with amorous feelings. The only thing missing was the words, I like you written on it. Qin Zhe nodded and smiled at her, which could be considered as a greeting. He asked Li Donglai, Didn't you start school? You're in the 3rd year of high school. Don't fool around. I only came because I knew you would come. Li Donglai hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Chen Xingyuan immediately took over the topic. Qin Go, Ziki said you would come. I didn't believe it. You're really here. I didn't come in vain today. Qin Zhe couldn't stand this girl's valiant style of speech. He looked at Pei Ziki. Did you find your piano teacher? Pei Ziki glanced at him angrily. I've been learning for half a month. Qin Bao Bao looked at Pei Ziki again and was slightly shocked. Damn, another fresh cabbage. Suddenly, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Qin Gu, let's go eat barbecue. I know a good barbecue restaurant. Chen Qingyuan suggested. Not going. Qin Gu refused. You're a rich second generation. You don't want to eat seafood and abalone. You want to treat me to barbecue? Let's go. Treat it as a celebration for you winning the championship. Li Donglai said. Qin Zhe looked at Chen Qingyuan. The latter had a look of anticipation. Qin Zhe turned his head to look at his sister. She was today's main character. His sister had just won the championship. He couldn't leave her behind. Qin Bao Bao thought in her heart. Is it finally my turn to go on stage? I've had enough of this cold seat. Not going. Qin Bao Bao said. I still have something to do at the TV station. Chen Xingyuan said. Then we'll go after we're done. I won't go even after I'm done. I'm tired today. Qin Bao Bao crossed her legs. She looked like a goddess. Chen Xingyuan said angrily, Qin Go? Who is she to you? You're even singing for her. Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Bao Bao also looked at her brother. Their eyes met and both of them trembled. The quick-witted brother saw his sister's expression and immediately guessed what she was planning. Without a trace of hesitation, he lunged towards his sister. The equally quick-witted sister also instantly understood her brother's thoughts. Her heart sank. Not good. I have to be quick. In the end, the agile brother was one step faster. Qin Zhe's big hand covered his sister's face and pushed her onto the sofa. She's my sister, Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe rushed to answer. Chapter 126. The older sister sat on the sofa with a bitter face, watching her younger brother chatting with a few kids. After a long while, Qin Zhe finally coaxed the group of high school students away. Chun Qingyuan looked disappointed. She walked to the door, turned around and said, "Qin Ge, you look so handsome in a suit." Qin Zhe laughed. "Yeah, I think so too." Chun Qingyuan's heart was instantly filled with sweetness as he left. She turned around and closed the door. At this time, she heard the coquettish woman's voice from inside. "A suit doesn't suit you. Don't wear a suit in the future." Then Qin Zhe's voice came. "Really? I think so too." Chun Qingyuan was expressionless. She reached out and wiped Li Donglai's back. Li Donglai's face changed. What? What did you wipe on me?" Chen Qingyuan said, "It's the trust between people." As soon as the crowd left, the elder sister aggressively rushed over. She rolled up her sleeves and pretended to hit someone. She tenderly reprimanded, "Day and night, I still let you go outside to attract bees and butterflies. Qin Zhe, how many girls did you flirt with outside?" "What girls? I didn't even flirt with you," Qin Zhe argued. Qin Baobao's face flushed instantly. She said anxiously, You, what nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Zhe was shocked. "Oh my God, you're talking about Sister Ziwei. Don't think too much." "Bah, who's thinking too much?" Qin Baobao stared at her younger brother for a few seconds and sighed. "My son has grown up and can't be stopped from looking for a wife." "Bah, whose mother are you? Where do you put our mother?" "I'm like a mother. I raised you up with all my might. I'm half a mother." "Go away. I'm the one who raised you up." "Bullshit. It stinks." The elder sister's verbal skills were not as good as her younger brother's. She was so angry that she used her face-scratching technique. Qin Zhe pressed his hand on her forehead and tilted his head back. He could not let her scratch his face. "I haven't settled the score with you just now. Idiot, even if you want to be a demon, you have to look at the occasion. Some of them know about our relationship. What's the point of you calling me husband?" His expression just now was exactly the same as before. Fortunately, Qin Zhe reacted quickly. At that time, that little cabbage didn't know about their relationship. Qin Baobao could make a fuss, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki knew about their relationship. Qin Baobao called out sweetly, "Hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you've been messing around with outside? Do you want my image or not? I don't care about my reputation. There's always a blind cabbage thinking about my pig." Qin Baobao said disdainfully. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Qin Zhe took out a cigarette and lit it. Just as he took a puff, Qin Baobao took it away and threw it into a mineral water bottle. With a puff, it went out. "Smoke less. Okay? You can smoke a pack every 3 days and slowly quit." Qin Baobao lectured her younger brother. "You never care about me." Qin Zhe said gloomily, "Can't we play properly? Isn't it natural for an elder sister to take care of her younger brother?" Qin Baobao put her hands on her hips and tried to show the majesty of an elder sister. Zijin said that she was often bullied by him because she did not have the image of an elder sister. Humph, it was all his fault for not being obedient. "Do you want to be beaten again?" Qin Zhe squinted. "Qin Zhe, can't you give me some face?" Qin Baobao stomped her feet angrily. After dealing with the follow-up matters, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Baobao drove and Qin Zhe, as usual, held his sister's 8,000 yuan high heels. Qin Baobao went on stage in 10 centimeters high heels. It was impossible to drive in such shoes, and she could not even step on the brakes properly. The next day, the major news networks kept pushing the news of "I Am a Singer. I Am a Singer Perfect Ending. Opera 2 Sensational Audience. Godlike Voice. The talented little heavenly king of the 90s. You see, shocking, she's the winner in the end." This time, baby Qin was famous. She was really famous. Although it was easy for celebrities to create hype nowadays, and it was easy to make a celebrity famous, it would also cause a phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Many years ago, when a group of big names dominated the entertainment industry, The era had long passed. Now, celebrities were like leeks. Before the old leeks were yellow, new leeks had already appeared. However, it was easy for celebrities to create hype, but difficult to maintain popularity. After being popular for a while, it would fade away. It was hard to say whether Qin Baobao would be a flash in the pan, but she was definitely the fastest rising celebrity. In just 2 short months, Qin Baobao had become one of the most popular female artists on the variety show. The most talked about new female celebrity in the entertainment circle. It was Saturday. Qin Baobao sat on the sofa like a duck, making a phone call. She was dealing with her agent, Li Yanhong, who was unable to contain her excitement. Qin Zhe was also making a phone call. It was a call from the top music charts. Wang Zijin sat quietly on the sofa watching TV series. This sister seemed to have this hobby. She usually wrote manuscripts, flipped through books, and watched TV series. Qin Baobao put down the phone and rolled around on the spacious sofa excitedly. Feeling that it was not enough, she kicked her brother a few times with her long legs to vent her excitement. Qin Zhe's phone fell to the ground and he looked at her angrily. Qin Baobao was so scared that she shrank back and leaned towards Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe picked up the phone and hurriedly ended the call. "You didn't sell the copyright of the opera?" Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ask during the commercial break. "Yes, but it's a share of the profits. It's only limited to the online copyright," Qin Zhe answered. Then he pounced on his sister and grabbed the sole of her foot. Qin Baobao screamed and begged for mercy. At 10:30, Qin Baobao suggested that they go on a trip. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for 2 months, but the 3 of them had not gone on a trip together. Qin Zhe was a little tempted. He said in a low voice, "Won't you be recognized?" His sister could not be mentioned in the same breath. If she were to walk on the street, 5 out of 10 people would recognize her. Qin Baobao ran into the room barefooted and came out wearing a pair of sunglasses and a large brimmed hat. "I have a magical weapon. I guarantee that even my own mother won't recognize me." Qin Zhe looked at her. The sunglasses and the large brimmed hat covered her beautiful hair and enchanting face, only revealing her white chin and rosy lips. His mother really did not have the ability to recognize her daughter by her chin. He was relieved. Wang Zijin was not very willing to go. She still had a few episodes before the finale. She could not resist her best friend's insistence. She asked her to download it first. The siblings ignored her and started to discuss where they were going to play in a low voice. Qin Baobao said that they should go to Disneyland. They had not been there since it was built last year. Qin Zhe rejected her. One of the reasons why Disneyland was controversial: there were too many people. This would increase the chances of Qin Baobao being recognized. He did not want to be stuck in Disneyland. Besides, he hated too many people. Waiting in line was endless. Qin Baobao said that they should go to the zoo. Qin Zhe rejected her again. Qin Baobao said that they should go to Hangzhou West Lake. Qin Zhe rejected her again. After a few times, his sister began to make trouble. She said that they should go to the Great Wall of Beijing and tour Changshan. Then she said that they should go to Mount Putuo to pray that her only son could marry a wife soon and have children for the Qin family. As soon as she finished, she said coquettishly, "Aze, why don't we go on a road trip to Tibet? My biggest wish is to travel all over the country with you." Qin Zhe could not stand her. He slapped his sister's bouncy butt and said angrily, "Go away! Go away!" Qin Baobao covered her butt and pulled her best friend to her side. "Zijin, he hit my butt again. Help me scold him." Qin Zhe opened the map and searched. Considering that they did not have much time on the weekend, it would be best to go somewhere closer by car. He proposed to go to an ancient town in the suburbs. "There's an ancient town there, and there are drifting and fish ponds. We can fish there." Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. "Let's go fishing." Qin Baobao objected. "I've been there when I was a child. It's boring. I don't want to go." Qin Zhe said, "Then let's vote." In the end, his sister was alone and passed with 2 votes. The ancient town was 60 kilometers away from Qin Zhe's house. Today was the weekend and the road was congested. It took them an hour to drive to the highway toll gate. Qin Baobao parked the car in the parking lot and asked her brother to drive. Qin Zhe said, "Damn, you want to die with me, right?" He had enough driving experience, but he did not dare to drive on the highway because of his lack of practical experience. Wang Zijin said, "Let me do it, let me do it." Qin Zhe ran to sit in the front passenger seat. Qin Baobao grabbed him and pushed him back to the back seat. She said angrily, "Look at you. You're becoming a lapdog." She glared at Qin Zhe with jealousy. Then she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. On the highway, the car was fast and stable. Qin Baobao felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning on her brother. Qin Zhe hugged his sister's waist and sniffed her fragrant perfume. From this angle, his sister's face was simply beautiful. She had a fair and tender face, thick and dense eyelashes, a round nose, and a thin chin. He looked at her like this. He had looked at this face for more than 20 years and had never gotten tired of it. How many more years could he look at her like this? Chapter 127. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zijin followed the GPS, turned into the turnstile, and drove off the highway. After driving around for half an hour, they finally arrived at the ancient town. Qin Zhe shook his sister awake. Qin Bao looked around in a daze. Qin Zhe gently wiped away the suspicious tears at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps this action was not something he should do as a younger brother, so Qin Bao was a little shy. The ancient town was located in the center of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. It was near the international airport to the east and connected to Pingwang to the west. The golden waterway Chongqing River flowed through the town. The houses with white walls and black tiles were built near the river. It was a real family that slept in the water. Qin Zhe knew that Wang Zijin had never been here before. Half of it was based on his memory, and the other half was based on the information he found online. Although it can't be compared to Wuxia, this is the first ancient town in Shanghai. It has the characteristics of a Jiangnan water town. There are bridges and bluestone paths. I heard that it's going to rain today. I don't know if I'll be able to enjoy the beauty walking through the long alley with an oil paper umbrella. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Bao waved her snow-white wrist and said, "I'll do it. I'll do it. Ace has such a perverted idea. I can only reluctantly agree to it." "Go away." Qin Zhe scolded. "When I was in primary school, my parents brought us here a few times. It has changed a lot. At that time, the water was clearer, the houses were older, and the arches on the river were modeled with time." They walked on the ancient town's flat street. "I remember that there were many cobblestone roads here. Now they're all replaced with stone slabs and cement. It's a pity. In the past, baby Qin had even fallen on the cobblestones and hurt her knees. She had cried her eyes out. I was beaten up by the old man." Wang Zijin burst out laughing. "Why did he beat you?" Qin Bao said unhappily. "He chased me, that's why I fell." Qin Zhe recalled. "I remember that you stole my snacks and ran away. In the end, you fell flat on your face." Qin Baobao was very naughty when she was young. She always bullied me. Wang Zijin sighed. "So it's all retribution." Qin Baobao glared at her best friend. "Whose side are you on?" Coincidentally, as they turned the corner, there was a stone bridge in front of them. The river was tranquil, and restaurants were built along the river. They were all in a retro style with white walls and black tiles. Diners could enjoy the river scenery. Qin Baobao said excitedly, "Quick, take a picture." She stood on the bridge with one hand on her waist and the other making a peace sign. The background was the quiet flowing Chongqing River and ancient buildings in the style of Jiangnan water towns. Qin Zhe said, "You don't even show your face, so there's no need to take photos. Come, Zijin, let's take a picture together." Qin Baobao immediately took off his hat and sunglasses. "Hey!" The two of them called out to her. In the end, the three of them stood side by side. Qin Zhe's hands were long, so he was responsible for holding the phone and adjusting the angle. With a click, the picture froze. Qin Zhe stood in the middle. On his left was his sister Wang Zijin, and on his right was his sister Qin Baobao. When Qin Zhe pressed the shutter, the mischievous sister chopped his head with a karate chop. Wang Zijin noticed her best friend's action and looked over with a half-smile. She looked very much like the funny brother in online emoticons. Only Qin Zhe's expression was normal. After that, Wang Zijin chased Qin Zhe and asked him to delete the photo. Qin Baobao snatched the phone and ran away. She said that she wanted to send it to the high school group. At noon, they had lunch at a restaurant near the river. Qin Baobao generously asked for a small private room. As soon as her sister entered the private room, she took off her sunglasses and big-brimmed hat. Her face was flushed and she was dripping with sweat. "It's so hot. I can't wait to dive into the Chongqing River." The waitress following behind suddenly called out. Qin Baobao was shocked. She thought to herself, "Oh no, I've been recognized." The waitress excitedly pointed at Qin Zhe. "I recognize you. You're Qin Zhe. You're so handsome. You're even more handsome than in the video. Can you give me an autograph?" Qin Zhe said, "No problem. Don't tell anyone." Then he signed. During the process of ordering, the waitress's eyes never left Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe wanted to order pork trotters. "The taste of this dish is average. I suggest you eat river fish. It's freshly caught in the river. It's very fresh," the waitress suggested. Qin Zhe felt that stir-fried wild vegetables were not bad. The waitress immediately said, "Actually, it's not wild vegetables. These days, wild vegetables are more delicate than domesticated ones. Everyone eats wild vegetables. They've long been sold out. Stir-fried preserved meat with garlic moss is not bad. It's cured meat made by the farmers in town. Tastes good," the waitress strongly recommended. Qin Zhe ordered 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup. The waitress reluctantly left the private room. Throughout the process of ordering, she did not notice Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao touched her face and then her head. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin asked. Qin Baobao said dejectedly, "I'm seeing if I can get another hat and a pair of glasses. I'm a fake star. There's a terrible unspoken rule in Shanghai's restaurants. There are only a few dishes. All businessmen are unscrupulous." The taste was not bad, but in the eyes of Qin Zhe's 2 sisters, it was simply too low-class. You can't expect a restaurant in a scenic area to be delicious. After the meal, Qin Zhe and the sisters strolled around the ancient town. Qin Baobao passed by an art shop and personally picked a pair of sunglasses for her brother. It was the kind of sunglasses used by military advisors during the Republic of China era. As a result, the number of people turning their heads was even better. Every time Qin Zhe walked past, there would be people looking at him curiously. Wang Zijin joked, "Yo, 2 big stars. I'm just a passerby." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Baobao said that she was tired. She hid in a Western restaurant to enjoy the air conditioning and ordered 3 desserts on her own initiative. This Western restaurant was elegantly decorated. The waitresses were all dressed in European and American style. The price was twice the price outside. Many tourists were sitting in the hall for afternoon tea. On a hot day, they came in to drink desserts and drinks when they were tired. There was also a piano in the middle of the hall. A waiter was playing it. If the tourists were interested, they could also play a song, but they had to pay a small fee. Qin Baobao bit the straw and took a big gulp. She stuck out her tongue and licked the sweet cream. She narrowed her eyes happily. "It's so comfortable. I finally feel alive." She turned her head to look at the blazing sun outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The bright sunlight reflected in her dark pupils. "I just want to hide under the air conditioning and be a salted fish. I don't want to go out and bask in the sun." Qin Zhe sneered. "Salted fish, sister. Go away." Qin Baobao wanted to hit him, but Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were sitting opposite her. She couldn't hit them. "Baobao, how's work recently? I heard from A's that there's a girl named Sulu who often makes trouble for you?" Wang Zijin said meaningfully. "Not often, but I can't compete with her for resources." Qin Baobao said, "I'm a kitten now. My claws and teeth are not sharp. When I become a big tiger in the future, I won't be afraid of her." Qin Zhe complained as usual. A tigress. She couldn't hit him, so she ignored him and dug a spoon of dessert. This is called enduring hardships. Qin Zhe's eyes wandered around, and he saw a young couple sitting diagonally across from them. They should be tourists from Shanghai like them. The young man and the girl whispered for a moment. The girl's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Then the young man stood up and walked to the central piano. He whispered a few words to the piano waiter and handed a 100 yuan note to the waiter. The waiter stood up and gave his seat to the young man. Some of the tourists around looked over, while others chatted among themselves. The young couple looked at each other and smiled. The young man straightened his back and opened his shoulders. It was obvious from his standard posture that he had practiced. Qin Zhe was a little surprised. In this day and age, if you asked a child if they knew how to play the piano, the probability of them nodding was quite high. But if you asked an adult if they knew how to play the piano, 9 out of 10 people would shake their heads. Children nowadays were miserable. They had endless homework to do and endless interest classes to attend. Driven by parents' desire for their children to succeed, piano classes? Go. Painting classes? Go. Dance classes? Go. Swimming classes? Go. Go, go, go. They didn't care about the children's feelings at all. In the eyes of most parents, their children were like long outyin. They were talented in everything and had to learn everything. It was also because the economic conditions were better now. Like Qin Zhe when he was young, he was abandoned by his parents because of his poor aptitude. Even so, he only learned for a year and a half. Because of economic reasons, he stopped. The light and melodious sound of the piano floated in the hall. It was like flowing water, like silver bells. The melody was excellent. To Qin Bao Bao, a tourist said, "This song is very nice. I've heard it many times." To Qin Bao Bao, a white-haired uncle was puzzled. It was composed by a female celebrity's younger brother. It was very famous a while ago. The daughter who accompanied her father explained, "It's quite nice, but it's a little soft." The uncle said, "It's about love." The daughter laughed. The uncle was stunned. Love? Composed for his sister? This young man's thinking is very dangerous. After the song was played, there was sparse applause. If you casually played the piano and the whole hall cheered, then that would be strange. But the goal of attracting attention was achieved. All the guests in the hall were paying attention to the couple. "This is A's song?" Wang Zijin said. "Yes, yes." Qin Bao Bao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She emphasized, "It was composed for me." Wang Zijin automatically ignored the second half of the sentence and suggested, "A's also play a song?" She had never seen Qin Zhe play the piano, except in videos. Qin Zhe asked, "What do you want to play?" Wang Zijin said, "Anything." He looked at his sister again. His sister also said, "Anything." Qin Zhe thought for a moment. "Then let's play that song." "Don't. Isn't that a slap to his face?" Qin Bao Bao said, "That's cool. Urban novels all like this kind of routine." Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. "Cool your sister. When did he offend you? You want to slap his face. This is called forcing a routine." Qin Zhe said, "But if it's not a routine, it'll feel too plain and boring. If the routine is too intense, the readers will feel like their intelligence is being insulted." Qin Bao Bao sighed. "That's why I say that acting cool is a skill." Qin Zhe looked at her. "You don't have to act cool. You were born with this skill. You're asking for a beating." Qin Bao Bao pounced on her brother and twisted his ear. Qin Zhe quickly dodged. Qin Zhe said, "Then how about a fairy tale?" "No." Wang Zijin said, "Bao Bao often sings fairy tales in the middle of the night. My ears are getting calluses. Why are you singing a fairy tale?" Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Bao Bao said anxiously, "It's none of your business. It's exaggerated, right?" Qin Zhe said again. "No." The two sisters said in unison. Qin Zhe looked at them. "Didn't you say anything?" "Fine, this is very feminine." He stood up and suddenly thought of something. "I'll be recognized if I go up like this." This was the suburbs of Shanghai, not another province. Someone might recognize him and implicate his sister, and the trip would become a fan meeting. Qin Baobao thought for a moment. Put on the sunglasses I bought for you. She felt that it was not safe, so she put her woman's top hat on her brother's head and giggled. This way, even my own mother won't recognize you. Qin Zhe went over. Can I use this piano? The waiter looked up and stared at the strangely dressed customer. Yes, 100 yuan per song. It was not common to see restaurants with built-in pianos. Some restaurants allowed diners to play the piano, while others did not. After all, if you played randomly, the customers would be annoyed and leave. But Qin Zhe had never seen a restaurant that charged a fee. Considering that this was a scenic spot, it was understandable that all kinds of weird charges were charged. It was a grand piano. It was black and shiny, and it was quite new. Grand pianos were suitable for large-scale performances or professionals. Most people used upright pianos at home. Qin Zhe had never played an upright piano before. Among the people he knew, only Pei Ziki had a piano, and it was a flashy grand piano. Qin Zhe sat upright in front of the piano. His back was straight and he was as strong as bamboo. Qin Baobao pointed at him and said, My brother is handsome, right? Wang Zijin, yes, yes, yes. The most handsome thing was not his face, but his spirit. Although the system had helped him make some minor adjustments to his face, his foundation was still there. It would be a lie to say that he was handsome enough to shock people. He had upgraded from a good-looking little guy to a handsome guy in the traditional sense. Wang Zijin's family was not ordinary, and the number of handsome guys she had seen could not be counted with her hands and feet. Qin Zhe was actually above average among them. Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose. Not for you. Wang Zijin was stunned and rolled her eyes. While they were talking, the sound of the piano floated. The melody was beautiful, soft, and firm. Invisible Wings. Qin Baobao immediately recognized her debut work. She curled her lips and said, It's all right. Wang Zijin. Yes, the melody is relatively simple. At this time, in the middle part of the rhythm, there was a glissando, and the bright melody suddenly became melodious and ethereal. Ha! Qin Baobao was stunned. Chapter 128. Did it go wrong? Qin Baobao wondered. Ethereal with a hint of sadness, melodious with a touch of sadness. It was the song she had sung before, Legend. She thought her brother might have made a mistake and mixed up the two songs. Is that so? Wang Zijin had never heard of Legend. How embarrassing. Luckily, I wore sunglasses. Qin Baobao covered her face. Did he play it wrong? It was Invisible Wings, right? The melody is very familiar. I remember that song's name. It was Invisible Wings just now. This is also Qin Baobao's song called Legend. He must have played it wrong. Forget it, let's just listen. He's not a professional anyway. Many tourists in the hall could tell. Qin Baobao's songs were popular all over the country. Qin Zhe played Invisible Wings. They thought it was quite nice and thought that this young man had some skills. There were many people who sang Invisible Wings, but not many who played the piano. Qin Zhe had no other thoughts. He lowered his head and focused on playing the piano. His hands danced on the black and white keys, hitting the keys steadily and forcefully. Everyone had already accepted that Invisible Wings had become Legend. But as they listened, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Was Legend so elegant? This melody, damn. Blue and white porcelain. When did it become blue and white porcelain? Why didn't they recognize it? Why is he playing blue and white porcelain again? I just realized. Did he play it wrong again? How is this playing wrong? This is a skewer. It's so seamless. It doesn't feel abrupt at all. It's very smooth. Yeah. If I hadn't heard these songs, I would have thought it was the same song. This young man is quite good. The tourists whispered to each other. At first, Invisible Wings didn't catch their attention. They were just chatting. When they realized that the young man had played it wrong, they laughed and talked about it. But now they realized that it wasn't a mistake. It was a skewer. Wang Zijin sighed. He played it so well. Qin Baobao hid her surprise and snorted. He only knows how to be in the limelight. It was easy to flirt with girls if he was too eye-catching. The melody of the blue and white porcelain entered its final stage. It slipped away in melancholy and gradually fell into a slump. Everyone thought that this was the end of the piano series. Qin Zhe's 10 fingers paused for a moment. Suddenly, he stepped on the pedal and his 10 fingers danced on the keys. In the next moment, the impassioned sound of the zither exploded without any warning. From the bass to the treble, from the ending to the climax. For 3 consecutive songs, Qin Zhe stepped on the soft pedal. The songs were either beautiful, ethereal, or classical. He played them with a relatively soft voice. It was obviously very abrupt, and the connection was not smooth at all, but it gave people a kind of pleasure and resonance from being suppressed to being raised. Music and speeches were powerful tools to evoke resonance. Exaggerated, a middle-aged man blurted out. This was one of Qin Baobao's most famous works, but it was different from the highly praised blue and white porcelain. Although Exaggerated was very popular, it was not suitable for Qin Baobao to sing. It was criticized by some fans, who felt that Qin Baobao was still a little lacking. Most of the fans who liked this song had some social experience. Adolescent children and rich second generations who did not eat the food of mortals probably did not have a sense of immersion. How could they understand that kind of unwillingness without the experience of being in the dust? How could they have the ambition to like a sudden high song, without being a passerby for more than 10 years? There were very few people who had the protagonist template just like the lyrics of the lyrics. In the world, there are too many ordinary and ordinary roads. Which house do you live in? Resonance. Exaggerated was the song with the best resonance effect that Qin Baobao had ever sung. Many tourists hummed along with the melody. Qin Zhe gradually immersed himself. His movements of hitting the keys became bigger and bigger. His body leaned left and right with the melody, like a crazy performer. The notes climbed steadily, layer by layer. It ended at the craziest and most resounding part, just like the song ended with a roar. The song was finished. Qin Zhe let out a long breath. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause, and the tourists cheered. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Few people could connect several songs so perfectly without any sense of disharmony. The tourists just felt that the level was good and deserved applause. But if there were music professionals present, they would probably be stunned. This required good talent and understanding and proficiency of these songs. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky quickly became cloudy. The weather forecast said that there would be a rainstorm today. The summer rain clouds were thick and clear at a glance. It was rainy in winter, and the sky was light gray. Qin Zhe saw that the dark clouds in the sky were faint and would not come down for a while, so he said that the weather was good and they should go fishing. The 3 of them left the restaurant. When they went out, Qin Baobao pointed at Qin Zhe's arm and turned to ask Wang Zijin, "Do you want to hug him?" Wang Zijin did not react and said subconsciously, "I don't want to hug him." Qin Baobao was immediately relieved and said happily, "That's good." She hugged Qin Zhe's arm and jumped up and down. 2 kilometers away from the ancient town, there was a big fish pond for tourists to fish. The fee was based on a daily basis, 300 yuan per person per day. The fee was simply a scam. There were many people fishing. Fortunately, the fish pond was big enough for them to gather together. Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin, and Qin Baobao chose a place where there was no one, put on the bait, and cast the hook. They sat on the stool provided by the fish pond owner and began to fish. Some people liked fishing very much. Even if they could not catch anything, they could sit for a whole day. Some people hated fishing the most. They did not have the patience to wait for the fish to take the bait. They felt like idiots sitting there with nothing to catch. Wang Zijin was the former, and Qin Baobao was the latter. Qin Zhe was in between the two. After the sister threw the hook into the water, she did not care anymore. She sat on the stool, played with her phone, browsed Weibo, and read novels. When she was bored, she would use her foot to tease her brother. She would rub against his thigh. Qin Baobao came out in low-heeled sandals. Her toes were painted with dark red nail polish. The soles of her feet were white and tender, and her toes were round. It was a great benefit for a foot fetishist. Qin Zhe was not a foot fetishist, but he liked to see young ladies in short skirts. His sister happened to be wearing a pleated short skirt today. He was aroused by his sister and said angrily, "Can you behave? You're exposed." Qin Baobao hurriedly retracted her long legs and pressed down the hem of her short skirt. She said angrily, "How dare you look at my naked body, pervert?" Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe in shock. Damn. Qin Zhe glared at his sister and communicated with his eyes. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You're ruining my image in front of Wang Zijin." Qin Baobao raised her sharp chin and gave him a "come and hit me" look. Wang Zijin's buoy suddenly sank, and the water rippled. Fish was hooked. The fish was not small, and the fishing rod bent in a sharp arc. Qin Baobao excitedly rushed over. "Let me do it." Qin Zhe grabbed her. "I'll pull you into the water later." He was afraid that his sister would not control her strength and pull off the hook. Wang Zijin was a fishing master, and she knew the secret of entanglement. She entangled with the fish in the water, neither too fast nor too slow. "You can struggle as you like. When you're tired, I'll drag you." Until the fish was exhausted and was dragged to the shore. Qin Zhe picked up the net and caught the big fish, which was half the length of his arm. However, it was a very common grass carp. The meat was hard and tasted bad. Qin Baobao excitedly squatted by the bucket and looked at the fish. Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Sister Ziwei, let's have a competition? Let's see who catches more fish." Wang Zijin was excited. "Okay." Qin Baobao immediately said, "I'll join too." Qin Zhe said, "Whoever loses will sweep the floor and wash the dishes for a week." The fish pond was very large and could be regarded as a small reservoir. The water was drawn from the Chowqing River, so there must be a lot of fish. However, all businessmen were evil. The fish pond owner fed the fish until they were full, so it was not so easy to hook them. Moreover, there should be no precious fish in the pond, so no matter how many fish were caught, they would not feel distressed. After an hour, Wang Zijin caught 4 fish, Qin Zhe caught 3, and Qin Baobao did not catch a single fish. It was not that no fish took the bait, but the key was that she did not know how to fish. She lifted the rod as soon as the buoy sank, and sometimes the fish just tested the bait under the water. Another reason was that she pulled too hard and forced the hook to be unhooked. Qin Baobao unhooked another fish. She angrily threw the fishing rod away, stamped her feet, and cried, "Qin Zhe, the fish here are as annoying as you." Qin Zhe disdainfully said, "What does it have to do with me? Don't answer her. Once you answer, she will pester you and use all kinds of skillful techniques to push the blame to you. Finally, she will throw the punishment of cleaning to you. The longest road I've ever walked in my life is my sister's trick." Qin Baobao saw that her brother did not take the bait, so she pouted and sat on the small bench, facing him sideways, sulking alone. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin chased each other. Although the fish they caught were all cheap, they came here to fish for fun. It did not matter what kind of fish they caught. The game was in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a splash, a stone fell into the water, scaring away the fish that Qin Zhe had just caught. The mischievous sister patted the mud on her hands, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Seeing that her brother was angry, she hurriedly shouted, "There's a problem with my fishing rod." Qin Zhe came over to take a look. "There's no problem." Qin Baobao quibbled. "There's a problem. I want to go drifting. I don't want to fish." "Then you lose. You have to sweep the floor when you go back." Qin Baobao pretended not to hear, twisted her body, and quickly walked away. Chapter 129. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao walked around the fish pond and came back. She kicked the bucket, causing the fishes to jump in panic and splash water everywhere. His sister said in a sweet voice, "Aze, fishing is boring. Play drifting with me." Qin Zhe said, "It's quite interesting." His sister pinched Qin Zhe's arm and asked, "Is it interesting? Is it interesting?" "Not interesting, not interesting." Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. "Baobao, don't disturb us fishing. Go drift by yourself." Wang Zijin said unhappily. "Why are we fishing so many fishes? We can't eat all of them," Qin Baobao said. Who wants to eat them? Pick a few good ones to take away and let the rest go, Wang Zijin said, amused. Then there's even less need to fish. Ace, let's go drift. No, Ace is fishing with me. We don't have time to drift. Your brother is still my brother. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. Does it matter? Wang Zijin squinted. The two best friends looked at each other, and it was as if there were crackling electric arcs. After a long time, Wang Zijin took a deep breath and gathered qi in her dantian. She said, as if she was saying the Buddhist 9 syllables, "Where do watermelons grow?" Qin Baobao answered, "Watermelon vines. They grow on the ground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do peanuts grow?" Qin Baobao answered, "Peanuts. They grow underground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do strawberries grow?" This was a little difficult. Qin Baobao said uncertainly, "On trees." Qin Zhe slapped his forehead. Wang Zijin said, "Once." Qin Baobao guessed, "Underground." Twice. Could it be in the water? 3 times. You lost. Wang Zijin said proudly, "Strawberries grow on the ground." Strawberries grow on the ground. How dirty would that be? I don't believe it. Qin Baobao was not convinced. Every time you ask me. This time doesn't count. It should be me asking and you answering. That's for next time. Don't even think about getting away with it. I. Qin Baobao lost the battle of wits. She looked at her brother with tears in her eyes. A's. Qin Zhe thought to himself, you two really know how to play. Excuse me, are you idiots? Using such a method to determine the winner? Could it be any more boring? It was normal for her sister to be unable to differentiate between the 5 grains. Qin Baobao was born and raised in Shanghai. She had never been to the countryside in her life. She had eaten a lot of fruits, but she was at a loss when she asked about their growth status. The school didn't teach this either. She didn't watch the news, and the news occasionally had agricultural information. Qin Zhe was touched by his sister's soft and cute appearance. He asked, "What are rapeseed used for?" Wang Zijin replied instantly, "To extract oil." "Where do sweet potatoes grow?" "In the soil." "What about sweet potatoes?" "In the soil." Potatoes. This question stumped Wang Zijin. If sweet potatoes and sweet potatoes grew in the soil, where did potatoes grow? Couldn't be in the soil, right? That was too simple. It definitely wasn't. She couldn't fall into the trap. Speaking of which, what were potatoes? Wang Zijin's eyes flashed with wisdom. On the trees. Qin Zhe shook his head. On the ground. Qin Zhe shook his head again. Wang Zijin fought like a cornered beast. Could it be in the water? Qin Zhe sighed. It's the 3rd time, Sister Ziwei. Qin Baobao put her hands on her waist and laughed complacently. Qin Zhe turned his head away, not wanting his 2 sisters to see his MDZZ exclamation. Damn, I really want to laugh. So uncomfortable to hold it in. Only then did he remember that Wang Zijin was the daughter of a rich family, not much better than Qin Baobao. No wonder they used such a stupid way to duel. Turned out that they were evenly matched. They both felt that this was a very difficult question. MDZZ. Wang Zijin was not convinced. Then where do you think it grows? In the soil. Qin Zhe said, potatoes are potatoes. Wang Zijin said, I don't believe you. She threw the fishing rod and took out her phone to Baidu. After a while, she said with a face full of dissatisfaction, How do you know so much? How do you know so much? Qin Zhe was shocked. After all, one from Fudan University and the other from Peking University. What's the use of having a high IQ? Qin Zhe had heard his grandfather say that when they were young, they would go to the countryside from time to pay tribute to the revolutionary seniors with their sweat and bear in mind the spirit of hard work. That was called labor class. Times were developing, but education was getting worse with each generation. Therefore, common sense had nothing to do with intelligence. Qin Zhe had seen a variety show about intelligence competition before. One of the contestants was a top student from a famous university. When he went on stage, he showed off his powerful memory and recited the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was amazing. In the end, he was stumped by a question from his opponent, who asked him how bats sleep. This guy had never seen bats since he was young and was at a loss for words. In the end, this guy said with a face full of shock, "How could there be creatures in the world that sleep upside down? Wouldn't they have a brain hemorrhage?" This was not scientific. To hell with science. Qin Baobao snorted. When he was young, he had to go to the countryside with his mother for a while every summer vacation. Qin Ma's ancestral home was in Jia province. When she was young, she grew up in a small county in Jia province. When she was in junior high school, she moved to Shanghai with her parents. The ancestral home was still there, but no one had lived there for many years. Qin Ma brought Qin Zhe to live in the home of one of her good friends. In his memory, that aunt was very gentle. When Qin Zhe was in junior high school, she died of an illness. Wang Zijin sat on a small stool and looked at Qin Zhe from the corner of her eyes. She said faintly, "You are indeed siblings." It was easy to hear the hidden bitterness in her voice. Qin Zhe was stunned. Was Miss Wang angry or jealous? Either way, he was happy. There was a saying, when you start to care about someone, you will feel happy, angry, sad, and happy because of them. Qin Baobao lost the battle of wits. Although her brother helped to regain face, she lost in the end. So Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin continued to fish. Qin Baobao moved the small stool to her brother's side, took off a low-heeled sandal, and put her foot on Qin Zhe's leg. She looked around in boredom, sometimes picking up small stones to play with, and sometimes teasing her brother. Looking at his profile, she rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe ignored her, so she took out her phone to check Weibo. The people Qin Baobao followed on Weibo were all people she met after entering the entertainment industry, such as Huang Yuting, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao. Su Yunhan updated her Weibo half an hour ago. The concert in Beijing has ended successfully. Next stop, Jin City. Su Yunhan attached a photo of herself in the dressing room, and the hairstylist behind her was changing her hair. Fans commented below, "Let's go together. I'm in Beijing anyway, not far from Jin City. Wherever Yunhan goes, we'll accompany her. When will the concert tickets be sold? The goddess is so beautiful. She's beautiful even without makeup. I like your new look the most. 100 likes. When is the national tour? I'm looking forward to it." She clicked on Huang Yuting's Weibo, which had not been updated. Then she clicked on Li Rongxing's Weibo. This guy had recently been a judge in a variety show and often posted photos of his interactions with the student contestants. The number of fans' replies was also astonishing. Times were changing. In the past, the little fresh meats walked the path of pure idols. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they praised themselves high and mighty, and did not eat the food of the common populace. With the development of the internet, the number of platforms for celebrities and fans to interact with each other increased. Many celebrities often posted on Weibo, and it was good to post some photos of their daily life. If there were some funny and witty material, it might make the entertainment headlines. Popularity was the life of a celebrity. Although it was a small path to make one's presence known, works were the brilliant path. However, an excellent work could only be found by chance. Her brother's side profile was quite good. Qin Baobao took out her phone, turned on the camera function, adjusted the angle, and captured Qin Zhe's profile as he seriously fished, as well as her long legs. Then she clicked on Weibo, uploaded it, and captioned, "You only know how to fish, fish, fish." She updated her Weibo. Qin Baobao's Weibo followers had reached the tens of millions. She posted on Weibo, and netizens immediately saw it. Killer side profile. "Here we go again. Qin Baobao, you crazy brother boasting demon. I just want to say, send another dozen photos like this. My brother is handsome. No, my husband is handsome. Am I the only one who thinks this pose is very provocative? Qin Baobao, is it really okay for you to flirt with your brother like this? Hey, is this Yao Yao Zero? There's a pair of German orthopedic doctors here, and they're enough to threaten social peace. Police uncle, that's her, crazy brother flirt demon. Hurry up and take her away. My brother is mine. The goddess's long legs are really tempting. They're straight, long, white, and tender. To be honest, they make my heart beat. Where is this? People with big boobs answer me. Where is this? Fish pond? Where is the goddess having fun? It's a little familiar. I think it's a tourist attraction in an ancient town near Shanghai. Yes, yes, yes. I went there last year. Oh, my workplace is only 10 kilometers away. I'll drive there to take a look. Let's team up and block Qin Bao Bao. Let's go together. Let's go together. Qin Bao Bao happily replied. When she saw this, her beautiful face turned pale. Oh, our location has been exposed. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her blankly. I took a photo and posted it on Weibo, and someone accidentally recognized this place. Everyone said that they would come and block me. This time, Qin Zhe was no longer calm. He used to watch the entertainment news, and there would always be a certain celebrity being blocked by fans at the airport, and thousands of fans would come to pick him up. The idol would call on the fans to calm down, and then hide in the airport, not daring to come out. He was happy to see this at that time, but now the tables had turned. If they were blocked in the fish pond, wouldn't they be pushed into the water by the fans? Sister Ziwei, stop fishing. Let's go. Qin Zhe picked up the fishing rod and prepared to leave. Let's go immediately. Maybe there are fans in the town, Qin Bao Bao said. The three of them picked a few of the biggest fish and set the rest free. They returned the fishing rod and other things and left in a hurry. When they returned to the town and blended into the sea of people, they were no longer nervous. They wanted to walk around the commercial street, but Wang Zijin suddenly received a phone call. She walked away and picked it up. After a while, she came back and said, I'm going to Hongqiao Airport. Qin Bao Bao said, I'll send you there. It's not far. Wang Zijin said, I'll take a taxi. Don't come. Qin Bao Bao frowned and whispered, What's wrong? Wang Zijin curled her lips. My second aunt is here. The siblings both knew about Wang Zijin's family and were on guard. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's okay. She can't do anything to me. But my second aunt is stubborn and likes to vent her anger on others. I can't let her know that I live here. Bao Bao's career is just on the right track. Don't complicate things. Qin Bao Bao said, Okay, you go. Qin Zhe looked at his sister with dissatisfaction. After Wang Zijin left, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe continued to walk around the commercial street. When they saw interesting antique shops, they went in to have a look. Qin Bao Bao usually bought a few small things. I'm tired. Qin Bao Bao stood still and shamelessly asked her brother to carry her. You're sweating on such a hot day. Don't you feel sticky? Qin Zhe was unwilling to be his sister's two-legged mount. You carry me. Qin Bao Bao stomped her feet. Qin Zhe bent his knees slightly and looked helpless. Qin Bao Bao's pretty face immediately lit up with a bright and beautiful smile. She trotted a few steps, and with a kick of her legs, she fiercely pounced on her brother. Qin Zhe, who was caught off guard, was almost pounced on like a dog eating mud. Ouch. Qin Bao Bao hurt her breasts. She rubbed her 36D and said angrily, You're a burden. Qin Zhe had a different view. How can you win people's hearts if you don't have big breasts? Chapter 130. Qin Bao wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and blew into his ear playfully. Qin Zhe shivered and had goosebumps all over his body. He scolded, Qin Bao, don't mess around. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the Chaoqing River. Go ahead. You are willing to throw away such a beautiful sister. You are capable. Qin Bao took the opportunity to hit Qin Zhe with a chestnut. Qin Zhe was too lazy to bicker with her. Qin Bao threatened, If you don't throw her away, you are not a man. Qin Zhe's head fell back and hit his sister's forehead. She cried out in pain. Where did you get so much resentment? He said. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks. I want to slander your sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe was suddenly interested. Go ahead. Qin Bao thought for a while and seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. Then she said, Do you know why your sister Ziwei came to our house? She doesn't have many close friends in Shanghai, so she sought refuge with you. Then why does she only have me as her best friend? Because sister is a little fairy. Of course, little fairies are popular. Qin Zai's flattery skills were perfect. Bah, disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded, but in her heart, she was very pleased. She snorted and said, "Your sister Ziwei may be gentle and generous, but in fact, she is a black-bellied woman." "What do you mean?" Qin Zai said. In the first year of high school, she had a flirtatious female classmate who was in a relationship with a big gangster in school. That classmate didn't like Zijin, so she bullied her everywhere. She threw her quilt on the ground and threw her toothbrush and towel in the toilet. Zijin didn't say anything. She just quietly bought new ones and bought new ones when they were thrown away. Everyone thought that she was easy to bully and was a softie. Just like that, half a semester passed. During a certain physical education class, a female classmate and her boyfriend kissed in a secluded corner, and their hands touched all over each other. Zijin finally got the chance to take a picture. That day, he applied for leave from school and printed the photos in full color. Then, he distributed them all over the school. Even the principal was alerted. So cool. Qin Zai was shocked. What happened after that? Just expel him. As long as you don't expose your relationship in high school, the teachers won't care. This is an unspoken rule. But if it was exposed, it would be different. The school wanted to save face. If it was only discovered in private, the teacher could give him a warning. However, the entire school knew about it. What else could he do other than expel him? Wait to appear on the news? We're studying at a key high school. Or someone from the Ministry of Education. Even the school leaders are afraid. It's fine if you don't make a move, but if you do, you'll definitely kill. Qin Zai praised. He had also experienced school violence. Every student who had experienced school violence would leave behind a shadow that was difficult to erase for the rest of their lives. Qin Zai didn't think that Wang Zijin had gone overboard. He just wanted to return the favor. There's more. Qin Baobao continued to expose more information. He wanted to take revenge for his loss in the Battle of Wits just now. When she was in her second year of high school, a rich second-generation heir pestered her. His family had some connections with the school. When the rich second-generation heir saw Zijin, he felt that his life's partner had already appeared. He pestered her all day long. Unfortunately, he was heartless. He sent her roses, luxury goods, and all kinds of ways to win her over didn't work. Once he got angry, he wanted to force himself on her. So arrogant? Is his father Li Gang? Qin Zai was angry. That's why I said that Zijin was two-faced. She turned on the recording function on her phone and recorded all the filthy words of the rich second-generation heir, including the fact that his family had connections with the school. No matter what he did, he would be able to settle it. If he said it out loud, he would be punished. I just want to know how she escaped being forced on. Qin Zai was more concerned about this. That's not the point. Qin Baobao knocked his chin on the back of his brother's head. He directly submitted the recording to the Ministry of Education and complained to the school leaders. He even found lawyers, police, and reporters. A group of school leaders were blocked in the office and didn't dare to come out. Then the rich second-generation heir transferred schools and the principal was laid off. Oh my, it shocked a group of onlookers. She's the second generation of an official. Her family has a background. Qin Zai was afraid that his sister didn't know. Qin Baobao nodded. But who would say that they're the second generation of an official with great fanfare? At that time, I didn't know her family background. Regardless of whether it was her classmates or teachers, they all stayed away from her. She's too two-faced. Her methods are vicious and ruthless. If she was thrown into ancient times, she would definitely be an expert in domestic fights. For such a woman, not to mention her second aunt, even her own mother might not be able to handle her. Qin Baobao said. Not to mention her own mother, even her own father couldn't handle her and ran away from home. Qin Zai deeply felt the same. Suddenly, he was stunned. That's why you let her go to the airport alone. Sister, I'm wrong. Qin Zai immediately apologized. Just now, he was worried that his second aunt would bring a group of servants and lackeys and forcibly kidnap Wang Zijin back home. He was familiar with Qin Baobao, and Qin Baobao was also familiar with him. That dissatisfied look from before clearly hurt his sister's heart. No wonder her resentment was so strong. "I'll bite you to death." Qin Baobao painstakingly washed away the insignificant stain on her bright and imposing image. She was too concerned about her image in her brother's heart. "Bah, so salty." Qin Baobao bit Qin Zhe's ear and quickly spat. "This is not a loss." Qin Zhe laughed. Wang Zijin didn't have any friends in Shanghai, and she probably didn't care too much about it. In terms of personality, she was such a person. There was a sense of calmness and indifference about him. Could also be said that she was too opinionated. Could be seen from the fact that she ran away from home. In terms of being smooth and slick, Qin Baobao was better than Wang Zijin. His sister had been very outstanding since she was young, not only in terms of IQ, but also in terms of EQ. Qin Baobao could take care of every circle of her in an orderly manner. She could handle every circle of her classmates, family, and friends. At home, she was a good daughter, and at school, she was a good student. She was so good that the teacher couldn't even find a reason to visit her home. Including her coquettish and cute behavior in front of Qin Zhe, it was actually part of her high EQ. The soft-hearted brother always took care of all the household chores under his sister's sugar-coated bullets. However, Qin Zhe was a wretch and he enjoyed it very much. Even in the working circle, she did well. Before she left, her previous boss even helped her get an interview spot. Although it was a small matter, would the boss care about an ordinary employee? His sister often said that large companies were annoying and that there were schemes everywhere. There were often employees who criticized her in private and said bad things about her. However, she was able to stand firm in the position of the CEO's secretary, which was enough to prove her ability. You can't expect to be praised everywhere you go, and you can't expect everyone to be your ally. In Xingyi Entertainment, Qin Baobao was doing well. She didn't have any bad relationships with anyone, which was commendable. She only had a tacit understanding with Su Lu, but that was a fight for resources, and it was an unavoidable battle. In the eyes of parents, a daughter's only weakness was that she didn't have any life skills. This was the norm for delicate girls in big cities. Now, she had another weakness, which was that she didn't want a boyfriend. However, Qin Zhe felt that compared to Wang Zijin, his sister lost in terms of wisdom. He had never seen a sister who pretended to be pitiful in front of her younger brother every day. Fortunately, she was the older sister, and she had to consider her sister's prestige occasionally. If she was the younger sister, after walking in silence for a while, Qin Baobao rested her chin on her younger brother's shoulder. She tilted her head and stared at the face that was close to her. The angular outline, the handsome bridge of his nose, and the bright black eyes. There was an intoxicating masculine aura. Time passed so quickly. Back then, he was still a little kid who followed behind her and called her sister. That punching bag that she could bully at will had grown into a man of indomitable spirit with the passage of time. Qin Baobao sighed faintly. "A's, when your birthday is over, you'll be 23 years old. A yearning heart is like a yearning heart. It's said that the sky wants to rain, and the mother wants to get married. There's no stopping it. I just want you to get married later, and we can play around like we did when we were young. How happy would that be? In the future, when you swindle someone's fresh cabbage, you can start a family. As for me, I'll probably have my own family and children. Ace, do you think we won't be so good in the future? I can't kiss you casually, or your wife will be jealous. You can't hit my butt either, or your brother-in-law who knows which corner of the world will be jealous too. After that, we'll live our own lives with our own husbands, wives, and children. We'll see each other during festivals, chat, and continue to work hard for our lives and for our families." Qin Zhe thought that this might be the best ending. She had her sister's family, and he had his family. The pain of youth, the pain of first love, was the most meaningless. The 4 seasons passed, and the years were peaceful. After a few years, they might be able to talk about their playful childhood, their happy youth, and their conflicted present would become distant youths. They would be surrounded by their own children, chasing and playing. Qin Zhe's heart ached for no reason, and he scolded, "What's there to be sad about? You have to get married, and I have to get a wife. There's nothing I can do about it. but I raised you up with my own hands. Qinze rolled his eyes. This sentence again. Unexpectedly, his sister changed the topic. I can't accept that the pig I raised was slaughtered. I was caught off guard when your car flipped over. Qinze pinched his sister's butt. Qin Baobao hugged his neck tightly. Let's talk about the future in the future. Don't get married so early, okay? Qinze was silent. She emphasized her tone with a hint of pleading. Okay. Qinze still didn't speak, and he stared blankly at the road under his feet. Qin Baobao's eyes reddened. Mom asked me to go home for a blind date again tonight. Oh, Qinze replied. Qin Baobao stared at the side of her brother's face, trying to see something in his eyes, but she couldn't. She said bitterly, I'm going home now and I'll marry whoever I like. Qinze's footsteps paused for a moment, and then he took another step forward and replied with an indifferent, oh. Qin Baobao's tears flowed down immediately, and she leaned on his shoulder, sobbing. After walking for a long time, they were already out of the ancient town, but she was still crying. This was a sister who would never stop crying. Qinze said impatiently, What's there to cry about? Mom arranged a blind date for you and I can't stop it. But if any bastard dares to pester you, I'll break his legs, no, his third leg too. Qin Baobao sniffled and nodded hard. Okay. Still crying. Qinze glared at her. Qin Baobao chuckled and wiped away her tears with both hands, and said in a nasal voice, Impudent. Do you still see me as your sister? Chapter 131. Qinze had never been in a serious relationship in his life. He had never even thought about getting married. It was too far away. Qin Baobao got into the little red horse. Her eyes were still red and she didn't dare to look at her brother. She thought about it and said, Forget what happened just now. Qinze had a blank look on his face. What just happened? Qin Baobao snorted and smiled. At least you know what's good for you. Qinze said, I don't remember someone crying and begging me not to get married. I'll kill you. Qin Baobao was furious. She rushed over and strangled Qinze's neck. The sound of fighting could be heard in the carriage. Qin Baobao leaned on her brother's chest. Her hands were twisted behind her back. She gasped for breath and didn't forget to hit her brother's chest with her head. She cursed in a low voice, Bastard, bastard. I think it's because you're not young anymore. It's time to get married. As for me, it's still too early to get married. Qinze freed a hand and pinched his sister's face. Strangely, Qin Baobao didn't struggle. A dejected look flashed in his eyes. I won't get married. I'll be a single dog for life. Qinze said. Qin Baobao's face glowed. She said happily, That's the best. What's so good about it? Didn't you say that I'm the only child in the family? It's not good for the Qin family to die. Why don't you press the coffin lid for Grandpa? Pitter-patter. A bean-sized raindrop hit the window. Then the rain poured down. The sound of the rain filled the whole world. The rainwater flowed down the window, forming a layer of transparent water film. The rain fell violently, splashing the ground with a dense rain mist. It's raining. Qin Baobao raised her head with difficulty and looked out the window. Yes. Qinze let go of her hand and helped her up. The rain in summer was always rapid and fierce, giving people a sense of oppression for no reason, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. The phone rings, and the brother and sister reach for their pockets at the same time. The two of them have bumped into each other every day, but it is still Qin Baobao's phone that is ringing. Qinze has been a passerby for 22 years, so his phone is destined to be lonely. Mom! Qin Baobao picked up the phone and called out. Are you back? It was Qin Ma's voice. I'm just about to come back, Qin Baobao said. You don't have to come back, Qin Ma said helplessly. Baobao, let me tell you, the blind date is over. Yellow? Qin Baobao's face lit up. She said angrily, Why did it turn out like this? I was already dressed up and ready to go out. Why did he turn out like this? What does he mean? Does he look down on me? Do you know how serious I am about today's blind date? Qinze glanced at his sister's messy appearance. Her short-sleeved shirt was wrinkled, and her collar was crooked, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders and a patch of white on her chest. What kind of meticulous dressing is this? Qin Baobao was still complaining about how solemn she was and how much she looked forward to it. In the end, it turned out to be a failure. She was very disappointed and hurt. Qin Ma heard this and felt guilty. Baobao, it's okay. There are many good men out there. Mom will keep an eye out for you. Come back next week. Qin Baobao's face turned pale. Oh, Mom. I just want to say that you don't have to waste so much effort. It's so tiring. I want it. No, no, no. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Who asked you to be so stubborn? After hanging up, Qin Baobao looked dejected as if she had lost the battle of the house. Qin Baobao meant, Mom, you were so unreliable. You made me look forward to it for nothing. Please don't do such things in the future. The older, the wiser. Qin Ma pretended not to understand. She interpreted her daughter's meaning as, my daughter likes blind dates very much. Today's matter is my fault for not doing my job well. I will reflect on myself and strive to do better. Off topic. It was a perfect deviation. Don't you know whose belly you are? Do you think you can hide such petty thoughts from our mother? Qin Zhe was disdainful. Shut up. Qin Baobao snorted. Qin Zhe went to touch his sister's head, but she slapped his hand away. This was the correct way to kill someone, by touching their head. Originally, his sister did not resist her younger brother touching her head. But one day, after touching his sister's head, Qin Zhe laughed and said, this is the famous smiling and touching a dog's head on the internet. After being chased around the house and beaten by his sister, Qin Baobao did not like her younger brother touching her head. Instead, she smiled and touched her younger brother's head enthusiastically. About the blind date, the man went back on his word. He was an ordinary working-class man with a clean family background. He had a house in Shanghai and was 30 years old. Qin Zhe's aunt introduced him to Qin Ma. Qin Ma saw him and thought, oh, he is quite handsome, owns a house, and is also a local. She showed him Qin Baobao's photo. But when the man saw it, he was terrified. Who did not know the superstar Qin Baobao? He was just an ordinary person. He could not control her at all. He knew his place very well and tactfully rejected her. He left with excitement and disappointment. He estimated that he could boast to his family and friends for a few years. How did Aunt have the time to introduce you to someone? Qin Zhe asked. Her son is living in our house. Qin Baobao said. What happened? He didn't do well in the middle school exams. Maybe he was delayed by playing games. Uncle was very disappointed and angry, but after thinking about it, he felt that his son must be sad. So he decided to take him out to play and relax. He asked his younger cousin to apply for an ID card. Qin Baobao's tone was full of gossip, but that little bastard ignored him. He only knew how to play games like you. Uncle was furious and gave him a good beating. He beat you even harder than Dad beat you. Aunt dotes on her son too much, so she sent him to her brother's place to avoid the trouble. A loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Zhe joked. He doesn't want to come to our house either. The old man talks about principles all day long and feeds him poisonous chicken soup every day. You also know that a loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Baobao gave him a funny brother expression. A loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Zhe said. Nonsense. You are the only son. Mom dotes on you the most. She dotes on you the most. When the old man beat me, she did not stop him. Useless son. Useless daughter. The siblings bickered every day. Regarding this topic, neither of them could convince the other. Mother Qin could be considered impartial. As for the old man who served his son with a stick every day, it could only be said that their education methods were different. Beating was a sign of affection. Scolding was a sign of love. This sentence described parents. But compared to his obedient daughter, Qin Zhe felt like he was a gift from a top-up. At the same time, at home, the old man sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and opened a newspaper. Qin Ma hung up the phone and sighed. That wretched girl must be very happy. The old man shook his head. She's so worrisome. With her current status, it's not suitable for her to go on blind dates. If the paparazzi secretly take photos of her, her career will be ruined before she gets married. Qin Ma was about to refute when her phone rang. She glanced at the number and her expression changed. She subconsciously held the phone tightly as if to hide the phone and the ringtone. The old man looked up. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Qin Ma forced a smile. "It's an unknown number. Maybe it's a sales call." She rejected the call. Qin Ma was in a daze for a while. She stood up and said, "I'm going to the market." The old man nodded and lowered his head to read the newspaper. Qin Ma carried the cloth bag that housewives used to buy groceries on her arm and went out with an umbrella. When the elevator went down to the first floor, she could no longer maintain her calm face. She was shocked and angry. The rain fell wildly and the sound of the storm filled the world. The raindrops as thick as a finger fell and the world was white. Qin Ma stared at the torrential rain in a daze. Then the phone rang again. It was the same number. Qin Ma held the phone tightly. After hesitating for a while, she chose to answer the phone. "Xiaolan, I'll be in Shanghai soon." A man's calm voice came from the phone. Qin Ma's heart sank. "What are you doing in Shanghai?" "I'm here to see you and the child," the man said. Qin Ma's voice suddenly became sharp. "See what child? Which one is your child? It has nothing to do with your family." The man was silent for a moment and sighed. "Can you let me see the child? I haven't seen the child for many years. After all, blood is thicker than water." Qin Ma sneered. "Blood is thicker than water? Why are you pretending to be affectionate and righteous? Do you regret what you said?" "It's too late," the man said in a deep voice. "Xiaolan." Qin Ma interrupted him angrily. "Enough. I'm warning you. Don't disturb my life again. The child has nothing to do with you. Her surname is Qin." The man said, "Let's not talk over the phone. Let's meet and talk. Okay?" "It's not worth it," Qin Ma said angrily. "Go back to where you came from. I'll be at Hongqiao Station in 10 minutes. If you don't come, I'll go to your house. I remember the address." Qin Ma gritted her teeth. "Okay, I'll go now." Chapter 132. Hongqiao Airport. Wang Zijin got out of the taxi, passed through the airport security, and entered the departure hall on the second floor. She was wearing a printed plaid shirt with a small vest, a pair of light white cropped jeans, and canvas shoes. She was dressed in a youthful and beautiful way. Her hair was tied into a bun that matched her oval face. All the male tourists who came and went couldn't help but glance at her. She received a text message. "Waiting for the ferry. I'm on the departure floor on the second floor. Do you want to meet somewhere?" "No, let's go to the Starbucks here." Wang Zijin replied and put her phone in her pocket. Her peach blossom eyes, which Qin Zhe privately said were not inferior to his sister's phoenix eyes, were looking at the tourists aimlessly. It was raining heavily outside. Wang Zijin ordered 2 cups of coffee at the Starbucks and waited for her second aunt. She was not flustered or nervous about being questioned. She was never the kind of obedient girl that outsiders thought she was. Although she appeared dignified, elegant, and calm, everyone in the family knew what kind of person she was. When it came to playing tricks, her best friend, who only knew how to throw a tantrum and act cute in front of her younger brother, was a far cry from her. She was born in ancient times. Her family would definitely sigh and lament that she was not a man. The children who grew up in the same courtyard as her all knew that Wang Zijin was a spicy little radish. In this era, women could do a lot of things. They were not inferior to men at all. Her family was very satisfied with her. Her grandfather said that she was clever and quick-witted. Her father said that she was neutral and peaceful. But she was too opinionated. A big family like the Wang family preferred moderate and docile children. If they followed the path that their parents had arranged for them, they would naturally reach the peak of their lives. Their sharp and untamed qualities were suitable for leaders or pioneers who could cut their way through thorns and thorns. Not long after, she saw her second aunt coming over. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The smartly dressed assistant was dragging a small suitcase and following her step by step. Wang Zijin immediately pouted. Did she think that she was a celebrity? Why would she wear sunglasses? She was not Qin Bao. Her second aunt glanced at the Starbucks and walked straight past it. You didn't wait long, right? The woman took off her sunglasses. She was a mature woman in her 40s, wearing an expensive casual dress. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to Wang Zijin's, but not as exquisite. His gaze was especially sharp, and when he looked at people there was a sense of majesty. Half an hour, Wang Zijin said and pushed the Starbucks to her second aunt. Where do you live now? Wang Lingyan took a sip of coffee and asked casually. Stay in a hotel, Wang Zijin said. You're full of lies, Wang Lingyan said angrily. I'm really staying in a hotel. After all, I've stayed in Shanghai for 2 years. There are still a lot of people who admire me. Wang Zijin smiled, giving off a I'm just saying nonsense to fool you calm. Your father is very angry and wants you to go back quickly. Listen to your aunt. Don't be angry with your family, Wang Lingyan advised. Angry? I'm just here to have fun and get some fresh air. Of course, I'll go back when I'm done playing. Wang Zijin blinked. Wang Zijin did not follow her train of thought. Although she had never played games, she knew that it was fatal to be led by others. Wang Lingyan smiled bitterly. Her stomach full of words was stuffed back. This niece of hers had been difficult to deal with since she was young. Your grandfather is also very angry. Wang Zijin laughed. Second aunt, don't fool me. Okay? Why is he angry? When I was young, I tore up my parents' marriage certificate, but he didn't let my father hit me. You're already so old and have your own opinions. However, I still have to advise you. Yes, it's not popular to use your parents' words as a matchmaker, but marriage is such a big thing. It can't be entirely based on your personality and preferences. You must abide by your elders' opinions. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. You're talking as if I'm going to find a poor scholar to marry off. That's the same as using your parents' words as a matchmaker. Second aunt, don't go off topic. Okay? When it came to marriage, the elders' feelings had to be considered. Otherwise, where would the phrase meeting the parents come from? However, she did not accept a blind marriage. Actually, it was not a blind marriage. She was very familiar with the groom. They grew up together. How could they not be familiar with each other? When Wang Zijin slapped him, he would kneel down and call her sister. She was used to bullying him since she was young. Off topic, Wang Lingyan was stunned. It's a term used on the internet. It means to deviate from the main topic and change the concept, Wang Zijin said. She learned it from Qin Zhe. Wang Lingyan looked at her. Zijin, you've changed. She felt that her niece was about to become an otaku. What's wrong with Mingqing? He's been sensible and hardworking since he was young. When the elders talk about him, they always give him a thumbs up. He also grew up together with you, second aunt said bitterly. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's because we're too close that I don't feel anything. He stole our family's money when he was 6. When he was 10, he smashed his grandfather's antique and framed his younger brother. When he was 15, he went around looking for an experienced driver to bring him a big sword. I have a lot of his dark history, and he has a lot of mine. Second aunt, it's really impossible for us to be together. I've always treated him as an elder brother. She liked to get to know him slowly and get along with him slowly. Using Qin Zhe's words, love grows with time. However, she did not like the idea of a childhood sweetheart. For example, some men liked seductive wives or innocent schoolgirls. There were also men who liked black stockings, older sisters, uniforms, queens, lollicons, and so on. Then what was she a fan of? A younger brother? Bah! Wang Zijin lightly slapped herself twice. She did not want to be infected by Qin Bao Bao. I've always treated him as an elder brother. Wang Lingyan thought that if Mingqing heard this, he would probably cry himself to death. You should go home first. Although it's free outside, it's not as warm as home. The food outside is also not hygienic. How can it compare to the special? Before Wang Lingyan could finish, Wang Zijin interrupted her and said, Don't say the word special. You have to be harmonious. Besides, I eat quite well. is better than what I eat at home. I won't be satisfied if I don't eat at least 2 big bowls of rice now, Wang Zijin said. My best friend is a foodie. The first to act will get everything. Wang Lingyan looked at her for a while and wondered, You've really gained weight. You've gained weight recently. Such words were undoubtedly a blow to any woman's heart. Wang Zijin's expression changed. Second aunt, did you bring a mirror? She came out to play today and did not bring her bag. Wang Lingyan dazedly took out a makeup mirror from her designer bag and handed it over. Wang Zijin looked at herself in the mirror. She did not know if it was because of her imagination, but she felt that she had indeed gained a lot of weight. Her oval-shaped face was rounder and her complexion was better. However, the word fat was unacceptable. Wang Zijin's face was sad. I told you that if you eat like this every day, you'll definitely gain weight. I hate him to death. It's all Qin Baobao's fault. That foodie snatches food from me every day. But Qin Baobao is not fat at all. Qin Zhe is not fat either. I really envy foodies who don't gain weight. Wang Lingyan's ears perked up. Who is he? A chef. I recently found a very good restaurant. Second aunt, I'll take you there when I'm free. Wang Zijin talked nonsense without changing her expression. Wang Lingyan said with a faint smile, Zijin, do you think the family can't find out about your connections in Shanghai? Don't argue with me. Okay? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Second aunt, don't do anything unnecessary. You'll get angry. Forget it. I came to Shanghai this time to discuss a business deal and also to see you. Wang Lingyan did not want to continue arguing with this cunning niece. The aunt and niece said goodbye at the airport. Wang Zijin watched her get into the commercial car sent by the company's driver. Second aunt was testing her. She did not show any signs of changing her mind. She should be very disappointed. There was a reason for second aunt's painstaking persuasion. In the system where second uncle was in, Zhang Mingqing's father was the leader of the Zhang family. It was self-evident what this meant. Sometimes Wang Zijin hated that family. No matter what she did, she always put the family first, including her marriage. Her parents were in a political marriage. Although there was no internal strife, she did not want to be too careful. Over the years, her parents respected each other more. Although they were as loving as before at home, Wang Zijin knew that there was a woman in her father's heart. Although her mother did not cheat, she had been disappointed in this marriage for a long time. She looked at things more and more utilitarian. She was very satisfied with her current life. She was very satisfied with Qin Baobao, her best friend. As for Qin Zhe, she was very satisfied. The siblings were always fooling around, but the older sister relied on the younger brother a lot, and the younger brother doted on the older sister a lot. There was something wrong with this pair of siblings. Anyway, it was very heartwarming. Uncle Qin was more old-fashioned. When he beat people up, he was very ruthless. It was obvious that he valued his son very much. She heard from her best friend that the old man finally hoped for his son to be successful, but he was very frightened. He probably felt that his son's way of life was wrong. However, Qin Baobao said that the old man lost confidence in his way of education and started to doubt life. After all, the ugly duckling in the family flew out and returned as a white swan. The old man felt that he was the ugly duckling, so he taught an ugly duckling. Qin Ma was also very interesting. She was always worried that her daughter would not be able to get married. When she was at home, she was busy arranging blind dates. In recent years, it had become worse. It was said that it started after the siblings lived together. How good would it be if she grew up in such a family? Hello, Aze, are you home? She called Qin Zhe. On the way back. Can you come to Hongqiao to pick me up? Wang Zijin hesitated. It's raining a bit heavily. Okay. Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a gentle smile on her lips. Chapter 134. Extra spring came, and it was mating season again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Zhe was awakened by the murderous aura in his crotch. He irritably reached inside and scratched. The young man was 22 years old and had never tasted abalone in his life. But it didn't matter. He believed that day was not far away. because not long ago, he finally left the singles club and successfully hooked up with the beautiful Cabbage. He got up and dressed in one go. After washing in the bathroom, he knocked on the door next door. "It's 8 o'clock, get up quickly." He reminded his sister to get up as usual, then took out the key from the bag and went out to buy breakfast. When Qinzhe came home with soy milk, fried dough sticks and soup dumplings, his sister had already got up and washed. Cheerful singing came from the crack of the bathroom door. He lived with his sister, Qin Baobao. His sister was 2 years older than him and had already worked. It was worth mentioning that his sister, who had been praised as beautiful since childhood, was also single. The single siblings left their parents and depended on each other in an 80-square-meter house. Qinzhe's expenses all year round were paid by his sister. "Sister, my living expenses are not enough. Give me another 200 yuan. Qinzhe chewed the bun and showed a flattering smile on his face. Qin Baobao's well-trimmed eyebrows slightly frowned. "Didn't I give you 500 yuan at the beginning of the month? It hasn't even been half a month, and you're already out of money?" Qin Baobao, calm down. What I'm going to say next may make your mentality explode and fall into the abyss of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Qinzhe laughed and waved his hand. "I'm not who I used to be. From today on, please call me Qin has a girlfriend, Zhe." Qin Baobao's face quickly fell, and her expression gradually became ferocious. "You used my money to pick up girls? Bah, scum. I won't give you a cent. Ha! I knew you would be jealous." Qinzhe was proud. "Last time, didn't you say something like, if you have the ability, find a girlfriend back? Are you stupid? It's not like I can't find a girlfriend." Qin Baobao's face suddenly turned red. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Why are you looking for a girlfriend so early? You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend before you graduate from college. You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend if you don't have a stable job. You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend if you don't have 5 million yuan in savings." "Bah! Then I'll just be a single dog for the rest of my life." Qinzhe rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I won't give you a penny. Don't even think about using my money to pick up girls." Qin Baobao said loudly, "If you don't want to give it to me, then don't. I won't ask Mom for it. If she knew that I found a girlfriend, she would be very happy." "Who wants your money?" Qinzhe said disdainfully. "I." Qin Baobao choked and suddenly rushed to Qinzhe with bared fangs and brandished claws. She scratched his face and said angrily, "You black-hearted maggot. I'll scratch you to death, you heartless thing." His sister was always like this. She didn't have enough words, but she used force to make up for it. When she was flustered and exasperated, she would be like an angry cat. However, after entering puberty, her force was declining day by day. She was even worse than a middle-aged man. The siblings were exchanging punches at each other at the dining table. The battle was extremely intense. Qin Baobao's chest was heaving up and down, and she was panting heavily. After barely holding on for a few minutes, she was quickly defeated. She didn't know how many times she had been bullied by her brother. She leaned against the chair and sniffled. Tears fell down. "Hey, you didn't hit anything, right?" Qinzhe stopped playing and said nervously, "Did your hand hurt? It's none of your business." Qin Baobao turned her head to one side and said with a sobbing voice, "I won't ask you for money, okay?" Qinzhe muttered, "It's not about money." Qin Baobao yelled at Qinzhe and turned back to the room. Not long after, she changed into a neat office lady suit and walked out in women's leather shoes. Her eyes were still red. She ignored Qinzhe and went straight to work. Qinzhe lived in a neighborhood not far from the University of Finance and Economics. He got off the subway when he was one stop away from the University of Finance and Economics. He ran to a famous breakfast shop nearby and bought the signature crab roe buns, pan-fried pork, soy milk, and tofu pudding for 4 people. He then returned to the subway station and went to the University of Finance and Economics. There were no professional classes in the morning, so Wang Dandan and her roommates were still asleep at this time. Since he had successfully hooked up with the Cabbage a week ago, it had become Qinzhe's daily routine to deliver breakfast to the girls' dormitory before 9 o'clock. His living expenses were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, he had less than 300 yuan in his pocket. What could he do with 300 yuan? With the level of consumption in Shanghai, he could spend 300 yuan in 4 days. He sent a text message at the girl's dormitory door. A few minutes later, Wang Dandan, who was scantily dressed, ran down the stairs with her slender legs. She looked like she had just woken up and was washing up. Her forehead was pasted with bangs, and her delicate face was white and delicate. She was a cabbage with a 6+ rating. If she put on makeup, she could get a 7. Qin Zhe felt that a 7 out of 10 was the minimum requirement for a girl with the beauty standards cultivated by his family member. Qin Zhe felt that 7 out of 10 was already the minimum requirement. Thank you. Wang Dandan took a big bag of breakfast and smiled sweetly at him. She pinched a crab roe bun and stuffed it into Qin Zhe's mouth. Here's your reward. Qin Zhe opened his mouth and swallowed it. He said vaguely, after class in the afternoon, let's go watch a movie. Okay. Wang Dandan nodded. Qin Zhe took advantage of the situation. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'll take you out for lunch. I found a very good Hong Kong restaurant. Wang Dandan nodded again and waved her hand. I'll go up first. Qin Zhe looked at her back and smiled. He had met this little cabbage at a dormitory party that was gradually becoming less and less popular. From junior high to university, he had never taken the initiative to pursue any girl. This time, it was Wang Dandan who had struck up a conversation with him after the party. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Qin Zhe felt that it was good enough that he could find such a girl in his life. Wang Dandan returned to the dormitory with breakfast. There were 4 girls in the dormitory. 2 of them were still sleeping in bed, and the other one woke up with her. She sat at the table and put on makeup in front of the mirror. Her roommate immediately came up to her and helped her spread the breakfast on the table. The other 2 who were sleeping also woke up, but they didn't get up. Now they couldn't bear the hunger and got up. It's good to have food to eat when you wake up every day. A girl climbed down. She had not washed her face or brushed her teeth. First, she picked up a crab roe bun and stuffed it into her mouth. With a splurt, oil spilled out. She hurriedly held it with one hand and pulled out a tissue with the other. These buns are really delicious. Another girl said, Dandan, your boyfriend is a local, right? His family has a big house of more than 100 square meters. Wang Dandan nodded. His father is Professor Qin from our department. Wow, are you serious? Professor Qin? Qin Jianzhong? A professor from our university can easily earn a few million yuan a year. Wow, he's a rich guy on the Dandan list. The girl sighed and said that rich people eat as much as they can. It's like robbing the rich to help the poor. Although the girls in university knew how to look at money, they hadn't really stepped into society. In a few years, they would be more than envious. When they enter society and want to continue living in Shanghai, they will know how desperate the housing price is and how important it is to find a well-off local boyfriend. Wang Dandan smiled. That's why you shouldn't stare at Zhang Mingyu. He's a rich second generation. He won't like us. If you want to stay in Shanghai, find a local boyfriend or a well-off boyfriend who has the intention to develop in Shanghai. Those poor and talkative men are basically bottomless pits. Even if he has potential, when will he be able to afford a house? 10 or 20 years later. It'll be too late by then. One of the girls agreed. Yes. And when he's rich in the future, he might find a mistress. One of the girls who found a poor and talkative man curled her lips and said unhappily, Then your boyfriend will be loyal? Dandan, you should be more careful. I heard that people in Shanghai like to find a local boyfriend, regardless of gender. Don't accompany him through university and get kicked out after graduation. Wang Dandan smiled slightly. I know. Seeing her like this, the other 2 girls were relieved. They smiled and said, That guy looks honest. It'll be easy for Dandan to control him. That's right. I guarantee that he'll be obedient. There are many boys chasing after Dandan. Qin Zhe's ordinary but good-looking face popped up in Wang Dandan's mind. She smiled confidently. For girls who were obsessed with looks, Qin Zhe's appearance was at most passable. Girls who were beautiful themselves would not be willing to spend the rest of their lives with such a man. However, she felt that Qinzhe's personality was not bad. Moreover, girls who had passed the age of fantasy would realize that material things were far more important than appearance. Not to mention other things, just a house in Shanghai that was worth tens of millions was enough to make 80% of men cower in fear. Moreover, his father was a university professor. Even if his son was not very successful, his life would be smooth sailing. Moreover, this man was easy to control. At least during the short period of their relationship, Wang Dandan always held the dominant position between the two of them. She could feel that Qinzhe did not have any experience in love. Li Xianyu borrowed 200 yuan from each of his roommates and gathered 600 yuan. It was enough to treat little Cabbage to a meal on Saturday and play for a day. Since he could not get money from his sister, he decided to ask his mother for money. Although Qin Ma was a housewife, she was in charge of the family's finances. Although the family was not rich in recent years, they still had a decent standard of living. Although his sister was not willing to give his brother money to pick up girls, all mothers in the world were happy to spend money on their sons picking up girls. After watching a movie in the afternoon, his sister came back not long after. Usually, Qinzhe was not willing to cook before the end of the month and before his sister's finances dried up. Today was no exception. However, his sister did not order takeout tonight. "Why didn't you order takeout?" Qinzhe said. "I'm hungry." His sister, who had changed her mature and attractive office attire into a pleated skirt and a black slim-fit t-shirt, sat on the sofa boldly and looked at him with her small eyes. "I've eaten." "Huh? Then what about me?" Qinzhe was stunned. "What does it have to do with me?" Qin Baobao looked at him with disdain. "Go find your girlfriend." Qinzhe pursed his lips. "Stingy. I'll eat instant noodles myself. Tomorrow I'll bring my girlfriend to eat a big meal, humph." "Tomorrow? A big meal?" Qin Baobao immediately raised her eyebrows. Her small face was full of anger. However, after her bright eyes turned, she suddenly restrained her anger and smiled like a little fox. "Where do you have money?" Qinzhe. "I have a lot of friends, so I borrowed it." Qin Baobao said. "You're borrowing money to pick up girls. You're a fool." Qinzhe said angrily. "It's none of your business." Qin Baobao immediately said, "How about this? Bring your sister along tomorrow. Treat it as my treat." Qinzhe stared at her suspiciously, trying to find clues from that foxy face. "You're that kind?" Qin Baobao sighed and said, "When a brother grows up, he can't be kept. Since you're looking for a girlfriend behind my back, of course I have to help you. What if you meet a flirtatious slut? I'm being kind, but you still suspect me. That's too much, sob sob sob." Qinzhe looked at her silently. Then, okay. She's a girl with her own opinions. Don't find fault with her. Qin Baobao pretended to be angry. "What do you mean? Do you think I'll ruin your relationship?" Qinzhe. "That's not what I meant." Qin Baobao said. "Don't say it yet. If she knows that you're going with her, she'll be more cautious. Then I won't be able to see her sincerity. For example, if a girl really likes you, she'll dress up especially grand on her first date with you. She'll put on makeup and carry her favorite bag. Is that so?" "Yes." The next day, 10 a.m., Qinzhe knocked on the door of the living room. "That's enough. Do you need an hour to put on makeup? We'll be late if we don't leave now." Hey, it's my first official date." His sister said that she was going to put on makeup and change into decent clothes. Then, she locked herself in her room for an entire hour. Qinzhe thought that she must be using this opportunity to stall for time so that he would be late for the date. She was trying to trip him up. Just as he was cursing in his heart, the door opened and his sister walked out of the room. His sister, who rarely put on makeup even when she went to work, meticulously put on exquisite makeup. She drew eyebrows and eyeliner, which added charm to her bright eyes. She drew a faint nose shadow on the side of her handsome nose, giving her facial features the beauty of a Greek sculpture. Her small mouth was smeared with watery lipstick. Her dressing was also full of scheming. She was one. 72 meters tall in high heels and was about the same height as Qin Zhe. She wore a pair of light white denim shorts. Her too tight and fair legs fit perfectly when she stood up straight. Her upper body was a V-neck t-shirt that reached her waist. Between the jeans and the t-shirt, her fair waist was exposed. Her belly button was covered with shiny accessories, which made her look sexy and cute. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. "Hey, how do you feel?" Qin Baobao turned around, her hair flying. She showed off her charm in front of her brother. Qin Zhe was speechless. He had an illusion that his sister was full of fighting spirit, like a female general who was about to go into battle. She had armed herself to the teeth and was ready to go. They arrived at the Hong Kong-style restaurant as promised. It was the weekend, so there were many diners. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had booked a table in advance. Qin Baobao was afraid that her meticulous makeup would be ruined by her sweat. So she held her brother's hand and said, "Let's go inside and wait." Qin Zhe said, "If it's too hot, you can go in by yourself. As your boyfriend, I should wait outside. That way it will show my sincerity. Romantic girls will be touched when they see it. At the very least, it will be a bonus." Qin Baobao secretly curled her lips. She hated him in her heart, but she put on a dignified and virtuous smile and said, "Then, of course, I will wait with you." The appointed time was 11 o'clock, but Wang Dandan was 20 minutes late. Qin Zhe talked to the waiter in the first 10 minutes, and the waiter promised to reserve a table for them. 10 minutes later, Qin Baobao went in to order, and then the table was reserved. Qin Baobao bit her duck tongue and walked out of the restaurant under the astonished gazes of the men in the restaurant. She kicked Qin Zhe at the door and said, "Little pervert, what kind of girlfriend did you find? Why is she so arrogant when eating?" Qin Zhe was about to speak when he saw his little cabbage on the escalator. He said happily, "They're here." Qin Baobao followed his gaze. Wang Dandan also happened to see Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. She was dressed very modestly today. Coupled with her delicate appearance and temperament, she gave people the impression that she was a very quiet and well-behaved girl. She put on light makeup and was a little beautiful. After her attention was on Qin Baobao, her real boyfriend was automatically ignored. The woman beside him was really too outstanding. First of all, this woman was extremely tall and curvy. She had a bulging chest and two straight and round legs. Even a girl like Wang Dandan couldn't take her eyes off her. Secondly, her face, which was sharp and charming, gave Wang Dandan, who was also a girl, a great sense of oppression and threat. Perhaps she was very attractive to men, but she was definitely not attractive to the same sex. In the end, she noticed that the woman had quietly grabbed her boyfriend's arm the moment she appeared. Qin Zhe happily waved at the little cabbage. "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay." Qin Zhe didn't seem to care. Wang Dandan smiled reservedly, and her eyes stopped on Qin Baobao's face. "This sister is... oh, she's..." Before Qin Zhe could finish, the sister beside him said coquettishly, "Hey, hubby, is this the flirtatious slut you've been flirting with outside?" Qin Zhe. Wang Dandan's eyes widened. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and pouted. "She has no breasts and no butt. She's not that good. You don't want me because of her?" Qin Zhe. Sigma, degree winky face. "I knew it. I knew she wasn't that kind. What about helping to check? It's all bullshit." After acting coquettishly, the sister stopped talking and looked at Wang Dandan with disdain. The latter's face was livid as she glared at Qin Zhe. She was waiting for this man's explanation. She wanted to know what he meant. Did he ask her to come over just to show her his power? At the same time, she was also puzzled. Since when could a man like Qin Zhe hook up with a woman of the same level as him? But this time, Qin Zhe, who appeared to be gentle and indecisive in the process of love, even a little submissive, opened his mouth. His face was conflicted, but he did not say a word. Wang Dandan understood. She glared at the adulterous couple and turned to leave. In front of such a woman, she could not muster up any fighting spirit at all. She also did not think that Qin Zhe was worthy of her disregard of her image. Hey, she left just like that. Qin Baobao twirled her hair with her fingertips. looking valiant and spirited like a little hen that had just won a battle. But her tone was innocent. I was just testing her for you. In the end, she turned around and left. She clearly doesn't care about you. Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. You're the eldest. Whatever you say. Qin Baobao said indifferently, go after her. Go after her and make things clear. Tell her that I'm just an older sister. Once you make things clear, she'll change her mind. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her silently. Qin Baobao snorted coldly. If you're not going to go after her, then let's go in and eat. I'm starving. Anyway, I didn't order her food. She turned and walked into the restaurant. The corners of her mouth curled up into a happy arc. PS. I'll upload this to the VIP group tomorrow or the day after. Normally, there should be 1 or 2 more chapters. After writing this chapter, I'll prepare a new book. Chapter 136. Qin Zhe turned on the radio and tuned to the traffic station. The radio was broadcasting a red rainstorm warning that the rainfall would reach more than 50 millimeters in 3 hours. The highway was a vast expanse of white, and the visibility was very low. The highway could be controlled at any time. Qin Zhe parked the car in the emergency parking space and turned on the double flash. The car lights flashed in the heavy rain, reminding the cars behind. The view is not good. You drive. Qin Zhe turned to his sister in the passenger seat and said. The weather was clear, but he was still careful. Now it was raining heavily, so Qin Zhe did not dare to drive. Qin Baobao curled up in the seat and played with her mobile phone. Hearing this, she curled her lips and said, What's the use of having you? Qin Zhe said sincerely, Yes, I'm useless. Sister is the experienced driver, the racing god of Mount Akina. Little brother admits defeat. You speak in a strange way. Qin Baobao chopped her brother's head with a hand knife. She was angry and coquettish. Don't think that she didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhe's words. It was raining heavily outside, so there was no way to get off the car and change seats. Qin Baobao bent over to the driver's seat and leaned on the steering wheel in a half-squatting and half-lying position. She urged her brother, Go quickly. It's so tiring. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister's round buttocks. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but it was bigger and rounder. Speaking of women's buttocks, Qin Zhe learned from the eyes and standards of an experienced driver. His appreciation skills were at the highest level. A woman's buttocks should not only be big, but also be round and perky. That was the best. However, the bigger the buttocks, the better. It mainly depended on the body proportion. Petite girls' buttocks were too big. Qin Baobao was 172 meters tall and had to be matched with a round and perky butt. Only then would it not be a waste of her talent. Is it the result of diligent exercise after practicing dancing? Or is it beaten out by me? What are you doing? I said it's very tiring. Qin Baobao saw her brother not moving and impatiently urged him. Oh. Qin Zhe immediately propped himself up. However, due to the narrow space in the driver's seat, his lower abdomen bumped into Qin Baobao's, but when he straightened his body, his sister's head hit the windshield with a loud thud. Qin Bao was so angry that she cried, You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Are you trying to hurt me to death? Mom? Qin Zhe reached out and slapped his sister's buttocks. Her buttocks rippled. Don't keep taking advantage of me and our mother. Do you believe that I won't tell Dad? In this terrible weather, the speed could only be controlled at around 60 kilometers per hour. The double flashing lights could not be turned off so that the cars behind could see them at all times. Fortunately, the highway was only about 30 kilometers long. After exiting the highway, the little red horse turned into the overpass leading to Hongqiao Airport. There were obviously more cars. Hongqiao was a place with a lot of tourists. Unlicensed taxi drivers were everywhere. When the weather was bad, taxi drivers would also take on unlicensed taxi drivers and rip off tourists. Hongqiao Railway Station departure level. Qin Ma got out of the taxi and closed the door behind her. Thank you, sir. She watched the taxi rush into the rain. She did not enter the waiting hall. Instead, she opened a big umbrella and walked to the bus stop next to her. The railway station and the airport were next to each other. They were connected by a bus lane that was 100 meters long. It only took tourists 5 minutes to walk from the railway station to the airport. It was raining heavily, and pedestrians were in a hurry. There were few people here. She dialed a number and told them where she was. Not long after, a man in a suit came out of Hongqiao railway station, followed by his assistant. The man looked around and fixed his eyes on Qin Ma in the distance. He whispered to his assistant to wait there and opened a big black umbrella. He walked over with steady steps. Qin Ma saw him in the crowd at a glance. She watched him walk towards her. He walked into the bus stop and then closed the big black umbrella. Xiaolan, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've changed a lot. The man smiled gently. It's best if we don't see each other for the rest of our lives. Qin Ma sneered. I came to Shanghai this time to talk about a business deal. I also want to see my child. The man said. Qin Ma did not speak. She just looked at him coldly. The man smiled bitterly. After so many years, you're still so cautious. I don't want to disturb your life. I just want to see the child. Just one look. Qin Ma shook her head. Since you've already made a choice, why bother? The child is no longer your family's. Everyone had their own difficulties back then. Didn't you? The man hesitated. If it weren't for you back then... Shut up! Qin Ma suddenly shouted. Her dignified and elegant face was a bit ferocious. Don't mention what happened back then. Let it rot in your stomach. No matter what you plan to do, I won't allow you to see the child. Absolutely not. She seemed to have been provoked. Her body trembled and her lips trembled. She glared at the man for a moment and cried. Arong, don't come to me again. Don't disturb my life. I beg you. The little red horse stopped from time to time and arrived at the departure level of Hongqiao Airport. His sister took out her phone to call Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe looked around in boredom. Suddenly, he saw two figures at the bus stop next to Hongqiao railway station. Qin Zhe felt that the woman looked familiar. The rain was so heavy that the water formed a transparent film on the car window. Qin Zhe squinted and looked carefully. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. That woman was his mother. He could not be wrong. Qin Ma and a middle-aged man seemed to be arguing. They were talking about something emotionally. The passers-by with umbrellas around them looked sideways. Why was Mom here? Who was that man? Why was she arguing with someone? Was she being bullied? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, before Qin Zuchong could get out of the car, the man's action made him sit in the parking space, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The man wiped Qin Ma's tears with his sleeve. Then he pulled Qin Ma to the waiting hall of Hongqiao Airport. Qin Baobao put down the phone and followed her brother's gaze. She saw Qin Ma's side profile and was stunned. Is that our mom? Why is she here? The rain was a little heavy. His sister was not sure. Qin Zhe felt a sharp pain in his heart. Great fear and anger exploded in the bottom of his heart. He did not know the man, so he ruled out the possibility of him being a relative. If he was an ordinary friend, why would they be so intimate? What was the relationship between that man and Mom? Why were they meeting here? Mom, she betrayed Dad? Qin Baobao looked around and said, It seems to be Mom. Why is she here? Help me find an umbrella. I'll go out and take a look. No, you're mistaken. Qin Zhe's voice was hollow and numb. *T, my eyesight is 2.5. Qin Baobao threw herself into the groove of the back seat to look for an umbrella. I'm not mistaken. Let's go down and take a look. I said I'm mistaken. So I'm mistaken, Qin Zhe said sternly. Qin Baobao stared at him blankly. She was so scared that she did not dare to move. You're mistaken. Qin Zhe's face was ferocious. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He punched the car door and made a loud bang. He roared, You're King mistaken. Do you know? Qin Baobao's charming face was dull. She stared at him blankly. Then, her eyelashes trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. Qin Zhe had never looked so ferocious in her life. He had never been so fierce to her, not even once. The car was silent. Outside, the sound of rain could be heard. Qin Baobao suppressed her sobs. She covered her mouth and sobbed. Her eyes reddened instantly. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She was frightened. A heavy and strange atmosphere filled the room between the siblings. Qin Zhe rubbed his face hard and leaned against the seat. His eyes were emotionless. "I'm sorry." The words, "I'm sorry," cut through the tense atmosphere like a knife. Qin Baobao burst into tears. She was sad and aggrieved. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still weak. They could bare their fangs and brandish their claws in front of you, arrogant and unreasonable, just like a cold and arrogant cat. But if you yelled at them, they would cry. At the end of the day, women needed to be protected. Wang Zijin held her head and ran in the heavy rain. She found the little red horse and got in. "It's raining so hard. My shoes are wet." She choked on her words. Qin Baobao wiped her nose and sobbed. Her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had cried a lot. Qin Zhe, the suspected culprit, leaned against the seat and stared at the roof of the car in a daze. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin probed carefully. "Nothing." Qin Baobao looked up at her brother. After saying, "I'm sorry," he didn't say anything else. He turned a deaf ear to her crying and didn't coax her as eagerly as before. Her heart ached. Tears flowed down her cheeks again. It was already 6 o'clock when they got home. The sky was gloomy. The heavy rain turned to moderate rain. Qin Zhe went into the bathroom without a word, leaving the two sisters looking at each other. Wang Zijin asked, "What's wrong with him?" Qin Baobao bit her lip. She looked aggrieved and nervous. Her eyes were still red. She didn't know what happened to Qin Zhe. Her brother, who had never been fierce to her, was so scary. Qin Baobao was scared, nervous, and sad. She didn't even think of the possibility of Qin Ma. Usually, her sensitive sister would have noticed it. But now her mind was in a mess. She cared too much about Qin Zhe. In the bathroom, Qin Zhe washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror. His face was pale, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He wanted to rush home immediately and ask his mother who that man was. He told himself to calm down. He had endured it for so many years. Should he really say it? What about Dad? Would his parents divorce? Could he and his sister still live as happily as they were now? He was in a terrible mood. He didn't even dare to talk to his mother in private. Some things, once exposed, were difficult to go back to the way they were. Forget about it. Forget about it. Don't think about it. Qin Zhe walked out of the bathroom. His sister and Wang Zijin were not in the living room. The door was closed. He went back to his room, stood by the window and lit a cigarette. He looked at the rain outside the window in a daze. At this time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky was dark. Cars came from afar and then drove away, splashing the mist. Qin Zhe's fingers burned. He was shocked to find that the cigarette burned his fingers. The door was pushed open. Wang Zijin came in with pajamas and put them at the foot of Qin Zhe's bed. She whispered, "What's wrong with you guys?" "Baobao is crying in her room." "Nothing, nothing," Qin Zhe said perfunctorily. "Something must be wrong." Wang Zijin pinched Qin Zhe. She had learned Qin Bao's bad habit. "I've never seen your sister cry like this. Don't worry about it. I'll go take a look later." Seeing that he didn't want her to interfere, Wang Zijin sighed. "Talk nicely. Don't make your sister angry. Are you still siblings?" She hugged the pajamas, shook her head and sighed. Then she went to take a shower. Qin Zhe waited for the sound of water to come from the bathroom. He walked to his sister's door, grabbed the handle and pushed it in. Chapter 137. The crystal chandelier in the room was bright, and there was a faint, indescribable scent. Was it the scent of shower gel? The scent of shampoo? Was it the perfume of her sisters? Or was it the scent of the sun from yesterday's quilt? Qin Baobao sat on the bed, sobbing and wiping away her tears. Unlike their usual bickering, this time they were really screwed. Qin Baobao had never been yelled at by her brother like this. She was more pretentious and liked to dwell on insignificant matters. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Similar situations were probably when a young couple in love wanted a divorce, or when close friends had a falling out. Qin Baobao thought, "What's wrong with my brother? He looks so scary. Can we still be like before? After a crack appeared in our relationship, should we go our separate ways and gradually drift apart?" Just then, Qin Zhe came in. She looked up at him timidly and quickly turned her head away. Qin Zhe felt a little guilty. He had lost control of his emotions at that time. No matter what, he could not yell at her. She did not know. Although his sister was heartless, she was devoted to him. One could imagine how wronged and sad she was at that time. She was so scared that she did not dare to speak. Although she did not feel that she had done anything wrong, she still felt like a wronged little girl who had done something wrong. She only dared to wipe her tears. "Sister," Qin Zhe called out. He felt that his voice was a little hoarse. Qin Baobao bit her lip and ignored him. She thought to herself, "Are you finally coaxing me? What were you doing earlier? Don't expect me to forgive you. Let me sing you a song." To her surprise, Qin Zhe did not play by the rules. He wanted to sing the moment he came in. "I'm not listening," bastard chanting scriptures. Qin Baobao cried out with reddened eyes. Qin Zhe ignored her. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. He sang in a low voice, "The wind blows and the rain becomes flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The sleep talk in your palm when you were young. Are you still holding it tightly?" Qin Baobao covered her ears. The clouds turn into summer. Tears evaporate with time. You and me on this road. Is anyone lost? We agreed not to separate. Always, always together. Even if it means going against time. Even if it means going against the whole world. Hearing this, Qin Baobao loosened her grip, her eyes sparkling. Qin Zhe held his sister in his arms. Qin Baobao struggled symbolically for a moment and then gave in half-heartedly. "The wind blows the snowflakes and whitens our hair. You once said that you won't separate, that you'll always be together. Now I want to ask you, is it just a child's babble? I can't bear to bully the innocent years. I won't let you down in your absurd youth." After Qin Zhe finished singing, he found his sister secretly wiping her tears. He said gloomily, "Why are you still crying? I won't be fierce to you in the future." "Shut up." Qin Baobao wiped her tears and said in a nasal voice, "What song is this? Didn't you ask me to shut up?" Qin Zhe saw his sister raise her eyebrows and quickly said, "Time boils the rain. Quite a charming name." Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. "If you're fierce to me again, I'll cut ties with you." I won't. You're so beautiful. I can't bear to be fierce to you." Qin Zhe coaxed his sister as usual. "What if there's a next time? Make my D*ck 5 centimeters shorter. That's so vicious. Do you have 5 centimeters? Qin Baobao was shocked. Qin Zhe choked. He definitely couldn't show it to his sister, so he changed the topic. "Sister, I heard that Grandpa didn't agree to our parents' marriage back then?" "Yes." Qin Baobao nodded. "He seemed to think that our father was poor? Later, when he heard that our mother was pregnant, Grandpa had no choice but to agree to the marriage." As expected, Qin Zhe became more and more certain of his guess. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Baobao asked. "No wonder Grandpa didn't like you since you were young." Qin Zhe smiled. "Grandpa is a classic example of favoring boys over girls. Okay, how can a granddaughter be more likable than a grandson?" Qin Baobao curled her lips. Qin Zhe was just thinking about the identity of that man. Now he had a better idea. Qin Baobao was too beautiful and lively, and he belonged to the type that was easy to look at. Even if the system had plastic surgery, he was still considered handsome. However, when he was together with his sister, they still didn't match. If his sister wasn't Grandpa's biological daughter, wouldn't it make sense? Then, did Grandpa know about this matter? It was true that Grandpa was upright and magnanimous. However, based on Qin Zhe's understanding of his father, he wasn't someone who would be willing to take over. Could it be that he had been kept in the dark all this time? Did his mother really not feel guilty at all? However, after so many years of living together, he still couldn't find any clues. Perhaps there was something else that no one knew about. The sound of a lock came from the living room, and the bathroom door opened. Qin Baobao immediately jumped out of her brother's arms and took out her pajamas from the closet. Her face was red. "I'm going to take a shower." The siblings had let bygones be bygones, but there was still a knot in their hearts. After taking a shower, Qin Baobao didn't talk much to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe saw that his sister's hair wasn't dry, so he went to the bathroom and took a towel to cover her head. This trivial matter made Qin Baobao smile again, and the knot in her heart was completely untied. Qin Baobao said, "I haven't played games in a long time, and I'll play a few rounds with you." Qin Zhe didn't agree, so she wrinkled her nose and played by herself. His sister said that she played games to accompany her brother, but she was actually addicted to it. Qin Baobao was a player who played games by hand, so she didn't have a good view of the big picture. She often didn't lose online, but in a team game. When they played games, Qin Zhe was the one who took the lead. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. She could see that her best friend and brother had reconciled. This pair of siblings was the weirdest pair of siblings she had ever seen. They were actually siblings, but they also looked like siblings. After spending some time together, they even felt like husband and wife. Qin Zhe had gradually bid farewell to games and focused on the stock market. He saw the stock market as the place to make his first bucket of gold. He had a plan for the future, but it was very vague. In the past few days, Qin Zhe realized that his social experience was too shallow. Even if he made a windfall one day, he didn't know how to plan and how to invest. The stock market had ups and downs, and the bull market only lasted for 1 or 2 years. Moreover, he didn't earn money every day in the stock market, and he would occasionally lose money. Now that the bull market was here, it was still in its initial stage, and it would be more terrifying in the future. He had about 500,000 yuan on hand, which was a lot, but in the eyes of those financial institutions it was nothing. Qin Zhe sat next to his sister and played computer games. He received an email. It was a reply from a large public company. "Dear Mr. Qin Zhe, hello. Thank you for submitting your resume to XXX. After careful consideration and evaluation, we feel that you are not suitable for this position for the time being, but we are still full of confidence and respect for you. We believe that you will find a more suitable stage for you, and we sincerely wish you the best." They didn't want him. The threshold for large companies was high. Although the University of Finance and Economics was good, it was not as popular as the freshmen from famous universities. He had been idle at home for 2 months, and after the golden period for freshman recruitment, he had recruited all the freshmen. He didn't want to go to a small company, and it was a waste of time. The situation was similar to his dilemma of finding a partner. He didn't like mediocre girls, and the beautiful goddess didn't like him. Qin Zhe couldn't help but stare at his sister, who was playing happily beside him. She was the one who abused his aesthetic standards. His sister felt her brother's fierce gaze, and said in a helpless and wrong tone, "What? The resume I submitted was rejected," Qin Zhe said gloomily. His sister came over and took a look. "Ha ha ha." She laughed out loud. "You want to join this company? Forget it. Who asked you to be so weak? I had stayed up all night to tutor you, and you couldn't even get into Fudan University." Qin Zhe was angry. He grabbed her arm and raised his hand to hit her buttocks. Qin Baobao struggled to break free. With tears in her eyes, she hugged her computer and shrank to the other side of the sofa. "Don't always bully your sister." Wang Zijin reprimanded them indifferently. She was too lazy to care about them. In any case, this pair of siblings always ignored her words. On the left side of the single-seater sofa, Wang Zijin hugged her knees and watched a variety show. There were several stars singing awkward songs, and the bullet screen was floating. After watching I Am a Singer, all the music variety shows are trash. After listening to Qin Baobao's songs, all the songs are trash. Opera 2 is really F***king shocking. Forget it, that high note is fake. It's electronically synthesized. Yes, it's impossible for a person to sing like that. Trash, you can't sing like that, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Then, there was a never-ending debate between the Rational Party and the Fan Party. The The fan party won a big victory. Wang Zijin looked up and said, "A's, the song you sang in I Am a Singer has been questioned. Those people are really annoying." Qin Baobao played the game and didn't look up. "I knew it. Someone said it the next day. Popular people have a lot of trouble." Yes. There are a lot of people online who want to sleep with you." Qin Zhe took the opportunity to take revenge on his sister. His sister hit him with the remote control. "Why didn't you go on a blind date today?" Wang Zijin asked. "It's over." Qin Baobao snorted. "Sister, you're such a talented and beautiful woman. People think they can't match up to you. You're a little fairy." Qin Zhe said sarcastically. "Anyway, sister is already the champion and the mission is completed. I can just continue to be a salted fish. Who cares about the rumors on the internet?" Qin Baobao ignored him and said in annoyance, "It's really annoying to my mom. She's afraid that I won't be able to get married. I told her not to go on blind dates, but she won't listen. I can't throw a tantrum at her. As a child, it's okay to have a little temper, but you can't be angry with your parents. You have to have a conscience." Qin Zhe exposed her. "You're talking as if you dare. Dad's ears are big." After being exposed again and again, Qin Baobao pointed at Qin Zhe and said angrily, look at him, so annoying." Chapter 138. Wang Zijin glared at him. Qin Zhe grinned. He already knew part of Wang Zijin's dark history, and she should be more concerned about it. Last time, Qin Bao vented her anger on him because of a problem with the TV. He and Qin Bao fought, and his sister was pressed on the sofa to beg for mercy. Since it was to no avail, she asked her best friend for help. Wang Zijin refused, and Qin Bao threatened to reveal her secret. At that time, Wang Zijin compromised. In the end, she was betrayed by her best friend. At first glance, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin had very different personalities, but they had a lot in common. For example, both of them were more indifferent. Qin Bao was also a goddess outside, but in front of her younger brother, she became a clown. Therefore, in terms of relationships, both of them were the type that developed feelings over time. Falling in love at first sight was not suitable for them. That was why they could become best friends. Thinking about it this way, his mother was worrying for nothing. She did not even understand her own daughter. The men she introduced did not fit Qin Bao's pattern of choosing a partner. Because of this personality, his sister was very resistant to being forced to be in a relationship with strangers. But it could also be that his mother was expanding her circle of friends and shopping around. It was not good for her brother to be the only male in her circle of friends. Qin Zhe was suddenly so shocked that a layer of sweat appeared on his back. After dinner, Qin Zhe went out to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he returned, he found that the messy dining table was still intact. Wang Zijin was lying on the sofa and watching TV. This sister was gentle and generous, but she did not have the awareness to do housework at all. It was probably nurtured by her family since she was young. His sister was sitting on the sofa with a sad and miserable look on her face. There was a book on her knees. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe asked curiously. "Life is so difficult. There is really no attachment." Qin Baobao revealed a sad expression and pointed to the book on her knees. "Sister is very sad now, very melancholy, and wants to sleep immediately." Qin Zhe glanced at the book. The title of the book was The Year of Innocence. The quote on the cover read, "In the midst of faint sorrow, I slowly finished my journey. It was a young novel. Life is so difficult. Why read these messy books and add to your sadness?" Qin Zhe said angrily, "It would be strange if you read this kind of book. The sister Ziwei's, right? You just don't want to wash the dishes." Qin Baobao immediately bared his teeth. He never read melancholy literature that forced people to write new words. Just as he said, life was already so difficult. Why should he read these books? It was pointless. This was especially true for themes such as the pain of youth, the pain of growing up, the pain of first love, and so on. Other than making people cry, what else was there? If I have the time, I might as well read web novels. So refreshing and exciting. Su Hui, a high-end private clubhouse. Two women sat at a round table drinking tea. The one who made the tea was Nan Man Pei. She was wearing a bathrobe, her hair was tied up, and her face was beautiful. Facing the woman, her hair was draped over her shoulders. She leaned on a rattan chair and stared blankly at the light rain outside the window. In terms of facial features, she was 3 times more delicate than Nan Man Pei. Her temperament was cold and cheerless, and she had the charm of an orchid in an empty valley. Behind them, the entire wall was filled with shelves filled with a dazzling array of antiques. Of course, they were all fakes. On the west wall, there was a huge ink painting. "How's work recently?" Nan Man Pei poured her a cup of tea. "Bad." An orchid in an empty valley sighed. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "These words sound gloomy. When you tricked me into investing, this was not what you said. Within a year, your assets will increase tenfold." These bold words still ring in my ears. I was young and insensible. An orchid in an empty valley sighed again. My dad said that he would let me be at the helm of the investment company. But now that I've made some achievements, my ambitious but incompetent brother can't wait to intervene. My dad believes in the patriarchal system. He couldn't stand my brother's entanglement and forced him to intervene. He's even the vice president. I'm so angry. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Do you need my help? It's not good to have a falling out with the family." An orchid in an empty valley sighed. Then there's the establishment of a new company. There's a shortage of talent. I studied economics. I'm good at macroeconomics and management. I said that the stock market will be hot this year. There's at least a year to cut this capital. That's right. The stock market is indeed gradually warming up. But in terms of market manipulation, I'm not even as good as a rookie. The company's idiots, even the mathematical model has to be entrusted to a university professor. In 2 months, tens of millions of capital stock, not even a tenth of the profit can be earned. I want to cut the cake, not lick other people's leftover cream. The company is newly established. Talent is hard to come by. Nan Man Pei comforted. Didn't a group of graduates join last month? When those little rookies grow up, the stock market will be cold. An orchid in an empty valley complained. It's easy for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Nan Man Pei listened to her nagging and complaining, laughing without saying a word. At the beginning of the year, her friend tricked her into becoming a shareholder and formed a medium-sized investment company. She said that her father, Fengtang Group, intended to shift its focus to capital operations and lacked a partner. Nan Man Pei symbolically invested 50 million, holding 20% of the shares. Talents were poached from various financial companies or securities companies. In fact, it wasn't as bad as she said. There were still talents. It's just that the company had been established for too short a time and its foundation was shallow. How could it suddenly rush to the sky? Her friend's requirements were too high. For Nan Man Pei, this was just one of her countless investments. It was good to be able to make money. Let's not talk about these annoying things. An orchid in an empty valley drank a mouthful of pu'er. Her bright eyes flashed with a smile. Have you encountered any interesting things or people recently? I heard that your ex-husband came to see you again? Nan Man Pei gently frowned. Let's not talk about him, okay? An orchid in an empty valley was not afraid of the queen's aura. She clicked her tongue and said, It's really a sentimental Chanshimi. With a new love, he still can't forget his wife. Pei Nanman chuckled. A wife who went through hardships? Killing intent fluctuated. Change the topic. An orchid in an empty valley tactfully changed the topic. I want to hear about some mistakes in the officialdom. You should be clear about this. For example, your brother-in-law went to the district for inspection. There are a few interesting things, but I don't want to say it. I feel like I've become a comedian. Nan Man Pei hesitated. There is one person. Let's hear it. An orchid in an empty valley was listening attentively. A relatively interesting young man, Nan Man Pei said. I met him by chance. I felt that his skills were good, and he wasn't an unorthodox person. I originally wanted to hire him to work in my security company, but I didn't expect the young man to be so arrogant. Later, my nephew was in his 3rd year of high school. His academic performance was terrible, and he came into contact with my background. He only thought about fighting and killing all day long. If this goes on, sooner or later he will be wasted. His grandmother was quite dissatisfied with me occupying her 2 grandchildren. So I thought of him. He graduated from the University of Finance and Economics. His academic qualifications are passable, and he has a few skills. He is most suitable to be Dong Lai's tutor. You said that being a person is like investing in stocks. When you encounter a potential stock, there is no harm in investing. Who would have thought that it wasn't an ordinary potential stock? The first day he came to tutor, Dong Lai slapped a paper on the table and made a request. 40 minutes, 120 points or more. I watched coldly from the sidelines, mainly to test this guy's temperament. Guess what the result was? An orchid in an empty valley asked, "You did it." More than just did it. Nan Man Pei chuckled. 20 minutes, 150 points. That godly? She was cold, but she couldn't help but widen her eyes, and then suspiciously, "You're lying. Senior year's paper, 20 minutes. Full marks?" She was also a top student. It wasn't that she didn't get full marks in math, but 20 minutes was a bit shocking. Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Knowing that she never exaggerated. An orchid in an empty valley sighed. Amazing IQ. There is something more interesting. Qin Bao Bao should know. A new female singer, of course I know. His sister. Biological? Don't tell me you picked her up? Nan Man Pei said angrily. Hey. An orchid in an empty valley was taken aback. You mean Qin Zhe? Nan Man Pei nodded. An orchid in an empty valley laughed. A bit interesting. Women like to pay attention to the entertainment industry. She thought of something and asked with great interest. Was the song opera to lip-synced? The internet said it was an electronically synthesized voice. Nan Man Pei said helplessly, I don't know. Chapter 139. At the beginning of September, Qin Zhe went to 2 financial institutions for interviews. One didn't hire him and the other was a little small, so he didn't join. Today he was still alone at home. After helping his 2 sisters wash their clothes, he sat on the sofa and smoked in boredom. Occasionally he would chat with his 3 roommates in the group. Ever since they found out that Qin Zhe had a beautiful sister, they couldn't stop talking about Qin Bao Bao. After Lu Zichang begged and Li Liang used the house rules to pressure him, Qin Zhe sent a picture of his sister sitting on the sofa and acting cute. The 3 guys shouted excitedly. Lu Zichang said, My goddess acting cute is my food. Qin Zhe enjoyed chatting with his roommates. He didn't feel that he was different from before, and his mentality was inflated. His grandfather had a lot of principles and he remembered most of them. For example, his grandfather often said that a person's character was judged by his attitude towards himself when he was poor, and by his attitude towards his friends when he was rich. Although his grandfather never thought that his ugly duckling would be rich one day. His sister went to work today. It was said that the company arranged for her to film a variety show. Qin Bao Bao became famous overnight in Singer. Before the popularity of winning the championship died down, she should show her face more often. A good management company knew how to operate. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao looked at a certain contract. After confirming that the contract was normal, she signed her name. Qin Zhe was always worried that his sister would be tricked outside. He felt that his sister was so beautiful that the salty men in the entertainment industry would want her. The main reason was that Qin Bao Bao didn't act as a proper sister in front of her younger brother. When she was free, she would act cute, argue with each other, and occasionally fight in real life. She didn't act like a sister at all. She made her younger brother think that his sister was a plump koi fish that would starve to death if he didn't feed her. Thus, he ignored the fact that his sister's IQ was higher than his. Qin Bao Bao was well aware of the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. Although she didn't do everything personally, she would personally go through the contracts and make sure there were no loopholes before signing them. Li Yanhong said excitedly, Bao Bao, this variety show is one of the branded shows in Zhejiang province. The ratings are pretty good. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 of them took the company car to Zhejiang province television station. The new building of Zhejiang Satellite TV was built in 2005 and completed in 2008. It was the tallest building in the area. The glass walls reflected the dazzling sunlight. In the meeting room, Qin Baobao met with the program team's director and host. Director Chun, Qin Bao said with a smile. The director was a skinny, middle-aged man with an amiable smile. Behind him stood a male and a female host. They were the hosts of this program. The man's name was Wang Jiyu, and the woman's name was Chu Luhua. The two of them were about the same age, around 30 years old. They were all well-known hosts. Qin Baobao shook hands with them and said with a smile, "I used to watch you guys on TV every day. Now I'm finally meeting you in person." Chu Luhua also smiled. "Bao Bao, I'm your fan." Li Jiyu teased. "I'm also your younger brother's fan." Qin Baobao smiled and took it as a joke. Many artistes liked to tease her about her younger brother. The netizens also teased her that she was a female artiste who relied on her younger brother to get to the top. She was the only one in the entertainment industry. It was fine if she sang her younger brother's song, but even the champion was helped by her younger brother. The director was a busy man. He left after greeting her. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiyu accompanied her. "Our show will start recording at 7 p.m. There will be a dance performance when you appear. We'll inform you in advance. It's just the effect of the show. There's no need to be too professional. You can rehearse with the backup dancers later." Wang Jiyu said, "Let's take a look at the script first. You can go through the questions we have to ask during the recording and think about how to answer them. Then there's the structure of our show. An assistant will tell you about it." Qin Baobao thought to herself, "I finally have a chance to show off my dancing skills. I thought I practiced for nothing." This show was actually a celebrity symposium. The production team liked to invite some celebrities who had become popular recently. Firstly, the appearance fee was not fixed yet, so it could be negotiated. Secondly, with enough popularity to support it, the ratings would be guaranteed. This time, the production team invited 3 new celebrities. Qin Baobao was left for last. It was considered the finale. At 5 p.m., the audience entered through the security check. At 6 p.m., the show started recording. Qin Baobao waited until 7 p.m. before it was her turn to go on stage. "Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer who became famous with her excellent original songs." Chu Luhua deliberately paused. "She has a younger brother who's known as a music genius." Before she could say anything, there was a loud cheer from the audience. "Qin Baobao! Qin Baobao!" The audience's cheers. This was the effect they wanted. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiyu said in unison, "Then let's welcome our Qin Baobao." The stage lights changed, and rhythmic music sounded. The revolving door opened, and the backup dancers in golden costumes filed out. Qin Baobao walked in the middle, surrounded by the backup dancers. When she reached the center of the stage, the backup dancers scattered. Qin Baobao twisted her waist and danced to the rhythm. She had the kind of sexy figure that was especially attractive when she twisted. It was suitable for a hot dance that showed off her figure. The audience, especially the men, had their eyes shining. This was Qin Baobao's first time dancing. She did not dance on the stage of singer, because dancing while singing was no longer popular. As a qualified singer, dancing was still a necessary skill that could be used at any time. After the dance, there was a warm applause. Qin Baobao turned to leave, and the staff quickly removed the props. Not long after, Qin Baobao returned to the stage. She had changed her outfit and was wearing denim shorts with a black gown. The gown was the kind that reached her thighs and covered her denim shorts. It gave people the feeling that she was not wearing any pants and only had a pair of long, straight legs. Qin Baobao's figure was a big highlight. To an experienced driver, her figure was far more attractive than her face. "Bao Bao, this is your first time on our show," Chu Luhua said. "That's right." Wang Jiyu continued. "She's prettier in real life than on TV. Please accept my love." He made a heart shape in front of his chest. "Bao Bao only debuted this year, so you can be considered a pure newcomer." Chu Luhua opened the topic. "I heard that you didn't graduate from a drama school. and you didn't receive any professional training before joining Star Art. To be able to get to where you are today, it must be very hard. It's quite hard. To be able to get to where I am today, I'm also very surprised. Qin Baobao replied. Usually, celebrities who become popular overnight will need a long time to adapt, or their family members will not be able to adapt. Wang Jiu interrupted. Of course, in the past I could go out and play openly, but now I don't even dare to go out without wearing sunglasses or a hat. Qin Baobao said. The audience laughed. Then, family members will also have this kind of trouble. Family members too? Chu Luhua laughed. Are they going to be recognized as Qin Baobao's parents as soon as they go out? Wang Jiu immediately said, Hey, the two elders in front of me. I know you're Qin Baobao's parents. Quick, give me your autographs. The audience laughed. No way. Qin Baobao also laughed. Actually, it's my parents who don't want me to be an artist. Yes, the older generation is more conservative, Chu Luhua replied. Actually, when I was in high school, there were talent scouts who tried to poach me. Because of my family's objection, the matter was left unsettled. At that time, my father gave me a good beating. Really? Chu Luhua was shocked. How could he do that? Wang Jiu fully played the role of Qin Baobao's diehard fan. How could he bear to lay his hands on such a beautiful daughter? Uncle is too strict. If I had a daughter like this, I would dote on her so much that she'd melt in my mouth. Chu Luhua glanced at him and studied his face. Don't worry. You can't give birth to such a beautiful daughter. The audience laughed and applauded. What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they beat you? Wang Jiu asked nervously. Qin Baobao nodded. They did. The audience was in an uproar. Qin Baobao changed the topic. My brother took the blame for me. Chapter 140. The audience was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. I feel sorry for Qin Zhe for 3 seconds. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. The sister gets beaten up? This brother must be a free gift. Chu Wani held back her laughter. Your brother is so pitiful. Is this how you guys get along since you were young? The sister gets into trouble and the brother takes the blame? The audience pricked up their ears. The selling point of the show was to talk about the love lives of celebrities and the ups and downs of their careers. Gossip about celebrities was always something that the public liked and paid attention to. Qin Baobao said, That's not true. I've been obedient since I was young. He was often beaten up by my dad. If my dad snorted, he would reflexively stand at attention. We all know that smart children are especially naughty, Wang Jiu said. Qin Baobao thought to herself, **T, he got beaten up because he was too stupid. But she definitely couldn't say anything bad about her brother on the show. So she said, Yes, my brother is the smartest. Previously, there was a rumor on the internet that said those songs of yours couldn't have been written by one person because they were really too amazing. Now, I'm very curious what kind of talented person could write so many good songs. Chu Wani said, I'm your brother's fan. Can you briefly explain his writing process? Qin Baobao bragged. Most of the inspiration was given to him by me. He's been very talented since he was young. At the same time, I'm very grateful for the songs he wrote for me. My brother is the best. Baobao's career is smooth sailing. How about your relationship? Chu Wani asked. The audience was instantly interested, especially the male fans. They couldn't wait for their parents to give them another pair of ears. In celebrity gossip, what could compare to a relationship? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Jiu said angrily. My goddess has no love life. My goddess must be a single dog. No, a single aristocrat. Qin Baobao defended herself. Because I live with my brother, I haven't thought about relationships for the time being. She answered very carefully. She definitely wouldn't say that she had a boyfriend. Indeed, she didn't. But she also wouldn't say that she had never been in a relationship. No one would believe her. Instead, they would think that she was pretentious and embarrassing. Wang Jiu asked, Is it because you've always liked your younger brother? Qin Baobao spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course not. It is indeed inconvenient. The audience burst into laughter. If it were me, with such a talented and good-looking younger brother, it would be hard for me not to fall for him. Qin Bao Bao panicked. Actually, my mother has been arranging for me to go on blind dates. It's just that she hasn't found a suitable partner yet. She thought to herself, what kind of godly development is this? Are we going to discuss some taboo topic? Please end it quickly. Chu Ruowei was surprised by her reaction and changed the topic. It's none of my business whether you have a boyfriend or not. I'm more concerned about whether my brother has a girlfriend or not. Qin Bao Bao said, where would he find it? He doesn't have it. She almost blurted out, how can he find a girlfriend? Is it because he's an otaku? Wang Jiu said, I remember you once said on a show that your younger brother is an otaku. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, I did say that. Even if I did, I wouldn't admit it. It's probably because he practices piano and composes songs. Chu Ruowei said, he has to look for inspiration everywhere. He often locks himself in his room for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Bao Bao nodded and tried to salvage the situation. He usually writes songs and plays the piano. That's why he always stays at home. My younger brother is amazing. Of course, he didn't play the piano. Last time, she said that her younger brother was an otaku and he was unhappy. She finally managed to smooth things over. There must be some inconveniences when you two live together, right? Will there be friction between you two? Chu Ruowei realized that as long as they talked about Qin Bao Bao's younger brother, the audience below seemed to be very interested. She tried her best to bring the topic in this direction. Sometimes he is disobedient. When he was young, he listened to everything I said. Will there be times when he will drive people crazy? That won't happen. He usually respects me. I'm his older sister. At home, whatever I say goes. Qin Bao Bao said confidently. It's good to have such a younger brother. Chu Ruowei expressed her envy. I also want to have a sister like Bao Bao. Wang Jiu said. There wasn't much time left for the program. Chu Ruowei said loudly. Then let's enter the last interactive segment. The live audience will vote. We can decide to let our guests do one thing. Several options appeared on the big screen. Dance, sing, acrobatics, crosstalk, and so on. There was also a call the person closest to you. Dance, I want to see Qin Bao Bao dance. Sing, Qin Bao Bao sings well. Acrobatics is more interesting. Don't joke. How can a goddess perform acrobatics? Then crosstalk? Choose the last one. Call the person closest to you. This is good, this is interesting. The results of the voting were out. The last interactive game had the highest number of votes. Call the person closest to you. It seems like you also want to know who Bao Bao's closest person is. Qin Bao Bao blinked and said wittily, of course it's my mom. Who? Boos came from the audience. They said they wanted to see you talk to your parents. What's there to talk about? A female audience member in the audience shouted, I want to talk to Qin Zhe on the phone. The audience's eyes lit up and they cheered, Qin Zhe, Qin Zhe, Qin Zhe. Wang Jiu suggested, good idea. Bad idea. Qin Bao Bao wasn't too willing, but she had to cooperate with the program's request. In any case, it's just a chat. Little brother can handle this. You don't need to call, just give me his number. Chu Ruowei suddenly changed the topic. Qin Bao Bao didn't mind and gave out Qin Zhe's number. Wang Jiu gave the number to the staff. Now, let's call the backstage. When Qin Zhe received the call, he was busy in the kitchen. It was 7:30 p.m. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The call came. Who is this? Qin Zhe answered. At the scene, Qin Zhe's voice spread through the loudspeaker. Chu Ruowei made a hush gesture to signal the audience to keep quiet. She cleared her throat and said, Hello, I'm Chu Ruowei, the host of Date with a New Star. Are you Mr. Qin Zhe? Was I won the second prize by the TV program? The prize is a laptop and 10,000 yuan in cash, but I have to pay a processing fee of 1,000 yuan? On the other end of the phone, he sneered. Funny, this is a trick from hundreds of years ago. After that, he hung up the phone. Chu Ruowei blinked and stood there blankly. She looked confused and pitiful. The whole place was silent. A female audience couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Then, the whole place burst into laughter. The noise of laughter was like a wave. Ha ha ha, he hung up. Ouch! My stomach hurts from laughing. Scam call? 666-inch, there's nothing wrong with that. I've received this kind of call before. So funny. Look at the host's expression. I'm looking for psychological trauma. I like this segment the most because there's no script. It's very careful. Chu Ruowei had to signal the audience to be quiet again. Staff, get ready. I'll call again when I count to 3. During this time, I ask the audience to calm down and keep quiet. After communicating through the phone again, Chu Ruowei went straight to the point. Mr. Qin Zhe, I'm Chu Ruowei, the host of Date with a New Star. Qin Bao Bao is on our show. Qin Zhe was stunned. He knew that Qin Bao Bao was on a variety show. But why did she call him? Speaking of which, her opening sounded too much like a scam call. Qin Zhe said cautiously, Is Qin Bao Bao beside you? I want to talk to her. Don't worry, we won't ask you for anything. If you have anything, you can hang up immediately. Then I'll hang up. He was very straightforward. Don't. Our program team called you because there will be a call later. I want to let you know in advance. Chu Ruowei hurriedly stopped and finished speaking in one breath, afraid that he would hang up again. Go ahead. The director also breathed a sigh of relief and said to the staff beside him, There's no need to edit this part. Just put it up like this. Calling you is actually an advance rehearsal. Bao Bao will be on the show later. There will be a call like this. Let's talk first. I have a few questions to ask you. You can answer as usual so that everyone knows what's going on. Qin Zhe didn't know when the show started recording and when it ended. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been scammed. He said, Okay, ask away. Chu Ruowei thought for a moment. Does Bao Bao have a boyfriend? No. She still didn't have a boyfriend. Many of the audience members were surprised. They felt that a high-quality goddess like Qin Bao Bao couldn't have a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao said she didn't, but they didn't believe her completely. Now, Qin Zhe also said he didn't have one. Chu Ruowei asked, Bao Bao said that it's because you live together, so it affects her finding a boyfriend. Do you have any objections? Qin Bao Bao was originally calm, but when she heard the question, she knew that something was wrong. She and her brother had each other's backs for 20 years. Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time. Why? She has a bad temper. I won't take the blame for this. In the audience. Pfft. Someone couldn't hold it in and laughed. Fortunately, the sound wasn't loud. Under Chu Ruowei's reminder, the laughter died down. Mr. Qin, I heard that your family's sister is in the entertainment industry, right? But in the end, the person who got beaten up was you. How do you feel? Chapter 141. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I don't know if I should say MP. It can't be helped. My dad is rigid and serious. He's a university professor. In high school, Qin Bao Bao wanted to enter the entertainment industry and was taught a lesson by him. Qin Bao Bao has been afraid of her dad since she was young. When she saw her dad get angry, she was terrified. What can I do? I can't just watch her get beaten up. This time, I have to take the blame even if I don't want to. Chunwan looked at Qin Bao Bao and tried to hold back her laughter. Countless audience members were looking at Qin Bao Bao. And why was it different from what was said just now? It shouldn't be that the younger brother's legs went soft when he saw his father get angry. Some people were already laughing out loud. They really couldn't hold it in. What's that sound? Qin Zhe asked. Oh, it's nothing. The show here is about to start, so it's a little noisy. Chunwan played Tai Chi and said, I can see that the relationship between the siblings is very deep. Will there be any friction in your lives? Yes, Qin Bao Bao is always at home. She doesn't have the ability to take care of herself. I'm usually the one taking care of her. Being both the younger brother and the father sometimes makes me feel tired. When I ask her to help with the chores, she'll only act coquettishly. It's inevitable that there will be friction. The audience below the stage whispered, "What does a goddess act coquettishly like? Damn, it's such a blessing. With such a beautiful sister acting coquettishly, I'm willing to do anything." I didn't expect him to be such a warm guy. He's liking Qin more and more. He can write songs, play the piano, and take care of the house. I want as many brothers like him as there are. The image of a goddess suddenly became clear. Turns out that she's a lazy person at home. Ahahaha. I feel that their daily lives are quite amusing. When Qin Bao comes home, the little universe will definitely explode. Qin still doesn't know that he's been tricked. Qin Bao is the older sister after all. If she wants to beat the younger brother, Qin won't dare to fight back. Qin Bao's mouth twitched. She couldn't wait to get into the phone and have a real-life PK with Qin, but she had to force a smile on her face. The production team was too good at stirring up trouble. Then how will you coordinate? Chu Liuyu held back her laughter. It's usually a fight. Oh right, that's not a good answer, right? I should change my answer on the show later. I'll say that it's a reasonable allocation of chores. Hua! Everyone was shocked. They were really fighting? How old were they? Qin Bao felt wronged and said, "Usually, it's him who presses me down on the sofa and beats me up." The audience below the stage burst into laughter. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. How funny. Qin really hit his sister. If I had such a beautiful sister, I definitely wouldn't bear to hit her. That's out of love. Didn't you see Qin Bao's expression? This is so interesting. I like Qin and Qin Bao very much. With such a big commotion, Qin would be really stupid if he still couldn't hear it. What's going on? Why do I hear laughter? Are you recording a show? Qin Bao, are you there? Chu Liuyu motioned for Qin Bao to speak. Qin Bao smiled with a knife hidden in her eyes. "Aze, I must have a good chat with you when I get home today." Qin pretended not to hear it and stiffly changed the topic. "Hello, host. Hello, audience." Chu Liuyu replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. Actually, we were recording a show just now. It's all a trick." Qin sighed. Let's cut the part just now. Let's pretend that nothing happened and call again. Okay? The audience burst into laughter again. Okay. Thank you very much for joining our show, Mr. Qin. The call ends here. Chu Liuyu ended the topic with a laugh. Audience, say goodbye to Mr. Qin. Words of goodbye sounded. Qin said helplessly, "Goodbye." At home, Wang Zijin stood at the side and listened. She couldn't help but laugh. From Zhejiang Province TV. How funny. And scrupulous. Qin put away his phone. Qin Bao can't make it back in time. Let's eat. Wang Zijin complained. You haven't cooked the food yet. How can you eat it? Don't worry. Show me what you can do. At night, Qin Bao rushed home. She kicked off her high heels and swung her bag. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, she pounced on Qin and shouted, "Zijin, I'm going to clean up the house. Unrelated people, please leave." Wang Zijin replied with an "oh" and went back to her room with the computer. After a while, Qin Bao shouted for help in the living room. "Zijin, the enemy is ferocious. Help us quickly." "Zijin, help? Haha, don't poke my waist." "Qin, if you continue like this, I'm really going to be angry." Don't poke, good brother. I'm begging you. I forgive you. No, it's my fault. Good brother. Good A's? Boo-hoo. You only know how to bully me." Wang Zijin put on her headphones and turned a deaf ear. She had already given up on treating the siblings. In the living room, the pillows fell to the ground. The coffee table was askew. Qin sat on his sister's lap. Qin Bao was like a salted fish panting. Her swollen chest rose and fell violently. Her hair was messy, covering her flawless face. The hem of her t-shirt was lifted in her struggle, exposing her small waist. The siblings had fought for the umpteenth time, but Qin Bao was still defeated. Qin Bao lay on the sofa with her arms and legs spread out, looking like there was nothing left to live for. Get up. Qin Zhe poked her waist gently. Qin Bao Bao ignored him in a fit of pique. His sister's disheveled appearance was too unsightly. Qin Zhe helped her pull up the hem of her t-shirt. Let's call a truce, Qin Bao Bao said. She stretched out a tender arm and said coquettishly, Pull me up. Qin Zhe heard this and reached out to pull her up. However, she used all her strength to pull him up, causing him to stumble. Then, she lowered her shoulders and put her long legs on his shoulders. She twisted and pulled. Qin Zhe's head bumped into his sister's lower abdomen, and the siblings both cried out in pain. Baby Qin, who had succeeded in her sneak attack, did not care about the pain. She hugged one of Qin Zhe's arms and wrapped her legs around Qin Zhe's neck. She exerted strength from her small waist and kicked up and down. Damn, Qin Bao Bao, you shameless bitch. Qin Zhe struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. She was really strong. Her months of dancing were not in vain. You actually used a sneak attack. Qin Bao Bao used all her strength to resist her brother's resistance. Her face was red and she panted. All is fair in war. Sister said to clean house, so I will clean house. Don't say I didn't warn you. On the way back to Shanghai, she specially searched for ways to defeat the strong with the weak. In order to learn how to use strength, she watched several teaching videos. You disrespectful little bastard. Sister will teach you a lesson today. Qin Bao Bao used all her strength to wrap her legs around her brother's neck. This move was called the deadly scissor kick. How to teach him a lesson. Suffocate me between your legs? Qin Zhe felt that his neck was about to break. He could force himself to stand up, but he might pull his neck. Let's call a truce. Hurry up and say you were wrong. I was wrong. Do you dare to be rude to sister in the future? I won't dare, I won't dare. At least you know what's good for you. Hurry up and shout 3 times. Little fairy sister, spare me. That's too shameful. Can't you change the way you address me? No, hurry up and say it. I can't hold on any longer. Bah, I still haven't used my strength. Qin Bao Bao panted as she spoke. She was also exhausted after using so much strength. Qin Zhe admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied. She quickly loosened her legs and jumped up from the sofa. After hiding to a safe distance, she looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. She sang a Beijing opera. I'm an idler on Wulong Ridge. I'll go up the mountain to kill a tiger. I'll go down the sea to catch a dragon. I'll pull up a mountain with unrivaled strength. I'll take the enemy's head in the midst of an army of 10,000. Her shoulders shook. She clenched her fists and continued to sing. I'll use a sledgehammer to punish a little thief. There's no one like me in this world. Then she walked back to her room with her head held high. I'm leaving. The door closed with a bang and locked from the inside. Inside the room, the sound of her sister and her best friend boasting about their heaven-defying comeback echoed. Qin Zhe touched his nose. There seemed to be a delicate fragrance lingering around. Chapter 142. The second week. Date with a New Star was broadcast. Although it could not be compared to Singer, it was still a popular variety show. As a new female singer in the entertainment industry, Qin Bao Bao's popularity of winning the competition had not faded. It was still very eye-catching. This kind of variety show was usually recorded a week or even 2 weeks in advance. In the new episode, there would be an Easter egg. On the internet, many viewers were looking forward to it. Some were fans of the show itself, and some were watching because of Qin Bao Bao. This episode has Zhang Yunchu as a guest. He loves Appa the most. Chu Xiangxiang will be on the show too. It should be to promote her new movie. Her acting is good. Yes, among the new actresses, her acting is considered good. I'm here to watch Qin Bao Bao. Watch Qin Bao Bao +1, +2, +10086. I wonder if Qin Bao Bao will release a new song or album. Yes, I'm looking forward to her new song. Qin Bao Bao pulled her best friend and brother to watch the show together in front of the TV. She wanted to see how her first appearance on the show would turn out. This was a completely different variety show from Singer. Qin Zhe had seen this variety show before. It was quite interesting. The theme was actually some gossip about the new star's life and career. It fully satisfied the audience's curiosity. Every celebrity's appearance would be arranged for a talent show, either singing or dancing. 2 stars went over quickly. In the end, it was Qin Bao Bao, the most popular of the 3, who went on stage as the finale. Qin Zhe realized that only his sister's interactive segment was a phone call. As for the other 2, one was performing acrobatics and the other was dancing. Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer, and she's made a name for herself with her masterpieces. She has a younger brother who's known as a musical prodigy. Before Chunwan could finish her sentence, the audience started shouting Baby Qin's name. Qin Bao Bao went on stage and gave a hot dance. The accompaniment was European and American hip-hop style music. It was well received. It was Qin Zhe's first time seeing his sister dance. He was quite amazed. Her swaying waist and swaying hips were simply tempting him to commit a crime. She also had 2 long legs that walked like a cat. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sister, in the future, dance more at home. Don't neglect this skill. Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother's shining eyes and spat. Get lost. After a pause, she couldn't help but ask, is it beautiful? Was it really beautiful? I don't really know how to dance. This time, even Wang Zijin couldn't stand her best friend's antics. She rolled her eyes and said, not nice, not nice. Qin Bao Bao hit her angrily. Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. Your sister bullied me. Qin Bao Bao sneered. What a joke. This is my younger brother. Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe, imperceptibly giving him pressure. Qin Bao Bao hurriedly took her brother's arm and raised her seductive face to show Wang Zijin. Let's watch the show. Qin Zhe tried to smooth things over, but the 2 sisters were not satisfied. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes, and Qin Bao Bao pinched Qin Zhe's arm. Qin Zhe finally understood the pain of a married man between the cracks. What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they hit you? Wang Jiu asked in the show. Yes. My brother took the blame for me. The audience burst into laughter. Then Qin Bao Bao and the host talked about some trivial things in life, as well as topics related to Qin Zhe. Soon it was the last segment. Talking to the person closest to you on the phone. It seems that you also want to know who Bao Bao's closest person is. Of course, it's my mother. The audience was not satisfied and asked to call Qin Zhe. After the host dialed Qin Zhe's number, it was rejected as a scam. The audience laughed, and the audience in front of the TV were also overjoyed. It was too interesting. The image of a celebrity instantly came to life. Does Bao Bao have a boyfriend? No. Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time. Why? She has a bad temper. I'm not going to take the blame. The call ended in laughter, and the show came to an end. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at his sister's beautiful face. How much money did you make on this show? Qin Bao Bao's face was full of vigilance. Why? It's none of your business. Since you can make money on your own, shouldn't you return my song agency fee to me? Qin Bao Bao was like a cat protecting its food. I already said that I'll save it for you. Don't be so annoying. I'll take care of your wife for you. Qin Zhe sneered. Then you can spend it all with a clear conscience. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Qin Zhe was shocked. What I mean is that you're embezzling my wife's money. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Her sister also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, Dad's coffin lid is finally pressed down. Qin Zhe stated his purpose. Give me some money to spend. What for? I'm not going to drink with girls. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. That's good. Qin Bao Bao fell down and grabbed her bag from the other end of the sofa. She took out a pink wallet and a stack of money. In the future, you have to report when you spend money. You're not allowed to indulge in debauchery. You're not allowed to spend money either. Do you know what a big sword means? Qin Zhe was disdainful. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and slapped him twice. If you dare to go to a big sword, I'll break your legs. Her sister was still very generous to Qin Zhe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have raised him for 2 years. It was just that she loved to care about money too much. She wanted to control all her brother's money in her hands. He didn't know where she learned this bad habit. Hey, Qin Bao Bao, you've been quite arrogant recently. Qin Zhe put on a fake smile and cracked his knuckles. With the experience of turning defeat into victory last week, his sister straightened her chest and didn't panic at all. Come on, I want to fight 10 of you. Seeing that the siblings were about to fight, Wang Zijin hurriedly stopped them. Okay, stop it. It's getting late. Didn't you say that you have to go home tomorrow? Tomorrow was the death anniversary of Qin Zhe's grandfather. According to customs, the descendants had to go to the grave to pay respects. Qin Ma was afraid that her children would forget this, so she specially called to remind them during the day. How could she not know her own children's morals? Qin Zhe and his sister had indeed forgotten. They couldn't even remember their parents' birthdays. Old Master and Qin Ma didn't like to be extravagant and wasteful. It didn't matter whether they celebrated their birthdays every year. Except for big birthdays like their 40th birthday, they would cook a few dishes at home and invite their relatives and friends for a meal. Young people nowadays would treat their birthdays to a meal, wine, and karaoke as if it was their 60th birthday. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were influenced by their parents and didn't celebrate their birthdays. Every year, his sister would be satisfied as long as she took away her younger brother's pocket money for her birthday. For her younger brother's birthday, she spent hundreds or thousands of yuan on a pair of sneakers and backpacks. The Louis Vuitton shoulder bag that Qin Zhe used was bought by his sister for his birthday 2 years ago. During those few days, his sister nagged in front of him every day, saying that the bag was too expensive and that it cost her 2 months' salary. You have to earn a lot of money in the future to repay your sister. Qin Zhe was annoyed by her nagging and said, Okay, I'll let you keep all the money I earn in the future. Now, it seemed that his sister took it seriously and took action. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. The next day, in the entertainment news section, the netizens commented on the news of a date with a new star : This episode is really good. It's full of negative points and also full of negative points. Qin Zhe's phone call was hilarious from the beginning to the end. The production team was too considerate. They were really considerate. Qin Bao Bao was bragging on the show. She probably didn't expect that the last segment would be a phone call to her younger brother. She was accidentally exposed by her younger brother. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who has a different focus? Qin Bao Bao said, My younger brother is the best 3 times and my younger brother is the best 6 times in one show. Goddess, you're awesome. We know that your younger brother is the best. Okay? Ha ha ha. After the brother boasting maniac, the netizens who loved to see and hear gave baby Qin a nickname, Brother Boasting Maniac. They also took screenshots and made them into an emoticon with the caption, My younger brother is the best. When they despised everything and others, they would post such a picture. Chapter 143. Early in the morning, Qin Zhe led Wang Zijin for her morning exercise. The two of them circled the park again and again. At 6:30, the sun had already risen, and the sunlight was slightly scorching. Wang Zijin was so tired that she was sweating profusely. Her oval face was flushed. Usually, at this time, she would stop and walk slowly. She would wait for Qin Zhe to return from his second lap before running together with him. Today, she clenched her teeth and persevered with Qin Zhe. Take a break. Qin Zhe was considerate. Wang Zijin shook her head. Exercise can't be done overnight, Qin Zhe said. But it's urgent to lose weight, Wang Zijin said. Her face was indeed rounder than when she first arrived. In order to prevent her from becoming as fat as a pig, she had to increase her exercise. Qin Zhe glanced at Sister Wang's well-proportioned and exquisite figure. It's okay. Sister Tishu's figure is still so good. When Wang Zijin heard that, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, Qin Zhe looked at her face and changed the topic. Your face is really round. Wang Zijin's face instantly turned stiff. She glared at him and said angrily, I'll hit you. Wang Zijin was envious. Qin Baobao eats so much every day. Why isn't she fat? It's probably the legendary talent. Wang Zijin snorted. Curse her to become as fat as a pig. Qin Zhe couldn't help but laugh. He imagined such a scene. If Qin Baobao was here, she would definitely cross her arms in front of her chest and assume a defensive posture. She would loudly say, "Reflect the curse." At 7:30, there were more and more commuters riding shared bicycles, mixed with electric scooters. These guys were scarier road killers than female drivers. In their eyes, there were no traffic rules and they were rampaging. Among them, the electric scooters were the fiercest. Qin Zhe suggested running in the park to avoid the bicycles and electric scooters. However, Wang Zijin couldn't take it anymore. She was panting and said that she wanted to go home and rest. They returned home at 8 o'clock. Wang Zijin took a shower, ate breakfast, and went out with the siblings. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao drove the little red horse to the Yongla Public Cemetery in the suburbs. When they arrived at their destination, the old man and Qin Ma were already waiting for them under the 6-meter-high stone memorial arch. The memorial arch was engraved with the words, Yongla Cemetery. The old man was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie. It was rare to see him dressed so formally. After all, it was an important day for him to meet his father. His face was stiff and solemn as he frowned at his son and daughter who were walking over. The elder sister held her younger brother's arm. "What kind of day is this? Why are you wearing casual clothes? Didn't your mother tell you to wear a suit?" The old man reprimanded his son. It was said that a man must have a pure black suit in his wardrobe. It would be used in 2 occasions, funerals and weddings. But Qin Zhe did not have a suit. In the past, he was a child in the eyes of his parents, so he could be more casual. Now that he had graduated from university and stepped into society, he was a real adult. He was not an 18-year-old adult. "I don't have a suit." Qin Zhe defended himself. The old man was stunned. "Your company doesn't require you to wear formal wear?" All high-class companies had uniform requirements, especially in the real estate and finance industries. Formal wear was a rigid rule. "Our company is just a small one. We don't have such requirements." Qin Zhe was shocked and hurriedly lied. He lied to the old man that he had found a job. Investing in stocks at home was as unreliable as his daughter entering the entertainment industry. His daughter was already so annoying. If the old man knew that his son did not want to improve himself, he would be furious. "What a lousy company," the old man grumbled. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard his sister say, "Dad, Ace is lazy and doesn't work at home. You have to educate him." F***CK. "Qin Bao, are you trying to cause trouble?" Sure enough, the old man immediately frowned. Qin Ma saw that the situation was not right. She used her 20 years of experience to smooth things over. "Okay, let's talk when we get home. Don't beat my grandson in front of me." The family went to the cemetery to buy incense, candles, paper money, and other things. The siblings were left behind. Qin Zhe pinched his sisters but hard. "Ouch!" Qin Baobao wailed. "What's wrong?" The old man turned around. "Dad, Ace hit me." Qin Baobao complained. "Dad, I didn't." Qin Baobao is slandering me. Qin Zhe's expression did not change. When it came to character, the old man favored a son who he had brought up hands-on rather than a daughter who he doted on. The old couple knew that the older sister had bullied the younger brother since she was young. However, they did not know that the tables had turned. "You're always fooling around. Be more serious later." The old man scolded. When he turned around, he heard his daughter screaming again. The old man said angrily, "What's wrong now? Are you done?" Qin Baobao said with tears in her eyes, "I sprained my ankle." However, her hand was rubbing her butt. Qin Zhe said fiercely, "Who told you to hit me when I'm down?" Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. "I'm doing this for your own good. What's the point of being a salted fish at home all day?" Qin Baobao felt that her younger brother's mentality and state of mind were not right. Many young people were useless because they were idle at home. Another thing was that his mentality of speculating was not right. He was always thinking about making a profit in the stock market. He was a typical lazy gambler. Nonsense. I just haven't found a suitable job. Besides, I've made a lot of money in the stock market. How much? Qin Baobao quickly asked. She was very concerned about her younger brother's family background. She was like a housekeeper who smelled her husband's secret stash of money. Qin Zhe flipped his palm and said proudly, "It's doubled." Qin Baobao was stunned. She smiled and patted her younger brother's head. "Where did you learn to brag? You're talking nonsense with a straight face." "I'm telling you. After all, I was raised by you." Qin Zhe mocked her. "You've raised such a good-for-nothing." Qin Baobao was heartbroken. She waved her small hand and said, "Send him back to the furnace to be remade." Qin Zhe glanced at her lower abdomen. Qin Baobao was furious. She chopped her younger brother's neck with her hand. There was a building in the cemetery that resembled a church. There was a large cross on the roof. The lobby was also empty like the church. However, there was no statue of Jesus. Instead, there was a Taoist Three Pure Ones. It was a little out of place. There were shops selling incense and candles beside the church. People who came here to pay respects to their ancestors would buy them directly from the cemetery. These things were handled by Qin Ma. Qin Baobao assisted her. Qin Zhe and the old man stood aside and smoked. Qin Zhe learned to smoke after he went to university. His dorm mates, Li Liang and Zhao Baliang, instigated him. Before that, the old man did not allow him to smoke. If he was caught, he would be beaten up. Of course, he would not smoke now. Qin Zhe was about to turn 23. He could not take care of him for the rest of his life. Moreover, the old man also smoked and drank. It was not a bad habit, as long as it was in moderation. After Qin Ma bought the incense, candles, and other items, she received a call from Qin Zhe's aunts. They said that they had already bought the items to pay respects to their ancestors in the cemetery. After hanging up the phone, the family of 4 waited for their relatives. The items to pay respects to their ancestors could not be bought by others. This was because it was filial piety to the deceased elders. Could not be bought by others. The old man was the eldest in the previous generation. He had 2 younger sisters. The eldest aunt was 3 years younger than the old man. The youngest aunt was 6 years younger. The eldest aunt was called Qin Ruyue. The youngest aunt was called Qin Ruyan. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 aunts and their uncles came together. Accompanying them were Qin Zhe's cousins. The eldest aunt's daughter was 18 years old. The youngest aunt's son was Qin Zhe's 16-year-old Chinibu cousin. The 2 aunts only had 1 child. The city was different from the countryside. In the countryside, if the first child was a daughter, they could still have another child. After all, in the countryside, the son was the main force. Qin Zhe heard from his parents that Qin Ma hid in their hometown in Jia province to give birth to him. When he was naturalized, he was fined a lot of money. When Qin Baobao was a child, she always laughed at her brother for being superfluous. Qin Zhe cried and looked for his mother. At that time, the gentle and virtuous Qin Ma would gnash her teeth and beat Qin Bao. After a few times, Qin Bao did not dare to laugh at her brother like that. "Brother!" The Chinibu cousin ran to Qin Zhe's side excitedly. This kid was called Jiang Cheng. His eyes were like his mother's, and his nose was like his father's. He had inherited the best genes of his parents. According to his own bragging, he was the most handsome person in junior high school. In this generation, he and Qin Baobao were the most outstanding. The Qin family's genes were strange. It seemed that good genes were passed down to the females but not the males. When the 2 aunts were young, they were both beautiful. The old man's appearance was not good enough. In this generation, Qin Zhe was ordinary, but Qin Baobao was a seductive vixen. "Brother, why do I feel that you have become more handsome?" Zhang Yunxi said with a smile. She had neat bangs, which made her look a bit cute. "I have developed," Qin Baobao said sarcastically. "Go away." Qin Zhe stared at her. The family went deep into the cemetery. They lit candles in front of the old man's grave, burned paper money, and wiped the dust off the tombstone. When they were paying their respects, The old man held a stick of incense and closed his eyes. The second was Qin Zhe. He was the eldest grandson of the eldest son, the only son of the Qin family. Qin Zhe followed suit. Qin Baobao stood on the side and did a funny dub. "Grandpa, please bless me to marry a beautiful wife like my sister. Then I will make a lot of money and buy 10 villas. Ha ha ha." Chapter 144. Qin Ma knocked her daughter's head with a chestnut and scolded her softly. "Be serious. Grandpa will be angry." Qin Bao covered her head and stuck her tongue out at Qin Ma. She kicked her brother angrily. Qin Zhe immediately turned around. "Dad, she's so annoying." Grandpa Qin pretended to hit his daughter, and she ran away in fear. They all burst into laughter. After the big brother's family finished paying their respects, it was the big aunt and little aunt's turn. She was probably asking her grandfather, to bless her family and make sure her career was smooth sailing. Little aunt added one more request. She asked their father to bless their son to be obedient and not make his father angry. Little uncle and cousin had been in a cold war recently and ignored each other. Jiang Cheng stayed at his uncle's house for a week before going home. He really couldn't stand the old man's chicken soup and could only listen. He had been in awe of his uncle since he was young, and it hadn't changed. He dared to talk back to his father, but he didn't dare to talk back to his uncle. Perhaps it was because of the shadow in his heart when he was young. One year, when he played at his uncle's house, he saw how his uncle beat his cousin. It could also be because of the aura. Little uncle was a businessman, while the old man was a university professor. One was smooth and sly while the other was rigid and serious. At this point, the worship was more or less over. A few years ago, they could still set off a string of firecrackers, but now they couldn't. Grandpa passed away when Qin Zhe was in elementary school. He seemed to have died of liver cancer, the kind that was contagious. Qin Zhe only went to the hospital a few times, but his family didn't let him go. The old man's appearance in his memory was already blurred. Then, everyone left the cemetery and drove to Qin Zhe's house. They were going to have a meal at the Qin family. Only then did the worship come to a successful end. Although it was the anniversary of the old man's death, the atmosphere at the table was very warm. After all, the old man's father had died for so many years, and the sadness had faded long ago. It was rare for relatives to gather together. "Bao Bao, I told you that you'd be beautiful when you grow up. Look, you're already a big star." Little uncle was a businessman and was very good at drinking. "Bao Bao, our family has a big star like you. We bring glory to our ancestors. Let me give you a toast as well." His uncle worked in a state-owned enterprise, and drinking was a compulsory skill. Both of his uncles were alcoholics. They drank beer like it was water. They often said that beer was only used to moisten the throat. White wine was the drink for men. Old Master was too strict, and they didn't like to drink with Big Brother. Moreover, the old man's expression was a little unnatural. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Eldest uncle, can't you see that my father's face has turned black? You still want to bring honor to our ancestors?" Qin Baobao also likes to drink. This is the reason why Qin Zhe does not trust her to play nightclubs. Baobao's singing is really good. I've been watching it since the first episode. Little uncle said, "I boasted to my business partners that this is my niece. Hey, no one believed me." The old man's expression changed slightly. "You already knew that Bao Bao would be on the show?" Little uncle was stunned. Oh, he let it slip. The old man looked at his daughter with a murderous look and sneered without saying a word. Little uncle hurriedly said, "A's asked me to keep it a secret. He said that Big Brother doesn't want a Bao Bao to be a star. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's so glorious to be a star." The old man looked at his son with a murderous look. Little uncle's heart hurt. Qin Zhe was angry. "Little uncle, don't betray me. Okay? My father will punish me later." Eldest aunt also interrupted. "You're used to it since you were young." He really wanted to flip the table. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Qin Baobao called her cousins to let them know. How could she hide it from her parents? Qin Zhe still had to clean up her mess. However, he didn't expect to hide it for so long. It was an unexpected gain that it was revealed on the eve of the finals of Star Singer. The sister looked at her brother, touched. Eldest uncle tried to smooth things over. Let's drink. Let's drink. At first, Qin Bao drank all the wine in her glass. Then, she couldn't take it anymore and pulled Qin Zhe over to drink, because it was at home and it was rare for relatives to gather together. The old man and Qin Ma didn't stop her. Cousin Jiang Cheng was eager to drink and wanted to drink for his sister. However, he was too young and didn't have the right to drink with the elders. Qin Zhe didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol in the past. But ever since he exercised and tempered his body every day, his liver's ability to detoxify alcohol was abnormally strong. He was actually on par with his two uncles. Now he couldn't stop. His two uncles kept urging him to drink. Qin Bao sat beside her brother and helped him pour wine. She was as obedient as a little wife. Qin Ma chatted with her two aunts. Other than daily necessities, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and some gossip, the other topic was Qin Bao's marriage. She mentioned that her youngest aunt was very keen on being a matchmaker these years and had brought several couples together. She was the one who introduced the blind date last time. Bao is getting old. I don't expect her to get married immediately, but she has to find a partner. Qin Ma sighed. There are still good men. It's just that with Bao's current identity and profession, it's not easy for her to find a partner casually. After all, she's a celebrity. Her youngest aunt analyzed, or someone in the entertainment industry is more suitable. Her eldest aunt shook her head. No, the entertainment industry is too open. Look at the news. It's not this one cheating, it's that one cheating. If Bao marries someone in the entertainment industry, it might be a marriage tragedy. Qin Ma was unhappy. My daughter hasn't married yet, and you're already predicting a marriage tragedy. Her youngest aunt said, then marry a rich businessman. All female celebrities like to marry rich businessmen. Once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the sea. Rich people are also fickle people. Jiang Cheng interrupted. Scram. Her youngest aunt slapped him. Qin Ma was even more worried when she heard this. Qin Bao pursed her lips and continued to pour wine for her younger brother. It's not that she doesn't have a good partner. It's just that she's too stubborn and doesn't want to date. Otherwise, with our qualifications, how could she not find a Bao? Qin Ma said. Celebrities aren't allowed to date. Jiang Cheng interrupted again. Scram. This time, her eldest aunt slapped him. Maybe she hasn't met someone she likes. Bao is so beautiful. It's normal for her to have higher standards. Her eldest aunt said. Bao, what type of man do you like? Her youngest aunt asked curiously. She knew her niece's taste, so she could find a good man. Qin Bao was absent-minded. So, like A's. Her eldest aunt laughed. Hi, that's easy. You can find a bunch of them. Qin Zhe felt as if an invisible arrow had pierced his heart. Her youngest aunt was suspicious. Don't try to fool me. If you really have such standards, you would have gotten married and had children long ago. Another arrow was shot. Qin Ma opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Qin Zhe's face was flushed red. He took a sip of wine and said, Mom, talk about something else. The three women changed the topic and talked about their youth. Then they talked about Qin Zhe's grandpa and grandma when they were young. They talked about how tough it was back then. The place they lived in was barren. Now, there were many skyscrapers. Things were different. Her eldest aunt said, Sigh. I remember when our mom was young. She gave birth to twins for the first time. Unfortunately, they died after a few months. Isn't that right, brother? The old man took a sip of wine and recalled. There was such a thing. I heard about it from Dad when I was young. Mom almost got depression back then. Her youngest aunt smiled. Fortunately, she got pregnant with you the next year. Her eldest aunt continued. I heard that twins can be inherited. Maybe Bao or Aza's children will be twins. Qin Ma's eyes flickered. She casually changed the topic. Which high school is Cheng studying in now? Jiang Cheng was eating happily. Suddenly, he felt the atmosphere in the living room turn solemn. There was a murderous aura. What high school? Go to a technical school. Her youngest uncle snorted. Her youngest aunt glared at her husband and said helplessly, I wanted to be like Bao Bao and study in Fudan University High School. This child's grades are usually good. But he screwed up his middle school exams. He's studying in Annan High School now. Annan High School was only average. The old master tapped his nephew with his chopsticks. The senior high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination are important events that will decide your life. You're still young, so you don't have the feeling. But you'll understand in the future. A good high school will decide which university you'll go to in the future. A good university will decide your future. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced. Nowadays, it's all about the father. I lost when I was just born. Her youngest uncle was furious. What did you say? I'll beat you to death. The old man waved his hand to stop his brother-in-law. He said earnestly, Since you know that you lost when you were born, why don't you work harder? Jiang Cheng was still unconvinced. Cousin is studying in an average university. I have a role model. I'm not afraid. Qin Zhe gave him a slap on the head. Jiang Cheng immediately changed his words. Cousin is studying in Fudan University. She'll be a celebrity after graduation. She's not even as good as those art school students. Qin Bao gave him a slap on the head. Jiang Cheng said again, So, I'll study in an art school and be a celebrity in the future. Seeing that her youngest uncle was about to slap him, he quickly lowered his head and ate without saying a word. Chapter 145. The meal lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two uncles were defeated by the younger generation. Elder uncle sang Beijing opera when he was drunk. Younger uncle's tolerance was better. When he was drunk, he would lie down on the ground like a dead dog. Your Highness, please take a look. What is this? This is a horsetail whisk made from a civet cat. What do you mean? This thing is hidden in the palace. It often reminds us to be vigilant in times of peace. Elder uncle spoke with a Beijing accent. He had stayed in the capital for many years when he was young. Elder aunt helped her husband stagger out the door and coaxed. Your Highness, don't look. Let's go home quickly. Qin Ma helped to support her husband. On the other side, the old master carried younger uncle out. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Yunqi waved. Cousin, goodbye. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Goodbye. Qin Bao pushed her brother. Are you okay? Qin Zhe burped loudly. Qin Bao covered her nose because of the smell of alcohol. Qin Zhe laughed. Waiter, 10 more jars. Then he plunged into his sister's swollen breasts. Qin Bao hurried to support her brother. She said in her heart, Fortunately, my sister has big breasts. Otherwise, I can't hold a drunkard like you. Qin Zhe pushed his sister away again and sang loudly with a red face. If you don't believe me, you can drink as much as you want. I'll keep you company. Qin Bao coaxed her brother. Okay. I'll keep you company. Let's go somewhere else and continue drinking. Come with me. What song was this? It sounded quite interesting. Let's fight to the end today. Don't be afraid of being tired. You won't come back even if you vomit blood at dawn. Qin Zhe began to howl again. Brother, you've worked hard. Brother and the two uncles are both injured. I'll give you a kiss later as a reward. Qin Bao continued to coax him. Qin Bao helped her drunk brother to the room. When they passed by the washroom, Qin Zhe pushed his sister away and threw himself beside the toilet bowl to vomit. Qin Bao hurriedly followed him and gently patted his back. Drink less if you don't know how to drink, Qin Bao complained. This was the first time she saw her younger brother so drunk. The old man forbade his children from drinking, but Qin Zhe's stomach was not good since he was a child, so he rarely drank. Sister will help you back to your room to rest. Qin Bao pressed the flush button and flushed the vomit away. Qin Zhe suddenly flung her hand away. He raised his bloodshot eyes and shouted, Sister? I don't have a sister. Then who am I? Your mother? Qin Bao said angrily. Qin Zhe stared at her for a long time and chuckled. You are a girl, a beautiful girl. Looks like he's really drunk. Qin Bao Bao couldn't be bothered to argue with her drunkard brother. Fine, I'm a girl. I'm a girl. Okay? Her younger brother and 2 uncles drank 2 bottles of white wine and more than 10 bottles of beer. Qin Zhe flung his sister's hand away again and laughed. Sister, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, I don't mind having one. If you do, how about changing to another one? What do you think of me? Do you want to consider me? Qin Bao Bao thought to herself. Are you really drunk? You are quite articulate. She replied, No, I don't want to have one for the time being. Forget it. I'm your sister. I can't be your sister. I'll be drowned in a pig cage. Qin Zhe looked at her for a while. Ah! He vomited again. Qin Bao Bao covered her nose and patted his back. After Qin Zhe finished vomiting, he lay down beside the toilet and dozed off. Qin Bao Bao tried to support him. She couldn't let him sleep here. What if he drank a mouthful of alcohol when he was thirsty? Drunk people are the easiest to get thirsty. Qin Bao Bao said, Sister will take you back to your room. There is a girl waiting there. Qin Zhe was happy to hear that. He followed his sister back to his room. When he passed by Qin Bao Bao's room, he dove in and mumbled, Where's the girl? Where's the girl? Qin Bao Bao tried to drag him out and coaxed. There's no girl here. The girl is next door. Liar. Qin Zhe suddenly pushed his sister away and staggered. His face was full of anger. Mom said that my girl is here. She is here. You don't try to lie to me. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Looking at her brother who was blushing and delirious, she thought of an old incident from many years ago. Qin Zhe was ordinary since he was young. Although he was a little handsome, there was no harm without comparison. Qin Bao Bao was adorable when she was young and would be praised by adults wherever she went. Her parents were proud of her. Compared to her sister, her brother was an ugly duckling. Qin Bao Bao liked to show off her superiority in front of her brother and laugh at him for not being able to find a wife in the future. As a child, Qin Zhe felt that he would not be able to find a wife and ran to his mother to complain. Qin Ma comforted her son. It's okay if you can't find a wife. Sister will be your wife in the future. Finally, she coaxed her son into smiling. Qin Ma, of course, coaxed her son. She did not expect him to remember it for so many years. Qin Bao Bao's heart was touched. She held her brother's arm and said softly, Okay. The girl is here. Go to bed and sleep. The girl will come later. Qin Zhe was relieved and lay down on his sister's bed. However, he could not sleep. His head hurt badly and he groaned on the bed. Qin Bao Bao sat at the head of the bed and massaged his temples. She looked at her brother's face. The room was silent. A song appeared in her mind. Time is like a carefree song, but it is full of notes of growth. Some were distressed, some were sad, and some were happy. That boy's face is blurred in my memory. His back view is fading away. I only remember the proud declaration, reaching out to embrace the world. A few years have passed in the blink of an eye. Frivolous words have settled. Passionate feelings are buried deep in the soil. We are all compromising. Qin Bao Bao's heart was in turmoil. She touched her brother's face, the corner of his eyes, the tip of his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose and lips. We are all compromising. Qin Zhe seemed to be uncomfortable. He moved his head and opened his drunken eyes in a daze. Then he pulled baby Qin, who was at the head of the bed, into his arms. Qin Bao Bao was shocked and struggled. Then, she heard Qin Zhe murmur, Sister, I like you. Qin Bao Bao's heart skipped a beat. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes and kissed Qin Bao Bao. It seemed that he wanted to kiss her lips, but he missed and kissed her cheek instead. Qin Bao Bao straightened her brother's head. Seeing that they were about to kiss, Qin Zhe said again, Sister Ziwei, I like you. Qin Bao Bao, who felt like she was struck by lightning, suddenly sat up straight and stared at Qin Zhe. Her eyes were complicated. She took a few breaths and felt sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings in her heart. She waved her hand and slapped her brother's face twice. Qin Zhe was like a dead dog, motionless. Qin Ma, who pushed the door open, saw this scene and shouted, "What are you doing? Why did you hit him?" Mom was shocked and angry. Qin Baobao's eyes reddened. She choked and said, "He bullied me." "Nonsense. He should be thankful that you didn't bully him." Qin Ma took her daughter and pushed her out. She scolded with a straight face, "Go and make a cup of hangover soup, brat." Qin Ma touched her son's forehead and complained, "You drank so much that you didn't even notice." She tucked her son in, lowered the temperature of the air conditioner, and walked out of the room. In the empty room, Qin Zhe opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Then he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. The weather in September was unbearably hot. The sun was scorching the earth, and the air was scorching hot. Qin Baobao was sweating during the ancestral worship and her brother's smell of alcohol. Holding a change of clothes, she walked to the bathroom with a gloomy face. There were 2 bathrooms in the house, one big and one small. The big bathroom had a built-in bathtub. Taking a cold bath in the hot summer or taking a hot bath in the cold winter was a pleasure in life. The only regret was that when this house was bought, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were already in elementary school. They didn't have the luck to swim in the bathtub. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao both liked to swim. Before middle school, they often went to the swimming pool to play. Qin Baobao rarely went after middle school, because she couldn't stand the stunning and invasive eyes of her uncles. Her parents also didn't allow her to go. When she was in high school, her sister's figure was already above all the other girls. Qin Zhe also objected to her sister going to the public swimming pool. This kind of benefit couldn't be enjoyed by outsiders. Qin Baobao often said, "Brother, when you are successful in the future, you should buy a villa with a swimming pool. Sister will wear a swimsuit for you every day." Qin Zhe, a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers, patted his chest and promised. Later, Qin Baobao felt that it was impossible to count on her brother in a lifetime, so she didn't say such things. She changed her words and said that in the future, he must make a lot of money and buy a villa with a swimming pool. In fact, with Qin Zhe's family background, he didn't need to worry about not being able to find a wife. He just needed to bring a girl home for a walk and the marriage was settled. Qin Ma reckoned that because of this confidence, she was not anxious about her son's marriage. Chapter 146. Baby Qin rolled up her short sleeves to get rid of it. Then, she took off her pleated short skirt and peeled herself into a white and tender lamb. She had straight and slender legs, a tight and slender waist, and chestnut-colored curly hair. She looked at her figure in the mirror. Since she started dancing, her figure had become more exquisite and sexy. It was full of the vitality of a young woman and the charm of a mature woman. The bathroom door knocked a few times. Qin Ma said, "Bao Bao, Mom will wipe your back." Qin Baobao put on a bathrobe and ran to open the door. "Mom, there's no need." She had grown up. Even in front of her mother, she was not used to it. Qin Ma was holding a bottle of ointment in her hand. "You're a star now. You need to know how to take care of yourself. This bottle of ointment was sent by a relative in Zhejiang province. Can whiten the skin and shrink the pores. It's easy to grow burrs and blackheads on the back. In the future, you should wear backless clothes on the red carpet. It's too rough and will damage your image." "Oh, then Mom, help me take a look. Is my back rough?" Qin Baobao hurriedly took off her bathrobe. Qin Ma took a closer look. Her daughter's back was smooth and white. Under the light, she said, "It's good. It's good. My daughter's skin is fine, unlike your brother's. It's old and rough." Qin Baobao laughed. "Rough man." Then, she said with a straight face, "Don't mention him to me. He's so annoying. He's not as obedient as he was when he was young. When we were young, you bullied him. Now it's his turn to bully you." Qin Ma joked. Every dog has its day. Qin Baobao was lively since she was young. She took pleasure in bullying her younger brother. Grandpa Qin let him do whatever he wanted. He said that his son was not so delicate. On the other hand, he was very satisfied with his daughter's intelligence. He said that a smart daughter would not be afraid of being taken advantage of in the future. Qin Ma was impartial. If her daughter was too noisy, she would stand up for her son. If Qin Zhe didn't do well in his exams, she would occasionally play a couple with old Master Li. Most of the time, she would play the role of the good cop. Qin Baobao took off her bathrobe and stood in the bath. Qin Ma looked at her daughter's body and was very satisfied. Her eyes moved down and stared at her daughter's buttocks. Suddenly, she was shocked. "Bao Bao, why is there a bruise on your buttocks? Who pinched you?" "What bruise?" Qin Baobao turned her head to look at her but blankly. Of course, she couldn't see anything, but her heart trembled. Who else could it be? Your son. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not say that it was his younger brother who had pinched him. If he said it out loud, his grandfather's coffin would not be able to hold back. Fortunately, baby Qin and his younger brother were of the same character. They were able to lie as soon as they opened their mouths. Without changing their expressions, they said, "Zijin pinched me. I was playing with her when I woke up and accidentally got a bruise." He could only push the blame to Wang Zijin. Qin Ma replied with an "oh" and felt relieved. Although she was focused on finding a partner for her daughter, she was afraid that her daughter would fool around with a wild man behind her parents' back, especially now that she had entered the entertainment industry. Mom knows that the entertainment industry isn't as bad as your father thinks. You're so smart and know how to protect yourself. Mom wants to say, don't be too ambitious. You'd rather earn less than fight for the title of diva or popular actress. We don't lack money. The more you get, the more you have to give. I know, Mom. Qin Baobao said. How much savings do we have now? Qin Ma patted her daughter's head. Why are you worried about this? Mom only has 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Your father has about 1,000,000 yuan, but that's all for Aza's wedding. Qin Baobao complained. He always says that he was picked up. I'm the one who was picked up. Qin Ma was stunned and didn't respond to her daughter's words. There was a moment of silence. Qin Ma helped her daughter wipe her back and apply the ointment. Looking at her daughter's beautiful face, she felt emotional. Her daughter was beautiful, so as a mother, she was naturally happy. She was also very proud. Qin Baobao was praised everywhere she went. When she carried her out for a walk, the aunties in the neighborhood fought to carry her. However, Qin Ma always felt that this daughter of hers had gone astray. When she was young, she had big eyes and a round face, but now she had phoenix eyes and a foxy face. She had a vixen charm. After junior high school, she began to change 18 times. Her pink and cute appearance disappeared. At a young age, she gave people the feeling of a troublemaker. And this figure, she didn't give her hormones. Why was it so big and so perky? Her son was still the best. Her son had been mediocre since he was young. He didn't have to worry about growing astray. In fact, Qin Ma preferred daughters like Wang Zijin. They were dignified, beautiful, and had a natural and graceful personality. She had the demeanor of a lady from a respectable family. It was a great blessing for her son to be able to pursue Wang Zijin, even though it was unlikely. At least he had a target. But her daughter had grown up and didn't even have a partner. She used to say that her son couldn't find a wife, but now it seemed that the one who should be worried was her daughter. Oh right, Zijin said that her family has connections. She will call the leaders of the Shanghai SARFT to inform them. Have you called? Qin Ma asked. Yes, Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm already so old. Don't worry about me. Qin Baobao said, you should worry about your son. He didn't even go out to look for a job during his internship. Don't waste your time at home. Qin Ma asked, what is he doing at home? Playing games? Not to that extent. He trades stocks all day. Don't let your father know about this. He will definitely belt you. Did he make money? I don't know. He's so mysterious. He won't even let me see his stock account. Qin Ma said worriedly. I guess he lost it all. Qin Baobao and her mother had the same opinion. That's right. Otherwise, how could he hide it so well? Luckily, I helped him save his wife's money. It's the royalties for those songs of his. Why did you save his wife's money? If I'm not satisfied with the wife he finds in the future, I won't give him any money. Stop worrying. You should worry about yourself. Qin Baobao said. I want to care. She paused and said in a huff, I want to care. Qin Ma lectured her. Only A's will let you do as you please. If it were someone else's brother, who asked the elder sister to care about his wife's money. Qin Bao twisted her body in annoyance and slapped the surface of the water. The water splashed onto Qin Ma's face. Hey, you child. You should let your father beat you up. When Qin Zhe woke up, the sky was dark and his head was throbbing. This was his sister's room. The curtains were drawn and it was dark. Qin Bao didn't live here for a long time. There was no light fragrance of his sister in the air. He took a posture in the room and practiced a set of internal training methods gifted by the system. He immediately felt refreshed. Ding! Host, please pay energy. The system's long-lost voice sounded. Counting the days, today was the auspicious day for it to recharge. System, you haven't talked to me for a long time. A low-level system like me that can't let the host punch Europe and America, step on Fusong and blow out Korea, should try not to make my presence known. Why do you say that? You actually know how to complain. Isn't that right? The readers all call me a low-level system. The system next door can easily change the world. This is really a sad story. System, it seems that there are no missions recently. Seeing that the system was so pessimistic, Qin Zhe changed the topic. Host, your laziness really makes me despair. Since Qin Bao won the championship, have you no more pursuits? You don't even have the desire to show off. The system said, really a low-level system for a low-level host. The host next door already shook hands with the chairman, and you're satisfied with taking advantage of your sister every day. I have pursuits, okay? I should go out to work. Although I can make money by staying at home, I can't accumulate work experience and network. But you've looked for so many jobs and still haven't been hired. The opportunity hasn't come yet. As long as the host is happy. After a moment of silence, the system said, now a new mission is issued. Please join any company within 3 days. There is no limit to the size, only the right profession. 150 points will be awarded for success. The corresponding points will be deducted for failure. Qin Zhe was the son that the old man called a failure. The main reason was that he was lazy and unmotivated, which made the old man hate him. Other than that, he didn't have many shortcomings and had many advantages. Not to mention his gentle and introverted temperament. His strongest point was his ability to see the big picture. This could be seen from his gaming. Of course, the old man didn't know this because of his gaming. When Qin Zhe took the college entrance examination with his results, not to mention Fudan University, even the University of Finance and Economics would be in danger. The old man ordered his daughter to help his son with his homework. Qin Bao wasn't cut out to be a teacher. When the old man said to teach, she taught. She taught both liberal arts and science. She taught more than 10 subjects to her brother. Qin Zhe stopped. He knew that it was not reliable to study at the last minute. If you sharpen your spear at the last minute, no matter how well you sharpen your spear, you won't kill anyone. He majored in biology and chemistry, which were his best subjects. In 2 months, he improved by leaps and bounds, barely reaching the cutoff score of the University of Finance and Economics. The door opened and the light rushed in. Qin Bao stood at the door and said coldly, "Time to eat." Then she turned and left. Qin Zhe followed her out. In the living room, the family was eating. Qin Ma was concerned about her son's health and asked, "Does your head hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. Mom's hangover tea is very effective." Qin Zhe said, "That's your sister's tea." "Thank you," Qin Zhe said to his sister. His sister snorted and ignored her brother. After the meal, Qin Zhe was full of energy and sat at the desk thinking about things. The door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Qin Zhe knew who it was. In the whole family, only the head of the family knew how to knock. The old man's face was gloomy as he came in with his teacup. Qin Zhe quickly gave the chair to his father. The old man sat while his son stood beside him. He took a sip of tea and stared at Qin Zhe. "Why didn't you go to work?" Chapter 147. Qin Zhe knew that he was going to talk to him. He did not say anything at the dinner table. Firstly, Grandpa Sheng did not like to talk during dinner. Secondly, he wanted to save some face for him. What he was going to say next would probably not be pleasant to hear. For example, he was incompetent and lived off his parents. His son was already so old, and he wanted to save face. Do you think that you can live off your parents and not work because you have a car and a house at home? Grandpa Sheng said directly in private. Qin Zhe was about to defend himself when Grandpa Sheng said, "Mountains of gold and silver will be exhausted one day, let alone my insignificant savings. You can live off it for 8 to 10 years, but can you live off it for the rest of your life?" Qin Zhe asked curiously, "Dad, how much savings do you have?" Grandpa Sheng said angrily, "Do you really care about my retirement money? Aren't you paying your pension?" Of course, pension is one thing, savings are another. Qin Zhe quickly lowered his head and listened like a good son. Grandpa Sheng said slowly, "Not much, about 2 to 1, 3 million. When he said this, he tried hard to suppress his pride. In fact, for the locals, 1 or 2 million was really not much. As a university professor, Grandpa Sheng was well known for his good treatment and good fortune. The key was that he had a lot of money. Don't think of the old man as an upright gentleman. As long as he didn't violate his principles, he wouldn't be soft-hearted if he could make money. For example, when a graduate student graduated, he would give them a red packet to show filial piety. As long as the other party was not a pile of shit, Grandpa Sheng would not mind giving them a few pointers. Another example was taking private jobs, just like the mathematical model Qin Zhe did 2 months ago. However, the family owed more than 1 million yuan in loans. Grandpa Sheng used all the money he earned over the years to repay the loans and pay the interest. The economic crisis had caused a lot of trouble for the family, but they did not need to take the blame. For this reason, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe were full of complaints. However, they were suppressed by Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma, so they did not show it. "I have been looking for a job recently, but there is no suitable one," Qin Zhe said. "It's because no one wants you. The recruitment craze for fresh graduates is over. Everyone who should be recruited has been recruited. What's the point of having so many rookies?" The old man sneered. He was a university professor and knew a lot about this. Qin Zhe felt awkward. "Father, can you give your son some face? Why don't you find a job?" "I found a tutoring job some time ago." The old man scoffed. "How much can tutoring earn? That family is quite rich and powerful. I think it's always good to make some connections in society. Moreover, my sister has entered the entertainment industry. I can't protect her for the time being, so I want to pull some connections, just in case." Qin Zhe was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was also curious about Nan Manpei and had some thoughts that all men had. He didn't say that out loud. The old man sneered again. "Useless. You think you can become a member of the upper class just by making friends with the rich and powerful? If you don't control it well, others will treat you like a slave. Besides, with your abilities, do you think you can protect your sister? You're a big shot in the entertainment industry." These words were really hurtful, but they were very sincere. The old man always hit the nail on the head and pointed out the problem. "The tutoring job is already over. I get along well with that family, and I didn't show too much enthusiasm," Qin Zhe said. The old man reprimanded. "You wasted more than 2 months of time. That family has accumulated 2 months of work experience, but you only did a tutoring job." Qin Zhe was not convinced. "I also invest in stocks. I also made money." "You still invest in stocks?" The old man's eyebrows immediately raised. Although he relied on the stock market to make money and survive the first wave of difficulties for his family, investing in stocks could only be done through speculation. It must not be his main business. Some time ago, his daughter said that his son was investing in stocks. He didn't pay much attention to it. As someone who studied finance, he couldn't avoid the stock market. But if he didn't go out to work and invest in stocks as his main business, he couldn't do it. Because investing in stocks was not stable. When it made money, it was all smiles. When it fell, it was a dead end. The pleasure of earning money in the stock market was like becoming a millionaire overnight. It was hard to quit. The old man knew this very well. You can play for a while. Just treat it as understanding the stock market. It will also help your profession. but you still have to work. The old man drank a mouthful of strong tea and pretended to give advice to his son. He said lightly, "How much is the capital? It's a loss. It's okay. Just treat it as tuition." Qin Zhe stretched out a hand. 5,000? You invested all the money you earned from tutoring in the stock market. The old man said, "Wow, 500,000. Qin Zhe whispered, "How much?" The old man picked his ear. 500,000. Qin Zhe said loudly. The old man said blankly, "Where did you get so much money?" "I invested all the copyright fees of those songs in the stock market." "All invested in the stock market." The old man was furious. He slammed the table and got up to pull out his belt. "See if I don't beat you to death, you prodigal son." Qin Zhe saw that the situation was not good. He turned around and ran. He didn't have time to explain. The old man probably wouldn't believe him even if he said that he made money. The old man held his pants with one hand and waved the belt with the other. He chased after him. Mother Qin and Sister Qin were watching TV in the living room when they were startled. Qin Zhe ran out as if he was running for his life and said loudly, "Mom, Dad wants to kill me." Qin Bao subconsciously pulled her brother behind her. She suddenly realized that she was going to have a cold war with him. She said, "It's best if you kill him, you annoying thing." Qin Ma went forward to stop the old man. She complained, "What's wrong? Why are you pulling out your belt?" At this moment, the old man was furious. He was the type that would not cool down until he beat his son to death. He shouted, "Let go of me. I must beat this thing to death." "Calm down, calm down." Mother Qin tried to persuade her. The old man was so angry that his finger trembled. He pointed at Qin Zhe and said, "Ask him what he did. He didn't take the right path but went astray. He went bankrupt to invest in the stock market." Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. It was quite F***king rhyming. Mother Qin said, "Is there a need for you to be so angry? Your son is just fooling around. Just scold him. Put away the belt." The old man said hatefully, "His capital is 500,000 yuan. How much?" Qin Ma picked her ear. 500,000 yuan. The old man said with heartache. Qin Ma let go of her husband and said lightly, "Just beat him to death." The old man waved the whip and came over. Qin Bao, who was protecting her brother like an older sister, quickly retreated to a corner. "She's really my mother." "Yes, and my sister." Qin Zhe took out his phone and shouted, "Dad, I really made money. Look if you don't believe me." He opened the stock market software and logged in. The old man strode over and snatched the phone as if he was afraid that 500,000 yuan would fly away. When he looked at it, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Bao jogged over while swaying her butt. She leaned over to take a look. Her sister's mouth was wide open. She saw the bright red numbers. Total assets, 1.08 million yuan. This is what you earned? The old man came back to his senses and stared at his son. Qin Zhe nodded and was wary of the belt in his hand. For the first time, the old man felt that his position as the head of the family was not stable. He looked at his son's recent trading operations. There were patches of red that represented profits. There were frequent short-term operations. There were profits and losses, but overall it was profitable. The scary thing was that the long-term stocks only increased the position and did not reduce the position. The profit was 300%. Qin Bao looked up and glared at him. "You made so much money and hid it from me. You have a bad conscience." Qin Zhe said disdainfully, "Why should I tell you? I won't give you a chance to ask for money." Qin Bao was furious. She stretched out her leg to kick her brother. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's foot and swept her onto the sofa with a dragon tail sweep. Qin Bao cried, "Dad, look at him. Beat him to death." The old man ignored his daughter and handed the phone back to his son expressionlessly. He walked away expressionlessly. "My son has finally become something. How wonderful. My way of educating him was wrong." Qin Zhe did not react. He asked blankly, "Dad, what's wrong?" Dad's considerate daughter curled her lips. Son, it hurts. Qin Zhe immediately said, Mom, she took advantage of you. Qin Ma patted her daughter's head gently. When he returned to his room, he found the old man still sitting at his desk. Qin Zhe was stunned. Before he could say anything, the old man said, I have something to say. Come here. Qin Zhe stood aside. The old man hesitated. Is the stock market really that good? He was a professor. Of course, he could analyze the general trend of the stock market and invest some money. He did make some money, but not as much as his son. Chapter 148. Dad. There's been a lot of downward pressure on the domestic economy recently. Apart from the aging economic system, labor isn't cheap anymore. There's also the real estate bubble that's on the verge of bursting. Then there's the inflation of prices. People are panicking and depositors are keeping their money in the bank. If the money doesn't circulate, the economy can't survive, the old man said in annoyance. Do I need you to teach me? The country's economy has been booming for 20 to 30 years. This bottleneck will come sooner or later. Qin Zhe said, the country has introduced a series of policies. This year alone, there have been 2 interest rate cuts, but depositors still don't move their money. That's because the worse the economy is, the greater the sense of crisis the people feel and the less they will spend money. This is a classic sign of inflation turning to deflation. Then it's understandable that the stock market is soaring this year. When the industry is depressed, the stock market will definitely soar. The government won't let the economy sink like a salted fish. I think you're just a salted fish. The old man reprimanded. Dad, look at the 3 long-term stocks I bought. Qin Zhe didn't answer his father. He took out his phone and showed it to his father. Under the premise that the stock market is recovering, choosing stocks is the most important thing. If you choose the wrong stocks, not only will you not make money, you might even lose money. The old man looked at his phone. They're all internet-related stocks. That's right. In the middle of the year, the country organized a meeting of the leading internet companies in Zhe province. The signs are very obvious that the direction of policy will be toward the internet in the next few years. That's true. The old man nodded. The father and son chatted for a while. He said, do you plan to find a securities company? Investment companies, private placement, public placement. Qin Zhe said, you can make a lot of money by trading stocks. Why do you need to find a job? The old man mocked his son. Did I hear wrongly? Why do I feel like there's a sour taste in his mouth? Qin Zhe had a stomach full of complaints, but he didn't dare to complain to his father. You can reap huge profits in the stock market. Have you ever thought of starting a business after getting your first bucket of gold? It's tiring to work. The old man tested his son. What are you saying? How can work be as tiring as starting a business? Qin Zhe said, that's why I said you're a salted fish. The old man snorted. Hey, this damned old man. Is he upset because of the blow? He's mocking me. Dad, it's hard to run a business now. I don't have enough money. Also, there are no winners in the stock market forever. I can't bet everything on this. It's safer to find a job. He treated the stock market as his first bucket of gold. His second step was to join a large financial institution and understand its operation model, business scope, management style. Every successful person had a corresponding foundation and accumulation. He had his own ambitions. There were many things that could be exchanged in the system. If he set up an investment company, then he could build an investment industry chain. The only drawback was that the exchange cost was very high, and the points reward was not high. If there was a day when the system changed its nature and could reward him 1,000 points for kissing his sister's lips, then Qin Zhe's spring would come. She couldn't say these thoughts to the old man. Otherwise, she would be reprimanded by him for daydreaming. Qin Zhe talked about the predicament of his resume being rejected repeatedly. After hearing this, the old man frowned. If a big company doesn't want you, why don't you try a small company? The University of Finance and Economics was actually one of the top universities in Shanghai. It was only second to famous universities like Fudan University and Jiaotong University. Although his son's grades were not particularly good, It was not difficult to find a small financial institution. Qin Zhe said that small companies had no future and were a waste of time. The old man raised his hand and was about to cut off his scalp. Qin Zhe took a step back, unconvinced. You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run away. Didn't those successful people start from scratch and accumulate experience step by step? The old man sneered. No, I'm not a rich second generation. Qin Zhe said. Then are you a rich second generation? The old man squinted his eyes. It's not my fault that I failed to compete with my father. Qin Zhe also squinted his eyes. You're asking for a beating just like Jiang Cheng. The old man was angry. You haven't graduated yet. During your internship, don't worry too much about the size of the company. You should study hard and accumulate experience so that you can better enter a large company. A small company has its advantages. It's small in scale and low in competitiveness, and it's easy for you to come into contact with the ways of the industry. Big companies are more competitive, and even if there are resources, it won't be your turn. The old man advised earnestly. When it came to the ways of the world, the old man was a wily old fox. A professor's position in the University of Finance and Economics wasn't something that could be obtained by just relying on knowledge. There were many old pedants. Countless people fought for the title of professor until their heads bled. The old man was definitely good in the workplace. When Qin Zhe's grandfather was still alive, the old man would bring his wife and children to his father-in-law's house whenever he had nothing to do. He would talk to his father-in-law about income and career as if nothing had happened. It was a slap in the face. Wilted radish and spicy heart. It wasn't called that for nothing. Qin Zhe nodded and said yes, yes, yes. Dad was right. The old man wanted to raise his hand to hit him again, but he suddenly sighed. You're not young anymore. You should think about these things yourself. How many more years can I take care of you? Your sister is enough to make me worry. After that, he took his teacup and left. The next day, Qin Zhe and his sister left after breakfast. Last night, Qin Baobao received a call from her manager, Li Yanhong. She said that she had an event today. Qin Zhe asked and found out that it was an advertisement. His sister was now a celebrity. As her fame grew, she would be busier. Qin Zhe curiously asked about the advertisement fee. Qin Baobao wanted to keep him in suspense and didn't tell him. Qin Baobao only bragged to her parents. Qin Ma didn't care. The old man was happy but also very sad. His son and daughter were successful. An advertisement was worth a few months of his income. Qin Baobao held the steering wheel and looked ahead. When they were waiting for the traffic lights, she glanced at her brother in the front passenger seat. I'll buy you a car later. You found your conscience? Qin Zhe was shocked. His sister angrily knocked him on the head. Qin Zhe quickly blocked. It's your birthday next month, Qin Baobao said. You're so heartless. I don't want to buy you a car. Why don't I give you this small BMW? I'll buy a new one myself. Qin Baobao didn't remember her parents' birthday, but she remembered her brother's birthday. If the old man and Qin Ma knew, they would be furious. Your car is for women. I don't want it, Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao said angrily, I'll buy it for you on your birthday. With your wife's money, you won't be able to get a wife. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. You're crazy, Qin Baobao said with a straight face. I'm thirsty. Give me a bottle of water. Qin Zhe took out a reserve of mineral water from the door and handed it to her. Qin Baobao said coquettishly, Feed me. Qin Zhe unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. With water in his mouth, he said, Put your mouth closer. Disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded. You said you want me to feed you. Qin Zhe deliberately disgusted her. Little sister. Don't call me that. Qin Baobao felt disgusted when she heard this. Qin Zhe became playful. Little sister, little sister, little sister. Qin Baobao glared at him. After thinking, she said, Little brother. Qin Zhe shuddered. You win. Qin Baobao snorted proudly. This is not the way home. You got on the wrong highway. Qin Zhe found that his sister took the wrong road. Yes. I woke up late this morning and rushed to the venue to shoot the advertisement. Little brother, Come with me. Qin Bao Bao said with a smile. Stop it. I was wrong. Qin Zhe said angrily. Being called little brother by his sister made his hair stand on end. Qin Bao Bao stuck out her tongue. Ha ha ha. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the designated studio. Advertisements were usually done in small studios, but there were also outdoor ones. There was no need for a big production. As long as the advertising message was good and the stars were hired, it would be a good advertisement. Li Yanhong was waiting at the door. When she saw Qin Bao Bao's little red horse, she immediately waved. Qin Bao Bao was filming a sports drink advertisement. The location was inside the company and a temporary studio was set up. There were a total of 11 or 12 people, including the cameraman, lighting technician, logistics, and the director. Director, we're here. Li Yanhong greeted a middle-aged man. The director hurried over and shook hands with Qin Bao Bao while calling out Miss Qin. Then his gaze fell on Qin Zhe. Oh, Miss Qin, I've heard a lot about you. He also hurriedly shook hands with Qin Zhe. He called both siblings Miss Qin. Qin Zhe thought to himself, what do you mean by heard a lot about you? You were stunned for a few seconds before you recognized me. The only time Qin Zhe truly showed his face in front of the public was during the grand finals of Singer. The videos that were circulating on the internet before were too limited. It was like an online streamer. No matter how popular you were, how many people would recognize you if you walked around? You might not even be as good as a third or fourth tier celebrity. Hey, Qin Bao Bao is here. Ask for an autograph. Oh, her brother is here too. I like Qin Zhe very much. He's even more handsome in person than on TV. His figure is so good. He's my sister's idol. Ask for an autograph from him too. The staff came up to ask for an autograph. Due to the influence of someone who uploaded Qin Zhe's photo album without permission, whenever female fans saw Qin Zhe, they would subconsciously pay attention to his figure. The director chased the staff away. Go, go, go. Ask for an autograph later. Let Miss Qin change first. The content of the advertisement was very simple. It was just a dance and then a slogan. It was an energy drink. Originally, the beverage company wanted to find an athlete to shoot it, but they couldn't negotiate the advertising fee. Instead, they found Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao changed into a light white denim shorts and a white shirt. The hem was tied at the waist, revealing her tight waist and belly button. She wore a pair of running shoes. The male colleagues present were all amazed. The director was also very satisfied. Qin Bao Bao's figure was indeed a big selling point. Qin Bao Bao practiced a few rounds of gymnastics and was full of energy. It was pleasing to the eye. The director felt that it was enough and asked Qin Bao Bao to go backstage to touch up her makeup. Lights ready. Machine number 1. Turn on in 3 seconds. Action. This was Qin Zhe's first time watching a commercial shoot up close. He felt that it could only be described as comical and disappointing. There were no post-production effects or music. Qin Bao Bao walked and danced in front of the green screen and said her lines seriously. Like a fool, the slogan was, choose a good energy drink and challenge yourself. When it comes to energy drinks, I only drink Lai Hua. The director shouted, cut! Then he thought for a moment and said, let's do it again. The second time. Again. The third time. Again. The staff said, Director, this is already very good. Yeah, there's no problem. I took a look at it just now. After post-production, the effects should be very good. The director waved his hand and frowned. I keep feeling that something is not right. Costume? Gymnastics? Hairstyle? Is the slogan wrong? I keep feeling that it doesn't fit, Qin Zhe suddenly said. Chapter 149. Yes, it's the slogan. The director's eyes lit up. This slogan is not good. We have to change it. Qin Zhe looked at it 3 or 4 times. He was a bystander, but the staff were involved in the planning and filming. After their thoughts were fixed, they could not feel the difference. Yes, the star has changed, so the slogan needs to be changed. The slogan is tailor-made for sports athletes. It's indeed a bit uncoordinated. Challenging a new self. If it's a sports star, it's not a problem, but Qin Baobao is not suitable. She's not an athlete. Inform the colleagues in the planning team and quickly think of a slogan. The staff immediately reacted and whispered to each other. The beverage company's original intention was to find sports stars to do the advertisement. In fact, the slogan was not bad. The audience might not care about the details. If the director did not mention it, it would be over. Immediately, a staff member contacted the planning team. The director brought a few bottles of water for Qin Baobao and the others. He sat on the chair and chatted. "I'm sorry, please wait a moment." He knew that the time of a star was precious. It was not an exaggeration to say that time was money. Qin Baobao smiled. "It's okay." As a new star, she had not experienced the pressing life of time is money. Speaking of which, this was the first advertisement she had accepted. Including the previous singer and a date with a new star, there were only 3 advertisements. Qin Baobao habitually teased Qin Zhe. "Little brother, do you want a drink?" She handed the energy drink to Qin Zhe and suddenly realized that the surrounding air was silent. The director and Li Yanhong looked over at the same time. Their shocked expressions made Qin Zhe so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Baobao, isn't he your brother?" Li Yanhong frowned. At her age, she did not know how to joke. "He likes it when I call him brother." Qin Baobao did not change her expression and pushed the blame to her brother. "What a bastard brother," Li Yanhong thought to herself. The director chuckled and said, "I've listened to all of Miss Qin's songs, and she especially likes to exaggerate. It reminds me of the past, so she's very attentive. When are you releasing your new album?" Qin Baobao looked at her younger brother. Li Yanhong also looked at him. Qin Zhe said, "We'll see." Qin Bao secretly pinched Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe immediately returned the look. His sister was in so much pain that she almost cried. Her small brows wrinkled, but she didn't dare to make a scene like she did at home. She had to pay attention to her image outside. Qin Zhe knew this very well. Not long after, the planning department finished writing the new advertising message and sent it over. Drink to create new motivation, love youth, love beauty. The director threw out the advertising message. "We are making energy drinks, not health supplements. Life lies in movement, and the only function is fire. I am Qin Baobao, and I only drink fire energy drinks." The director threw out the advertising message again. "What's the difference between this and the original advertising message? Fire energy drinks, sour and sweet is me." The director tore the advertising message to shreds. "Don't randomly add in the lines of yogurt." Thinking of the advertising message was also a headache, and the planning department needed some time to prepare. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe continued to wait, and the director personally accompanied them. Qin Baobao was extremely bored, so she asked her younger brother beside her, "Do you have any good ideas?" Qin Zhe nodded. Yes, I have a lot of classic advertising messages." The director's eyes flashed, and he was excited. "Let's hear it." Qin Zhe said seriously, "Director, you can let Qin Baobao shake her but a few times, and then say to the camera, 'Not every drink is called fire.'" The director was stunned. Li Yanhong stared. Qin Zhe said again, "Are you not satisfied? I have more here. Feel like your body is hollowed out? It's okay. Give me a bottle of fire. I want fire. Soft in the mouth, a line in the throat. Don't be afraid of back pain, drink it early, relax. Drink fire every day, and in the future, you will be better and stronger than you. Fire energy drinks, a bottle every day, white and tender." What kind of advertising message was this? It was extremely dirty. Qin Baobao couldn't listen to it anymore, and she knocked her younger brother's head. "Shut up." The director secretly wiped his sweat and forced a smile. Good idea, but it's not suitable for our product." Li Yanhong's mouth twitched, and she thought that her younger brother was a pervert. In the afternoon, the director treated everyone to a meal, and they ordered takeout from a nearby restaurant that had a good reputation. Then, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the planning department finally came up with a more creative advertising message. With the advertising message, the shooting was very fast. passed in one shot. At home. Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room with a mop and went to the bathroom to wash. Her phone rang. Qin Ma looked at the caller ID and was surprised and happy. She picked up the phone and scolded with a straight face. "You black-hearted maggot, you still know how to call your sister?" "Sister, my wife fell sick a while ago, and the 2 children refused to take my money," the man said in distress. "Sister, help me send some money home, in your name, and don't mention me. I'll transfer the money to your card later. Your wife's health is fine, but our mother's health is getting worse. You don't think it's right for you to not come home for a whole year. Mother talks about my Aguang every day. Where is my Aguang? Where is my Aguang?" The man was silent for a long time. "Sister, I made some money this year, and I'll be able to return home soon. I'll return the money to you. As for mother, help me take care of her. You can keep that little bit of money for yourself. Xiaoru and Xiaozong will be going to college next year," Qin Ma said. "Bao Bao is a star now, and she doesn't lack money." "Bao Bao, this girl is promising." The man was very happy. "Ace is promising too. He's much better than my 2 children." Qin Ma showed a gratified and proud smile, and then sighed. "Bao Bao now has another reason not to fall in love, this stubborn child. Bao Bao is still living with Ace." "Yes." The man thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Let nature take its course. They're not biological anyway." Qin Ma's expression changed. "Don't mention this again." "Okay, okay." Qin Bao Bao still had something to do at the company. Li Yanhong wanted to go with her, but her sister insisted on sending Qin Zhe back. "I'll send my little brother home first." Qin Bao Bao held her brother's arm and went to the red pony. "Are you addicted to calling him that?" Qin Zhe squinted. Qin Bao Bao shook her butt and called him little brother, little brother, little brother. The sun was high in the sky, and the air was scorching hot. The red pony had been under the sun for a long time, and it was very hot in the car. Her sister's face was flushed. She took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Suddenly, she realized that it was the bottle that her brother had drunk before. "Why are you pretending to be serious?" Qin Zhe muttered. "What did you say?" Qin Bao Bao glared at him. "Nothing," Qin Zhe said. "It's good to shoot commercials. Other than shooting movies, commercial performances and commercials are the most profitable for stars." Her sister nodded. "Did anyone ask you to shoot a lingerie commercial?" Qin Zhe looked at her sister's hot body. Her sister's body was the favorite of lingerie businessmen. There really was. Qin Bao Bao started the car and drove out of the parking lot. "And the price was very high. The company originally arranged for me to shoot a lingerie commercial. I said I didn't want to do it, but Li Yanhong said that I couldn't refuse unless I became a big shot in the future. Only then would I have the right to speak for myself. Don't be fooled by the appearance of stars. In fact, they are still working for the company. Their life and death are all in the hands of the management company." Qin Bao Bao was indeed popular, but she was still a distance away from the A-list. There were many stars in star art who were more popular than her. His sister didn't have the right to act like a big shot. Li Yanhong's advice was unpleasant to the ears. She had been in the management circle for so many years, and she had seen many new stars who rose like comets and fell like meteors. Don't be fooled by the fame of stars and making a lot of money. They weren't qualified to compete with the big shots. The number of stars who were blacklisted at the peak of their career couldn't be counted with both hands and feet. Then why didn't you do it? Or did you come back to the company just to shoot a lingerie commercial? Qin Zhe's face was a bit ugly. He didn't want his sister to shoot a lingerie commercial. It was rare for him to see his sister in lingerie. "I definitely don't have this kind of desire." "Host, you do." The system suddenly interrupted. F*CKU. "If you have the ability, then give me a mission." Qin Zhe tried to provoke the system. "Sorry, the host's desire is full, but the conditions are not right. It is an impossible mission." The system's voice was flat. "You can't ask your sister to take off her clothes in the car. The whole world is dull." Qin Zhe complained in his heart. Qin Bao Bao glanced at her brother's face and the corner of her mouth raised. I said it myself. I told the company leader that I don't want to shoot a lingerie commercial. Then he agreed. Qin Bao Bao said, "That simple?" Qin Zhe was stunned. Then what she said just now was just a joke. Li Yanhong said that the CEO appreciates me and secretly takes care of me. Qin Bao Bao was proud. The CEO? Qin Zhe squinted his eyes. Qin Bao Bao quickly turned her head and looked at Qin Zhe. She looked straight ahead and focused on driving. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but spread. She said happily, "So jealous. Jealous your sister." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes at his sister. "But I haven't seen the CEO of Star Art. I only know that his surname is Huang. I don't usually see him in the company." Qin Bao Bao said, "You must be confused. Me too. I don't understand why he appreciates me." "Nonsense." Qin Zhe tried to cover it up. "I don't want to ride you." "What?" His sister didn't understand. Qin Bao Bao's phone rang. She said, "Help me connect my earphones. It's Mom." Qin Zhe connected her earphones and put them on for her to answer the call. "Mom." Qin Bao Bao slowed down the car. "Why did you suddenly mention him?" Qin Bao Bao listened to the phone and suddenly frowned. "No, he didn't contact me." "Did you call A's? Let me ask." Qin Bao Bao said, "Mom asked us if Uncle called you." Qin Zhe shook his head. "No, why mention him all of a sudden? Mom A said he didn't." "Okay. I'm hanging up." Qin Zhe said, "Mom, what do you mean?" Qin Bao Bao looked disinterested. "Who knows? Why do you care so much?" The siblings were silent. Qin Ma's phone call was like a spray of coagulant in the air. They didn't want to talk about that person. Chapter 150, September 5th. After Qin Zhe was rejected by two large financial companies again, he finally changed his strategy and submitted his resume to the Chinese and Shaoxing financial companies. He was now taking the subway to the second company for the interview. With his bachelor's degree from the University of Finance and Economics, the small and medium-sized companies would be happy to meet him. Of course, he was also picking a company. These few days, Qin Bao Bao taught her younger brother about the workplace experience. She said that the more resumes he submitted, the better. If there were interviews, he would go. The company would pick the person, and the person would also pick the company. The principle of comparing goods and services was applicable everywhere. The next company for the interview was in Pudong. 20 years ago, Pudong was still a desolate area. Now, it was the financial center of this international metropolis. All the major banks, securities companies, and financial institutions were gathered here. Anyway, those who were in the financial industry felt that it was better to set up their company here. The headquarters of his sister's previous Fortune 500 company was also in this area. Qin Zhe hated that his home was not in Pudong. Otherwise, the Qin family's wealth would increase by several times. Huihong Building was only 200 meters away from the subway station. The first to third floors were occupied by the Bank of Communications. Qin Zhe walked according to the GPS. After 3 minutes of walking, he was covered in sweat. The sun was really fierce. There were many cars on the street, but not many pedestrians. The sanitation workers were hiding in the shade with a sad face. In recent years, the temperature changes were getting stranger. The summer was not like the summer, and the winter was not like the winter. The temperature in the summer was abnormally high, and when it was not supposed to snow in the winter, there was a snowstorm. The government said that these were normal, and everyone should be at ease. Entering the lobby from the main entrance of the building, the cold air blew on his face. Qin Zhe felt that his life was given by the air conditioner. According to the message, he took the elevator to the 25th floor and found the investment company. There were 6 offices on the first floor, and 3 of them were for investment companies. During this period of time, Qin Zhe had interviewed several companies, both big and small. The scale of the profits was not good, but it was good. Qin Zhe asked the receptionist and said that he was here for an interview. The receptionist was pleasantly surprised. It was rare for a high-quality young man to come to the company for an interview. He took Qin Zhe to the reception room of the office next door to wait. The interview started at 10:30 in the morning. Qin Zhe came a little early. After that, several young talents came for the interview one after another. Including Qin Zhe, there were a total of 10 people, 6 men and 4 women. After everyone had arrived, a staff member from the Human Resources Department led them into a large conference room and gave each of them a test paper. There was a written test before the interview, and Qin Zhe was already familiar with it. He answered the 30 questions smoothly. The difficulty level was not too high. It was not the college entrance examination, but it was more professional. Many of the questions had to be answered according to his own internship experience. These questions were very damaging to Qin Zhe. When it was close to noon, the HR staff collected the papers and told everyone that the interview would be held at 2 in the afternoon. So don't be late. The group of people then dispersed and went out to find food and clothing. While waiting for the elevator, a girl stared at Qin Zhe and hesitated before she asked, "Handsome, have we met before?" "Girl, your pickup line is too stiff." The men looked at Qin Zhe with envy. If a man used this line to pick up a girl, he would be despised. If a woman used it, it would be a different story. Qin Zhe was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, he felt guilty and turned his head away. He thought, could it be that I met a fan? But looking at the girl's hesitant expression, it was at most a fake fan. The girl who hit on him was a little embarrassed. "What is this? Give me the back of the head? I don't want to lose face." Ding! The elevator rose and a woman in an office lady's suit walked out of the car. She had straight black hair, nude stockings on her legs, and a skirt that wrapped around her round buttocks. This woman had a simple and elegant temperament that made people forget vulgarity. It was rare to meet a goddess in an office lady's suit. Qin Zhe, who was raised by his 2 sisters, could not help but take a few more glances at her, let alone the other men. The woman habitually glanced at the crowd and walked away in her high heels. She left the crowd with a slim and graceful back view. Everyone entered the car and took the elevator downstairs. The young talents excitedly discussed the woman just now. "So beautiful. Is she from our company? It should be an investment." There are 6 office areas on this floor, and 3 of them are occupied by a Muri. "Hey, we haven't been hired yet. I have worked in Huijin for 2 years. There should be no problem." "The woman just now, I give 9 points. I give 8 points. Her temperament is too light. I don't like this type." Several girls looked at the man who was talking with a disgusted look. When they saw a beauty, it was like seeing their own mother. Of course, it was also related to some kind of jealousy. Qin Zhe felt that the mature woman just now was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. "In the general manager's office, so you called her assistant. Send me a copy of the resume and information of the newcomers who are going to be interviewed today." The assistant immediately went out to prepare and sent it to her desk in a few minutes. So you flipped through it quickly and finally found the resume. Name: Qin Zhe. Gender: male. Age: 22. The big picture on the resume showed a stiff expression. At first glance, it was obvious that he was nervous on camera. In the blazing sun at noon, Suyu stretched, showing her slim and sexy figure. "What a coincidence," she whispered. After lunch, Qin Zhe and his sister talked on the phone for half an hour and reported today's written test. He also said that he had just met a super beautiful goddess-level OL, whose beauty was comparable to his sister's. Qin Baobao was extremely smug. "Is there a natural beauty who can compare with my sister? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. It's most likely a plastic surgery." Qin Zhe said, "Maybe I was wrong. Although she can't compare with his sister, she is at least at the level of Sister Ziwei." Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. "A's, you admit that your sister is more beautiful than Wang Zijin? I'll talk to her after work." Qin Zhe quickly changed the topic, saying that the beauty looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Qin Baobao sneered and said, "Do you think you are Jia Baoyu?" Qin Zhe laughed. Jia Baoyu's Dumas, when he first met Lin Daiyu, said, "I've seen this sister before." His flirting skills were extremely brilliant, even better than Qin Zhe's flirting with his sister. Unfortunately, he was a heartless man who killed without caring about the burial. When Qin Baobao was in junior high school, She and her brother read the 4 great classical novels in the bookstore. After reading Dream of the Red Chamber, she sighed and said, "Nowadays, urban stallion novels are all following the plot of Dream of the Red Chamber." Qin Zhe asked, "How do you know?" His sister said, "Jinling's 12 Hairpins book has many copies, and there are 36 beauties on the list. The main character is surrounded by rare beauties. The most outstanding beauties are either childhood sweethearts, maids, or concubines. Even his niece-in-law Qin Keqing has an ambiguous relationship with him. Isn't this the usual plot of urban novels? For example, beautiful sister-in-law falls in love with me, my childhood sweetheart little beauty, and my beautiful CEO." His sister said, "They're all trash who don't push girls. Maybe they'll pull back from the cliff and turn over a new leaf. Anyway, as long as they keep him in suspense, they won't push girls." Qin Zhe was unconvinced and picked up an urban novel. "How do you explain this book?" When Qin Baobao saw the title of the book, Marrying a Sister as a Wife, she knocked her brother's chestnut without saying a word and then didn't speak to him for a week. Anyway, from then on, Qin Zhe couldn't look at Dream of the Red Chamber directly. Every time he saw Dream of the Red Chamber, he would think of urban stallion novels. Qin Baobao complained to her brother that she was so busy with work recently that she didn't have time to take care of her brother. Qin Zhe automatically ignored the last sentence. Qin Zhe knew that his sister had a commercial performance at the end of the month and then a MV. It was said that the company was helping her collect songs and wanted to release an album. Seeing that Qin Zhe's birthday was next month, his sister planned to buy a car for him. She was actively raising money. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at the company on time for the interview. The 10 people were reduced to 7. When the interview started, the remaining 3 were nowhere to be seen. They were probably eliminated during the written test. The interview was held in a medium-sized conference room. As for the order of the interview, it was hard to say. It could be based on the results of the written test, or it could be randomly selected by the interviewer. The interview proceeded at a speed of 10 to 15 minutes. Those who were selected shared their experiences with those who weren't. They asked about some knowledge in the industry, as well as their views and insights on the current investment market, as well as their previous work experience. They gave me a question. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult. They didn't test me on anything. They just talked about the salary and benefits and asked me which department I preferred. Oh, they wanted to recruit you. Congratulations, congratulations. Qin Zhe was the 4th in line. It was finally his turn. Chapter 151. After entering the meeting room, Qin Zhe did not look at the long brown lacquered table and the 4 interviewers. Instead, he looked at the broom on the floor. Qin Baobao knew that her brother had failed many interviews. She felt that it was because her brother didn't put his heart into the interviews, so no one wanted him. She took out a book she had bought when she graduated, 108 Tests for an Interviewer. She told her brother to pay attention to the details and to use the most exaggerated attitude to judge the interviewer. Qin Zhe spent 2 days to finish reading the book. He thought to himself, "Damn, the interviewers really know how to play." It was a typical case to not help a broom that had fallen to the ground. But the book gave 2 opinions. One was to help a broom that had fallen to the ground. According to the normal answer, the interviewer should quickly pick up the broom on the floor and attend the interview. This was seen as being careful and responsible. The other was not to help a broom. This could also be the opposite of the interviewers. If you helped a broom, they would think that if you did not know your job well, you would not be able to do great things in the future. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. Should he help a broom or not? He asked his sister, but she could not give him an answer. She said vaguely, "It depends on the situation." What the F***ck? It depends on the situation. He quickly glanced at the floor. Luckily, there was no pretentious test about helping a broom. He had interviewed for so many companies, but he had never encountered such a test. It must be the old trick. Qin Zhe looked at the 4 interviewers. He glanced at their nameplates. They were the marketing manager, investment manager, human resources manager, and the assistant to the general manager. There were 2 men and 2 women, a pot-bellied uncle and a man in his 30s. There was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a young woman. The interviewers were also considering Qin Zhe. This young man was handsome and had a good figure. He looked very energetic. Among the 50 to 60 people in the company, there were not many who were more handsome than him. The HR manager was the first to speak. The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses, and a sharp light flashed through her lenses. Qin Zhe, your resume doesn't show any work experience. What have you been doing during your internship? It was a sharp question. Qin Zhe sat on the chair, put his hands on his knees, straightened his back, and answered truthfully, I've been speculating in stocks for the past 2 months. The marketing manager immediately smiled and said, Is it convenient to ask about your rate of return? Sure. Qin Zhe nodded. The average rate of return is around 90%, with the highest being 300%. The minimum is 40%. The marketing manager raised his eyebrows. It was a shocking yield. But considering the recent rise in the stock market, it was not unacceptable. The other interviewers were not surprised. After all, it was impossible for them to ask him to hand over the receipt. Whether it was true or not was still to be determined. The investment manager, a man in his 30s, chuckled, Let's talk about the recent trend of the stock market. Some say that the market will continue to rise, and some say that it's just the market hitting the bottom, and it's a normal phenomenon. After this period, the market will return to its slump. Qin Zhe said, The stock market is going to rise. The investment manager made a please gesture. Please start your speech. Qin Zhe almost burst out laughing on the spot. Please start your speech was listed as a sarcastic remark on the same level as, ha ha. He did not know whether this guy did it intentionally or not, but the joke was so seamless. The interviewers looked at Qin Zhe. During the interview, some said that spring had come for the stock market, and some said that it was the final radiance of the setting sun. The yes and no answers were not what the interviewers wanted to hear. They wanted to see how the interviewers would debate. Qin Zhe chose his words for a few seconds and said slowly, There are 3 reference methods to determine whether the stock market has the foundation of a medium and long-term bull move. First, economists often say that the stock market is the economic barometer, and the general direction is correct. Therefore, whether the stock market moves or not depends on whether the macroeconomy has begun to recover. And whether the macroeconomy recovers or not, first look at the economic situation of the European and American countries. Their economic situation directly affects the global financial market. As for how to look at it, the PPI data released by the National Bureau of Statistics and the PMI data released by HSBC can tell us the answer. The investment manager interrupted directly. As far as I know, the economies of the European and American countries are not doing well. Our country's real estate market is declining, and the policy income is declining, leading to a huge downward pressure on the national economy. This guy's name was written on his nameplate, Li Linfeng. Qin Zhe said calmly, The world is never black and white. You can't say that the stock market must be bad if the economy of a foreign country is bad. The stock market is called investment abroad, but in China, it is called stock speculation. Stock speculation, stock speculation. If you can see the general trend so easily, can it still be called stock speculation? Li Linfeng nodded and agreed with his point of view. He smiled and said, Go on. Second, look at the stock market trend of the major economic countries in foreign countries. Their markets determine the global stock market. The domestic stock market will follow the trend. Li Linfeng frowned. Then all the more we should not be optimistic. The story of the United States, Britain, France, and other countries is a mess. This is related to the third point I mentioned. Qin Zhe said. Li Linfeng leaned forward slightly and pretended to listen. The other 3 interviewers also became serious. Among the interviewers, Qin Zhe was the most talkative, regardless of whether what he said was right or wrong. Every country's national conditions are different. The trend of the domestic stock market can only be used as a reference. The reason why I think the stock market will rise is because the domestic economy is declining and the real estate bubble is getting bigger. Ha! The marketing manager laughed. The domestic economy is poor, so the stock market should be depressed. Under normal circumstances, it should be like this, Qin Zhe said. But the government introduced a series of policies in March and July this year. They lowered interest rates twice, but it also reduced investment returns. There are fewer risk-free and high-return investments. This caused the banks to have a lot of spare cash. Where will the money go? Also, in the past 2 years, the industrial market has hit new lows. The market is in a downturn. Last year, even the IPO was suspended. To support the industry, there will be new shares to be issued. If the IPO is to be restarted, the market will need a wave of rise, and it must be a stable market. Only under such circumstances can companies use the IPO to raise funds through the capital market. The marketing manager furrowed his brows. Li Linfeng was deep in thought. Everything you said, is there any data to support it? Without a long period of market research and analysis, it is just an armchair strategist. Of course there was. Qin Zhe had been doing this for the past 2 months. He had read the stock market for the past 2 years, the recent policies, and the data released by the Bureau of Statistics. If he could understand it, he would understand it himself. If he could not understand it, he would exchange it for knowledge from the system. He left a thick stack of draft papers at home. I am just expressing my own views. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to criticize me. Qin Zhe said. This kind of academic debate was not something that could convince anyone. Everyone had their own views. The industry was also debating whether the stock market should rise or fall. Old Master Qin wanted it to rise, but his views were conservative, so he invested a small amount of money. Qin Zhe wanted it to rise and felt that the stock market would soar, so he went bankrupt. Li Linfeng smiled and picked up his teacup. Very thoughtful. He only agreed with part of Qin Zhe's views. This was an interview, not an academic debate. There was no need to argue about whether the stock market should rise or fall. His purpose was to test Qin Zhe's professionalism. The answer was already out. The investment manager, Li Linfeng, gave a score in his heart. Qualified. It was rare to see a young man who could talk so much. He bragged so seriously, but his bragging was very reasonable. The HR manager was not very satisfied with Qin Zhe because he had no work experience. The marketing manager, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude because his department was already full. The only one who did not express any opinion was the CEO's assistant. At this time, she finally showed her big move. This delicate and pretty woman in her late 20s took out a set of exam papers from a folder and pushed it to Qin Zhe. She smiled and said, I have a college entrance exam paper here. I will give you half an hour. If you can get full marks, the company will hire you. There was such an operation. The few managers were shocked. The CEO's assistant was pleasant throughout the interview today. She did not deliberately make things difficult for the young people in front of her. The questions she asked were all reasonable. Why did the style change completely when it came to this? Zhu Li was only a medium-sized investment company. There was no need to be so uptight. The college entrance exam did not require the top scorer in science to get full marks. They looked at Qin Zhe with pity in their eyes. Perhaps this young man had offended her? The woman with 2 dimples smiled faintly. Is there a problem? Qin Zhe said, No problem. Give me a pen. Then he moved his chair to the table and answered the questions. His pen flew, natural and smooth. With Qin Zhe's skill level, getting high marks was not a problem. It was not impossible to get full marks, but half an hour was too rushed. He finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and handed the long and complicated answers to the system. Half an hour, no more, no less. Qin Zhe put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Done. Done? The managers were suspicious. Are you kidding me? How long has it been? Are you sure you can get full marks in half an hour? The CEO's assistant concealed the shock in her eyes. She slowly took out a printed answer and compared it. Then she looked up at Qin Zhe. She compared it again and looked at Qin Zhe again. She was not satisfied. She compared the answer again and said in a doubtful tone, How did you do it? Full marks? The HR manager, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses, asked impatiently. The female assistant nodded silently. I don't believe it. Li Linfeng stood up and took the paper and the answer. He compared it personally. After a while, he looked up and said in a doubtful tone, How did you do it? I'm more talented in mathematics. Qin Zhe said in his heart. F*CK. I'm just taking an interview. What do you want? He felt that this was familiar. The female assistant adjusted her stiff expression and cleared her throat. Come to work on Monday. Qin Zhe stood up and left the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, a few young people who did not go for the interview came up. What took you so long? What did they ask you? You've been in there for 40 minutes. Qin Zhe scolded the interviewer. They're crazy. They asked me to do the college entrance exam. College entrance exam? The young people looked at each other. The interviewer really knows how to play. Should we download a copy of the Science College entrance exam as backup? It's been a few years since we graduated. We don't know if we can still pick up the high school knowledge.